to titles aimed at an older audience. The image problem hit its peak with the GameCube. The system's strange design, which supported a handlebar and came in colors such as indigo, were stark contrast to the bulky and solid black consoles from its competition. The GameCube controller was also a hard sell at first glance.
The Nintendo GameCube is one of the greatest game consoles ever. I hold a deep love for this system, as do many others. It has an amazing library of games, one of the best controllers ever made, and a plethora of add-ons and accessories that made the system stand out. Despite these factors, many issues held the GameCube back, and caused Nintendo, once the dominating force of the video game industry, to change how they approached the market. It laid the groundwork of the modern-day image we see in Nintendo today. It wouldn't revolutionize the gaming world, but its impact is still felt to this day. Everything has a story. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and why it failed. To explain why the GameCube failed, we first have to look at what Nintendo was going through before the system was even released. Nintendo did well with their Nintendo Entertainment and Super Nintendo Entertainment systems in the 80s and 90s. By the mid-90s, however, new players in the video game market were pushing the industry in new directions. Much like Nintendo before it, electronics giant Sony became the leader in the field. The release of the PlayStation 1 would not only give Sony a foothold in the growing video game market, but would also set new records as their PlayStation 1 system would go on to sell over 100 million units by the end of its lifespan.
Nintendo stuck to their guns and offered a more powerful and cheaper game console, the Nintendo 64. The problem came with Nintendo's format of choice. Rather than utilizing CDs, Nintendo would continue to use cartridges. Not only were they more expensive to produce, but they also limited developers on how much information they could stuff into their games. This alone caused already tense relationships with third-party developers to completely sour. The Nintendo 64, despite having better hardware and costing consumers less, would only see 296 titles released in North America, and a total of 33 million units sold worldwide. Sony's PlayStation, on the other hand, would see almost 8,000 titles released on their system. Nintendo was thoroughly knocked off their high stand and relegated to a distant second place. Nintendo tried to rectify their partnership with third-party developers by making the GameCube easier to develop for. However, Nintendo's format of choice ended up causing more headaches. Rather than utilizing the new DVD format, Nintendo decided to use mini-disc. While technically a form of DVD, the mini-disc held less information than the standard DVD. A regular DVD would hold around 4 gigabytes of data on a single layer. A mini-disc could only hold 1.5 gigabytes. Nintendo's ultimate reasoning was that the mini-disc would help stop piracy. Unfortunately, this held back developers from putting their best versions of their games out on the GameCube. Nintendo even stated that the smaller size of the mini-disc would benefit creators. Legendary game developer at Nintendo Shigeru Miyamoto stated, "In a way, the smaller disc is a message from Nintendo that you don't need to fill out the capacity of a normal-sized DVD disc. If we want to make larger software, then we just make the game on 2 or 3 discs." This didn't go over well either, as developers of larger games would see an increase in manufacturing costs due to the additional disc. Add in higher licensing costs than Sony and Microsoft, and third-party developers were not interested in putting their titles out on the system. In the early 2000s, Nintendo didn't support online gameplay. Despite talking about supporting online gameplay before the launch of the Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo would basically abandon these plans. The GameCube did support limited online gameplay through the use of a broadband adapter that was sold separately from the system. Publishers and developers were tasked with creating and maintaining their own network for online play. Few ever would. Sega was the only publisher to support online gaming in North America with their Phantasy Star Online games. This would cause some big titles to skip out on the GameCube entirely. Sony had an online system, and multiple titles that featured play through it. Both first and third-party titles utilized these options. Similar to the GameCube, Sony sold a separate broadband adapter for these uses on the PlayStation 2. The elephant in the room, though, was Microsoft. Not only did the Xbox have a built-in broadband adapter on the system, but Microsoft heavily invested in their own network, Xbox Live. It's because of this service that Microsoft was able to carve out a spot in the gaming marketplace. While Nintendo would claim that players weren't interested in online gaming and would continue to do so until years after the GameCube ended production, it's hard to argue with the success that online gaming brought to Microsoft and Sony. Nintendo would eventually launch their own service on the Nintendo DS and Wii, but to this day, they've still failed to implement online services that match other game consoles or storefronts. Another reason the GameCube failed was that it struggled with its competition from day one. Originally, Nintendo had hoped to launch the GameCube in 2000, but were unable to due to a lack of software ready for the system. Nintendo would even push some late Nintendo 64 titles like Luigi's Mansion onto the GameCube to make up for this. Nintendo did launch the GameCube in 2001, but did so 3 days after the Xbox came out and a full year after the PlayStation 2 in North America. Coming out last caused the PlayStation 2 to get a head start in sales and build a strong library of titles. It didn't help that the GameCube's launch lineup wasn't the best. A small batch of titles that notably lacked a plumber with a red hat didn't seem to impress people as much as Nintendo had hoped. Normally, an average launch for a game console wouldn't make a huge difference, but a massive drought of new releases in early 2002 only hurt the GameCube more. It wasn't just the delayed launch that gave the GameCube trouble. The PlayStation 2 functioned not only as a game system, but also a DVD player. This was an incredible asset to the system, as many DVD players cost just as much as the PlayStation 2 at the time of its launch. The Xbox would also support DVD playback, albeit with the purchase of an accessory. This pushed the divide between the competing platforms even further. Nintendo was never hesitant to say that the GameCube was a system specifically for video games. Nintendo would sometimes even refer to it as a toy. Nintendo had struggled with its image since the late 1980s. Sega famously made Nintendo come off as a company interested in making children's toys as opposed to titles aimed at an older audience. The image problem hit its peak with the GameCube. The system's strange design, which supported a handlebar and came in colors such as indigo, were a stark contrast to the bulky and solid black consoles from its competition. The GameCube controller was also a hard sell at first glance. It featured oddly shaped buttons with different colors. The toy image was being capitalized on by Nintendo's competitors, as well as the third-party developers who didn't back the system. American audiences had supported Nintendo systems pretty consistently over the years, but they would see a drop-off with the GameCube. Nintendo of Japan was perplexed by this. Western audiences had grown to enjoy more mature and violent games over the years. Kyle Mercury, someone who was hired to market the GameCube in North America, recalls an almost famous quote from an unknown Nintendo executive. "Consumers don't want fun anymore. They just want to kill people." In HD. Whether or not this was ever said by a Nintendo executive, it's pretty clear that Nintendo's headquarters had difficulties understanding the Western market. By ignoring, or at least failing to understand, older audiences, Nintendo struggled with their image for the entire generation. Nintendo of America seemed to understand that this was a problem and tried to rectify it. They would start to push for more mature titles on the GameCube as early as 2002 with the launch of Eternal Darkness. Perrin Kaplan, the Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Affairs for Nintendo of America, summed it up best. "The kids who played Mario when they were 6 are now 28. They still want to play Mario, but they want some other stuff." For most, however, It was too little, too late. They had already moved on past Nintendo. The misunderstanding of their audiences stems from the miscommunication between Nintendo of Japan and Nintendo of America, and the entire company's overconfidence in their product. Early on, Microsoft wasn't even a competitor to the GameCube. Nintendo and others thought that a computer software giant, especially an American one, would not understand gaming culture. Eventually, Nintendo would see themselves as an outlier in the game industry, with the GameCube and its successors. They would embrace coming up with their own ideas to chase, rather than the most popular trends others were setting. Before the launch of the GameCube, Nintendo oftentimes seemed overconfident in their product. In interviews, executives would often state that the GameCube was going to sell simply because it was a Nintendo product. While the company had a strong history in the young video game industry, much of the old guard at Nintendo failed to see the significance of many trends. This overconfidence would lead to disbelief after the GameCube failed to meet its sales targets. The Nintendo GameCube was, in many ways, a failure. Nintendo made a lot of mistakes with the system. Their failure to understand and properly market the game system came down to their misunderstanding of an ever-growing gaming community. They didn't embrace popular trends like the DVD or online gaming. They created an oddly shaped console and marketed it in an even stranger way. While their family-friendly nature helped in some aspects, it drove others away. Nintendo failed to truly improve on its third-party relationships after spending the previous decade ignoring them. Their own overconfidence led them to think of themselves as the center of the video game universe, when it was beginning to leave them behind. All of this because of their inability to understand the current video game world. But as I said before, I absolutely love the GameCube. For everything the GameCube got wrong, it got so many things right. The legacy of the Nintendo GameCube is not the same as the image it obtained during its run on the market. In many ways, it has grown and become a beloved system. It was in part because of the GameCube that Nintendo changed the way that they marketed themselves. They became a dominant creative force in the industry that always tried to one-up themselves as opposed to any others. They still have their problems, especially with online play, but they continue to push the industry forward in new and creative ways. All because their little purple lunchbox failed. In 1996, Nintendo released the Nintendo 64 after great anticipation. Gamers from around the world lined up to purchase the latest Nintendo hardware. But at Nintendo headquarters, planning and ideas for their next home console was already underway. Development for the system began as early as 1997 for what would eventually be known as the GameCube. Dolphin was meant to be the most powerful system ever created. At least, that was Nintendo's goal. The Nintendo 64 was much more powerful than both the PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn, its only real competition in the market. Nintendo had hoped to continue their success in that regard, while also shoring up support to avert the failures of the Nintendo 64. Despite its extra horsepower, the Nintendo 64 was outsold by the PlayStation 1 by a margin of 3-1, and continued Nintendo's shrinking footprint in the console market in regions outside of North America. To create the most powerful game console ever made, you would need the most powerful 3D graphics card. Nintendo had originally entered talks with Silicon Graphics, the same people behind the Nintendo 64 chip. Silicon Graphics, however, would experience some inner turmoil within the company. Nintendo shopped around for a manufacturer before settling on ArtX, a startup founded by former Silicon Graphics employees. And to create the CPU, Nintendo would reach out to IBM. A powerful home console was important to Nintendo, as they wanted to make sure the GameCube could outperform the PlayStation 2. Nintendo would also make the system easier to develop for, as the Nintendo 64 was notoriously difficult to create games for. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi was very ambitious in launching the system before or around the same time as Sony. Plans were put into place to launch the system as early as the fall of 1999, with the goal being to launch the system before holiday 2000. Nintendo believed that the constant delays of the Nintendo 64 had given Sony the opportunity to outsell them. They were adamant about getting the system out as quickly as possible. Nintendo's first mention of their next generation home console came at E3 1999. Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln would reveal to the world just enough info to whet fans' appetites. Their next system was known under the code name Dolphin. It would be more powerful and cheaper than the PlayStation 2. And, more importantly, it would not run on ROM-based cartridges. Fans cheered. Lincoln, however, wouldn't mention what the system would use to play its games. In May of 1999, it was reported that 4 development studios had received development kits for Dolphin. Nintendo's EAD studio, Nintendo of America's NST studio, second-party developer Rare, and the relatively unknown Retro Studios were all at work creating software for the system. Unfortunately, Nintendo had a hard time creating enough development kits. To make matters worse, third parties were generally the last to receive these development kits. By the time of the Game Developers Conference in 2000, most developers were hard at work making PlayStation 2 and Xbox games. Few had Dolphin games in development. This was in part due to the lack of development kits. Nintendo suggested that developers make their games with the specs of the highest-end PCs in mind. Third-party developers were not amused. Company spokesman Hiroshi Imanishi would make matters worse in an interview with Next Gen magazine in December of 2000. He said, "We are not approaching third parties and asking them to develop software for Nintendo. If they would like to make GameCube software, it's fine, but we will never demand them to make games for GameCube." Nintendo's mindset was always to beef up their own system's library and then have third parties come once they'd sold enough units. While this thinking had worked in the past, it didn't apply as well in the modern landscape. Third parties often felt like second fiddles when it came to working with Nintendo, while Sony and Microsoft would treat them far better. Nintendo didn't like multi-platform games either. They claimed that it diminished the value of game systems when they all had the same games. They were more interested in having quality exclusives than yet another version of a third-party title. This, Nintendo claimed, was what made them and their products different. They emphasized quality over quantity, and in a lot of ways, it's a respectable approach. Business-wise, however, it only hurt them, as third parties left to form closer relationships with other console manufacturers. Nintendo began hyping up Dolphin as soon as it was announced, but gave few details on the system itself. Nintendo claimed it was holding information due to the revisions the company was constantly making. Developers and publishers were unimpressed. Eventually, Dolphin would miss its holiday 2000 release, and it would once again see Nintendo being the last to launch a home console in the market. Nintendo would claim that there just wasn't enough software to launch the system. Instead, they encouraged players to purchase more Nintendo 64 games, and that the Dolphin would launch in 2001. Nintendo had created an interesting controller when crafting the Nintendo 64. Its 3-pronged design was unusual, but its analog stick was revolutionary in the video game world. For Dolphin, Nintendo wanted to completely reinvent their controller and create one that was not only comfortable, but easy to use for everyone. Shigeru Miyamoto wanted to perfect the controller on Dolphin, and claims to have spent more time on its controller than any other Nintendo system. Miyamoto and his team would work for over 3 years on the controller. The controller would go on to become a Nintendo mainstay for 3 generations of gaming. During the 1990s, Nintendo held an annual event known as Space World. Space World 2000 would be when Nintendo officially revealed that Dolphin had become the GameCube. Nintendo would present a highlight reel for upcoming titles for the Dolphin. While not every game made it out of the gate, none stood out more than a teaser for the Legend of Zelda series. Nintendo would showcase an older Link fighting Ganondorf in a dark and ominous location. Fans went wild for the teaser and eagerly awaited more information down the road. The most notable game at the event, however, was Mario 128, a prototype that Shigeru Miyamoto had been working on with his team at Nintendo EAD. The title was meant to showcase the power of the GameCube. They showcased changing platforms, as well as 128 different characters occupying the screen at once. The title would never be officially released, but its concepts would be carried over into later titles, such as Pikmin and Super Mario Galaxy. Nintendo didn't just experiment with software on the GameCube. Early design concepts showed multiple ideas that Nintendo would later revisit for future consoles. While Miyamoto and his team worked hard on the GameCube's controller, Factor 5 reportedly received early prototypes of a controller with motion controls. Nintendo would go further and file patents in the United States in September of 2001 for prototypes from a company called Gyration. The GameCube would never use motion controls, but Nintendo continued to explore the concept during the system's run. In 2003, Nintendo would file patents regarding tilt controls, featuring both a Nintendo GameCube controller as well as the Game Boy Advance. These tilt and gyration controls would eventually become a staple in Nintendo systems when they launched the Nintendo Wii. Nintendo even worked on creating stereoscopic 3D with the Nintendo GameCube. In 2010, then Nintendo President Satoru Iwata stated, "GameCube is secretly designed to load graphical circuits, which display graphics from right and left eyes respectively, for a future possibility of realizing 3D gaming experience." Nintendo would abandon the concept on the GameCube, but would revitalize it with their successful Nintendo 3DS line in 2011, after the success of 3D blockbuster films. There could be even more secrets to the GameCube's development that we still don't know about. After all, we didn't find out about the GameCube's 3D capabilities until years after it was discontinued. Since the GameCube was delayed into 2001, Nintendo would once again be behind Sony. The Nintendo 64 was tasked with holding fans over in the meantime. Due to the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance, Nintendo's latest handheld console, software was stretched thin across all Nintendo platforms. Nintendo would only release a handful of Nintendo 64 games in 2001. The last Nintendo 64 title developed by Nintendo would be Mario Party 3, when it released in May of 2001 in North America, over 6 months before the Nintendo GameCube launched. At E3 2001, Nintendo dedicated their press conference entirely to the Nintendo GameCube, revealing the launch date, launch price, and the software hitting the system on day one. The GameCube would first launch in Japan in September. The United States would see the system on November 5th, with the rest of the world receiving it in 2002. The Nintendo GameCube was priced at $199.99, $100 less than both the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. Nintendo's launch lineup would include a handful of third-party titles, and impressive exclusives for the system. However, one major icon was missing. Mario, the mascot of Nintendo, would not have a new title available on the system when it launched. In his place would be his brother, Luigi, in his first solo outing, Luigi's Mansion. With roughly 6 months between E3 and the launch of the GameCube, there was one final event to hype the system up: Space World 2001. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase to the world what the future of Nintendo's latest system would have. While Mario would be missing the launch of the GameCube, a brand new Super Mario title was revealed, Super Mario Sunshine. Alongside it, the next chapter in the Legend of Zelda series would be shown. Critical first impressions for both titles would be strong, but Zelda fans were not happy with the new art style the series was taking. A year after the now famous tech demo for Zelda, this new title featured cel-shaded graphics and a lighter tone. It would hurt Nintendo's image and further solidify the kiddie concept. The GameCube was originally slated to come out on November 5th, but it would be delayed briefly in North America to November 18th. Nintendo said that this was to increase the total number of available units. Unfortunately, this would put the GameCube's launch 3 days behind the Xbox, making Nintendo the last one to the party once again.
The latest video game war is heating up tonight. Nintendo's GameCube system is about to hit the stores.
The Nintendo GameCube would launch in September of 2001 in Japan, and a launch in North America would follow in November. After successfully launching the Game Boy Advance in the spring and summer, all eyes were on Nintendo to see if their new system could live up to their past glory. It wouldn't be easy. The Japanese economy was in a slump. The United States of America had just experienced the worst terrorist attack in the country's history, and Sony had already been out on the market for over a year with the PlayStation 2. It would be the most difficult launch for Nintendo yet. The Nintendo GameCube launched in North America on November 18, 2001. It was priced at $199.99, and it came with a system, one controller, and the appropriate hookups. The system would launch with a total of 12 games. Nintendo published 2 titles for their new system, Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race Blue Storm. Nintendo's former rival Sega would release 2 titles at the launch after discontinuing their Dreamcast system earlier in the year. They would port Crazy Taxi to the system and bring a brand new exclusive to the GameCube in Super Monkey Ball. The biggest launch title would be Factor 5's Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader, an exclusive to the system. The game was an audio and visual treat, featuring 480p resolution and 5-channel surround sound thanks to Dolby Pro Logic 2. The rest of the launch games would be rounded out with licensed titles and sports games. As far as quantity was concerned, the GameCube was definitely lacking. The PlayStation 2 had launched a year earlier with 30 titles, and had spent that year releasing more critically acclaimed games. The Xbox, which released a few days before the GameCube, launched with the same number of titles, but it also had a massive hit, Halo Combat Evolved. Nintendo's lineup wasn't too bad, but compared to what else was out there, it's hard to argue that Nintendo started off on the right foot. It was even smaller in Japan. Only 3 titles launched with the system in September, the 2 Nintendo published games, and Sega's Super Monkey Ball. While the quality of the games wasn't too bad, there just wasn't a killer app for the system. Just a few weeks after the launch, on December 2nd, Nintendo would release 2 new exclusives for the system. The first was a new IP, Pikmin, from the legendary game developer Shigeru Miyamoto. The second would go on to become the best-selling game on the GameCube, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee would create one of the biggest followings of any Nintendo game. The title would sell over 7 million units, and it's still being played by major competitive fighting game tournaments to this day. Nintendo delayed the initial release of the GameCube by 2 weeks to ensure that they had an ample supply of systems. 700,000 GameCubes would be available for the launch, but what good is it to have a system that no one knows about? In North America, the GameCube would receive a $75 million ad campaign. This paled in comparison to Microsoft's marketing push for the Xbox, which came in at $500 million. Nintendo was somewhat struck by this. Microsoft began promoting the Xbox in retailers much earlier than game makers had done in the past. Nintendo would go so far as to reach out to retailers, asking why the Xbox would be promoted months before its launch. Nintendo's ad campaign was mostly used to highlight first and second-party Nintendo games. The campaign featured full-page ads in magazines, giant banners in malls, and even a Hollywood party featuring the biggest and brightest stars at the time. Of course, Nintendo also invested in television commercials as well. They're interesting. Ads would showcase games and would feature the GameCube's iconic shape. Microsoft was out to make their name known with the Xbox, and Nintendo struggled to match their marketing presence. Microsoft would have commercials on major networks, including ESPN and Comedy Central. They would have massive print ads and even a promotion with Taco Bell. Microsoft's goal wasn't to completely snuff out its competition with the GameCube, but rather to snuff out all of its competition in the market. At the end of the day, it helped Microsoft establish a foot in the console market and has stayed there to this day. After the North American launch of the GameCube, one final piece of Nintendo-related hardware would launch in 2001. On December 13th, Panasonic released the Panasonic Q. It was a game console with a similar design to the GameCube and even played GameCube games. The most notable difference was the included DVD player on the system. The system came about through a deal between Nintendo and Matsushita, the parent company for Panasonic. The system would launch at a retail price of 39,800 yen, or roughly $440 US. Despite its added features, the Panasonic Q was largely a failure. It sold only around 100,000 units and was never released outside of Japan. The biggest problem was the cost of the system. While having an all-in-one unit is convenient, the Panasonic Q ended up costing more than a separate GameCube and a DVD player. It would be discontinued in December of 2003, just 2 years after its release. Despite the strong competition, the GameCube would have a successful launch in North America, selling through most of its allotted stock. Nintendo was off to a decent start. What followed was probably the worst period for the GameCube, its first year drought. From January to August of 2002, the GameCube would only see a single first or second party exclusive come to the system, the M-rated horror title, Eternal Darkness. Nintendo would also release the first ever first-party developed wireless controller for a game console, the Wavebird. The Wavebird was slightly larger than the original GameCube controller and lacked the rumble feature, but was completely wireless. Nintendo would see some support from third parties, notably an enhanced port of Sonic Adventure 2 and a remake of Capcom's hit Resident Evil. The lack of software was noticeable, and Nintendo would spend its time reminding the world to hold out hope for the titles coming soon. With the GameCube's launch behind them, much of Nintendo's staff would see a shakeup. Many high-level executives would retire or join different companies. The biggest was Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo. Yamauchi had been the president of Nintendo since 1949 at the young age of 22. Yamauchi would completely change Nintendo as a company during his 53-year reign as president, transforming them from a small toy company in Japan to a global leader in the video game market. Yamauchi had been planning his retirement for a while, and had picked his successor, Satoru Iwata. Iwata had joined Nintendo in 2000 as the head of its corporate planning division, as well as sitting on the board of directors. Iwata had made a name for himself, previously as the president of HAL Laboratories. Iwata would become the company's fourth president, and the first not to be related to the Yamauchi family by marriage or blood. Iwata's leadership style was very different from that of his predecessors. He started by meeting with all of the department heads at Nintendo. Iwata would encourage employees to follow their own ideas when they disagreed with his direction, stating, "Creators only improve themselves by taking risk." Satoru Iwata would become president of Nintendo in May of 2002, and would serve as the head of Nintendo during the rest of the GameCube's lifespan. Iwata would become one of the most respected and beloved figures in the video game industry during the 2010s as he hosted Nintendo Direct. Iwata would serve as president of Nintendo until his death in 2015. He was 55. The software drought for the GameCube would come to an end in August of 2002, when the highly anticipated Super Mario Sunshine released to critical acclaim. The title was a follow-up to the beloved Super Mario 64 that had released alongside the Nintendo 64. Despite its differences from previous titles, the game would go on to sell 5 million copies, making it the third best-selling GameCube title ever. Other notable releases at this time included Animal Crossing for North America and The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker in Japan. Sega would port Phantasy Star Online to the GameCube in October, the only online GameCube game to ever be released internationally. In September of 2002, Star Fox Adventures would be released on the GameCube. Originally under the title Dinosaur Planet for the Nintendo 64, Star Fox Adventures would mark a special occasion. It would be the last title Rare would ever release on a Nintendo home console. Rare would become a second-party developer under Nintendo in the mid-90s. The company started making games for Nintendo consoles with the NES, but made their mark with the release of Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo in 1994. For the next 8 years, Rare would become one of Nintendo's most important assets. Rare would create several of their own successful IPs, as well as create some of the best licensed titles of the era. Rare became restless as a second party with Nintendo. In 2001, they began to shop around for a new partner, a company that would purchase 100% of the company. Nintendo seemed like an obvious choice, and had the option to make the first bid on the company. Rare, however, was interested in working with a third-party developer, so they had access to all the current consoles. A bidding war broke out for the company. Activision and Microsoft had both expressed interest in the company and began making offers. Eventually, Activision would withdraw, leaving Microsoft as the sole bidder. Nintendo still had the priority option to purchase the rest of Rare, but Microsoft had raised their bid too high for Nintendo to feasibly consider it. Nintendo would sell their portion of the ownership of Rare for $375 million to Microsoft, making Rare a first-party studio for the tech giant. At the end of the day, it only made sense for Nintendo to sell the company. Rare's production of titles had slowed down during the early days of the GameCube. Nintendo still wanted full ownership of Rare, but the price tag associated with it was just too great. Microsoft would win out in the end, not just by gaining another well-known development studio, but by denying Nintendo one of their key players. With Rare gone, Nintendo turned to their other development studios to continue the effort of quality titles for the Nintendo GameCube. Luckily for Nintendo, a small studio would become an overnight sensation just a few months later. Retro Studios was founded in 1998 by a group of former Acclaim developers in Austin, Texas. Retro had received funding from Nintendo to create new titles for the GameCube that catered to an adult audience. They were one of the first developers to receive Nintendo GameCube development kits and would begin work on multiple exclusive titles for the system. Titles would include Raven Blade, an RPG, Thunder Rally, a racing title, NFL Retro Football, a licensed football game, and a project simply known as Action Adventure. All of the titles, excluding Action Adventure, would be cancelled, and Retro's staff would be cut down to compensate. Poor management plagued Retro during their early days. The studio was understaffed for the amount of titles they were working on, and company president Jeff Spangenberg was oftentimes absent during the workday. With the controversy surrounding the studio, Spangenberg would eventually sell Retro Studios to Nintendo in May of 2002 for $1 million. Retro's next task wouldn't be an easy one though, being in action for a while. The last title in the series was Super Metroid, which released in 1994. Nintendo never created a Metroid title for the Nintendo 64, citing the difficult task of translating the series to 3D. Retro would transform Action Adventure into Metroid Prime. Not only would it be the first Metroid title in 3D, but it would be the first title in the series to be developed by an American developer. Retro Studios would rush to finish Metroid Prime before its fall 2002 release. Their efforts would pay off when Metroid Prime was released on November 17, 2002, to critical and commercial success. The title would help revitalize the Metroid franchise and would see 2 additional sequels before being spun off into its own series. Retro would become one of Nintendo's most consistent developers, and the studio continues to make games for Nintendo to this day. Nintendo struggled greatly during its first year on the market with the GameCube. The lack of major software for the system slowed any momentum Nintendo had gained during its launch. The system would rebound later in 2002 thanks to strong first-party titles, but Nintendo's competition knew that blood was in the water. It would take everything in the company's power to make the GameCube a success.
My body is ready.
After the Nintendo GameCube launched, it had struggled to find its footing in the video game landscape. The system suffered a major drought throughout the first half of 2002, and sales were sluggish. Microsoft had stepped up and purchased Rare, one of Nintendo's most prominent developers. The world Nintendo had known in the 20th century was gone, and with new leadership at the helm, they sailed into uncharted territories as a true underdog in the console war. Sony had become one of the biggest names not only in video games but in entertainment. By mid-2002, the PlayStation 2 had already sold over 30 million units and showed no signs of stopping. The PlayStation 2 might not have been as powerful as the GameCube or the Xbox, but with smart marketing, name recognition, and a killer library, plus a built-in DVD player, it was more than enough to dominate any competition. Nintendo's biggest hope was the price of their systems and their own exclusive titles. The PlayStation 2 sat at $299, with the GameCube at $199. In May of 2002, Sony would close the gap. The PlayStation 2 would receive a $100 price cut, making it the same price as the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's pricing advantage was gone. Sony would sell an additional 20 million PlayStation 2s in 2002 after the price cut, bringing their total to 50 million units. Sluggish hardware sales weren't the only problem. Software sales were poor as well. Major third-party titles like Grand Theft Auto had already skipped the GameCube. When developers did put their titles on the GameCube, it sold less than other systems.
There were exceptions, of course. Many of Sega's titles did better on Nintendo hardware, especially the Sonic series. Soul Calibur 2 sold better on GameCube as well, thanks to the inclusion of an exclusive fighter in the form of The Legend of Zelda's Link. Software publishers began to pull support for the GameCube in 2003. Eidos became one of the most notable Nintendo defectors, with their CEO saying, "The GameCube is a declining business. If other companies follow us, Nintendo will have a hard battle to fight." Eidos would cancel development for all of their GameCube titles and shelve plans for continued support down the road. Other publishers would follow Eidos' lead. Atari, Midway, THQ, and others would either discontinue or scale back development for the GameCube. Even Japanese developers criticized the Nintendo GameCube. Nintendo's high licensing fees, lack of development kits, and lackadaisical support for third parties was the final straw for what had become overwhelming. Third parties like Eidos would eventually return with new software for the GameCube, but the damage was already done. Nintendo was at one of its lowest points. Nintendo would start off 2003 strong with the North American release of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Despite the title's early controversial art style, it would be a critical and commercial success, spawning a direct sequel a few years later on the Nintendo DS and a full remake in 2013 on the Nintendo Wii U. It just so happens to also be one of my favorite games of all time. In the summer of 2003, Nintendo would release the Game Boy Player, an attachment for the Nintendo GameCube that allowed the system to play Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance cartridges. Nintendo had emphasized connectivity between their successful Game Boy Advance line and the GameCube before, and this would take it to its furthest reaches. With the addition of the Game Boy Player, the Nintendo GameCube's library grew to massive proportions, but it still wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. In September of 2003, Nintendo would make the most important decision regarding the Nintendo GameCube yet. With low sales and their warehouses full of unsold systems, Nintendo would enact a price cut, bringing the GameCube to $99.99. The system's new price would put it at the same price as Nintendo's other system, the recently released Game Boy Advance SP. At the time of the price cut, the GameCube had sold a total of around 10 million units worldwide. During Q4 of 2003, after the price cut was put into place, a total of 3.5 million GameCubes would be sold. It would be the best-selling quarter for the system ever. The boost in sales was also helped by the release of hot new titles for the system, the biggest release being Mario Kart Double Dash. It released in the coveted November time slot and went on to sell 7 million copies worldwide, making it the second best-selling game on the system. Nintendo had been struggling with third-party developers for some time. It had received some low-profile exclusives like Baten Kaitos and Lost Kingdoms, thanks to support from Japanese publishers. But the world would be shocked when Capcom announced 5 new games for the system in late 2002, most of which would be under the supervision of Shinji Mikami, a well-known developer at Capcom who had directed the first Resident Evil title. To make things even sweeter for Nintendo, all 5 would be exclusive to their system. Well, they would have been. Capcom would claim just a month later that only one of the games would be an exclusive, but it didn't take the wind out of Nintendo's sails. The first game would be PN03, a third-person action game released in March of 2003. The title would sell poorly and received mixed reception from critics. The next game would be Beautiful Joe, a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up coming out in June of 2003. The response from critics would be better, but it didn't deliver on the sales. It would eventually be ported to the PlayStation 2 and receive 2 additional sequels. The third title was known as Dead Phoenix. Unfortunately, this game would be cancelled before very much information was known about it. It was meant to be a 3D-style shoot-'em-up. The final 2 titles wouldn't see release until 2 years later, in 2005. Going into 2004, Nintendo was finally starting to see positive results. The GameCube's price cut was paying off, and software sales were rising. It was time for Nintendo to finally pull out the big guns, and there was no better place to do it than E3. Enter Reggie Fils-Aimé.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass, I'm about taking names, and we're about making games.
Reggie had become the Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Nintendo of America in December of 2003, but shot to fame at E3 2004. Reggie would become an internet sensation thanks in part to his no-holds attitude when it came to speaking with the public. He would eventually go on to become president and COO of Nintendo of America, a position he holds until this day. Reggie's attitude wasn't just for show. It showcased a change in Nintendo's lineup for the year. Nintendo spent much of E3 2004 showcasing more mature titles to the GameCube that skewed towards an older audience. Retro Studios was back once again with a sequel to Metroid Prime, with Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Nintendo even allowed Capcom, a third party, to spend time showcasing their new exclusive for the system, Resident Evil 4. Other big games included Pikmin 2, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and Mario Party 6. Resident Evil 4 would be released in early 2005 for the Nintendo GameCube, with the rest of the titles coming out in late 2004. Nintendo would close out E3 2004 with one major announcement. The Legend of Zelda series was back. Shedding these cel-shaded graphics for a more mature look, the crowd went wild. Rumors state that grown men wept at the announcement. And the timing couldn't be sweeter. The game was slated for release in 2005. Once the trailer had concluded, Shigeru Miyamoto, the series creator, stepped out of the shadows. He held a Master Sword and a Hylian shield, just as Link had done in the trailer before. Miyamoto, smiling ear to ear, would thank the audience for their support of the series. The announcement would go down in history as one of the greatest moments at E3. With the hype surrounding the GameCube, on January 1st, 2005, the Nintendo GameCube would get its newest owner, me. $100 was a lot for an 11-year-old, and a $50 game alongside it wasn't cheap either. I was mesmerized by video games my entire life, and after receiving a Game Boy Advance just a little over a year before, I bought my first ever video game system. It was a solid black GameCube, and with it I bought Pokemon Coliseum. I didn't have the widest taste in video games at the time. I took my GameCube home and hooked it up to the only TV that had the right hookups in our home. It just so happened to be a TV in the kitchen, with a small screen that was around 8 inches big. I was floored by the graphics at the time. It was the first time I'd ever seen Pokemon in 3D. I tried playing the game, but it wouldn't let me save. I thought it was odd at first until I realized I needed a memory card, something I wasn't used to with cartridge-based games. I would return to that old Walmart and purchase a memory card for $20. I still own all of these accessories to this day. Later on, I would purchase a ton of titles for the system. I remember my second game being Sonic Heroes, a title my grandparents bought for me on a Friday night. I would go on to purchase some anime fighters, additional Pokemon games, and eventually I would dig out a copy of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door out of a clearance bin. I love my GameCube, so much so that I have a second one. My wife ended up buying this before we left for college years ago and played a few games on it. Early on in our relationship, I recall playing GameCube games from her childhood. Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, Super Mario Sunshine, all great games I had missed or hadn't experienced enough of while growing up, and I did it thanks to her. She even gave me a copy of Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, which was going for a hefty price at the time. We even made our first joint purchase together in the form of Pikmin 2 during our senior year of high school. The GameCube became a part of my life, and the memories I've had with it stick with me to this day. While I was just receiving a GameCube myself, Nintendo had other plans in the works. Officially revealed at E3 2004 was an experimental new system from Nintendo, a handheld known as the Nintendo DS, to be released in late 2004 and throughout 2005 worldwide. Nintendo would stress that the system would serve as a third pillar for the company, alongside the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube. The system would be a massive success, going on to become the best-selling handheld system of all time. It would allow Nintendo to fully phase out the Game Boy line of systems. But it wouldn't be the only new reveal for the company. With a new system already in development, the GameCube's days were numbered, and it had to make them count. The GameCube was once again on the rise in 2005. It had received a price cut, making it the cheapest home console on the market. It had a growing library with third-party support returning to it. Nintendo's top brass were showing that they were willing to make the changes necessary to make their company work in the modern landscape. All was well until a new threat emerged. It wouldn't be a new competitor. It would completely change the way we looked at games and would send the GameCube to its grave. It was a revolution. Nintendo's biggest success with third parties mostly came from the association with Japanese developers and publishers. Nintendo had a strong history with these companies since the 80s that would utilize their talents to create new titles. This is how developers from Sega were able to create F-Zero GX, and the people at Namco were able to develop Star Fox Assault. The biggest developer backing Nintendo at the time was Capcom. Capcom had worked on Nintendo projects before by developing some handheld title 5. By the end of 2003, one of these games had been cancelled, and two others had already been released. It wouldn't be until 2005 that the final two games would finally come out. Killer 7 was released on July 7th, 2005, or 7/7. It was a moderate success and helped put its developer, Grasshopper Manufacturer, on the map. It didn't hold a candle to the biggest title of the Capcom 5, and arguably the biggest game to ever grace the Nintendo GameCube. In January of 2005, after being delayed for years and reworked in a whole host of ways, Resident Evil 4 launched exclusively on the GameCube. The title had first been hinted at in late 1999, and had gone through many different revisions. One of the most notable was reworked into its own game and eventually became the franchise Devil May Cry. But it all paid off. Resident Evil 4 became an instant success. It was considered one of the best games of 2005 and frequently ranks among the highest rated Nintendo GameCube titles. It would help popularize the over-the-shoulder camera angle used in third-person shooters and set a new standard for action games. The title would sell 1.6 million copies on the GameCube, but it just wasn't enough. Despite Capcom's claims that Resident Evil 4 would remain an exclusive for the GameCube, they quickly began working on a port for the title for the PlayStation 2. It only made sense for Capcom to capitalize on it given the series' history on the PlayStation, as well as the massive install base the PlayStation 2 had. Nintendo wasn't happy, and is rumored to have resented Capcom over this decision. Nevertheless, Resident Evil 4 would launch on the PlayStation 2 in October of 2005, giving the GameCube its biggest third-party exclusive for a total of 10 months. The title would continue to receive ports to basically every console released after 2005, with the only current exception being the recently released Nintendo Switch. With a few minor exceptions, Resident Evil 4 has always received high praise regardless of the system that it's been on, and many still consider that Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games ever made, myself included. At E3 2004, Nintendo had returned to form. For their next conference, they would have to make sure the world was watching. Microsoft was preparing to launch their next system, and Sony had already begun hyping up their new system, the PlayStation 3. Nintendo would shock the world with their own announcement. At E3 2005, Nintendo would reveal their next console under the codename Revolution. The new system would feature motion controls, something Nintendo had experimented with during the GameCube's development. The most surprising feature, or rather the lack of, the new system wouldn't sport HD graphics, making the Nintendo the outlier in the race for the most powerful game console. The Revolution would eventually become the Nintendo Wii. Since the Wii was a successor to the GameCube's days were numbered. It wasn't all bad news for the GameCube, however. The Wii would be fully backwards compatible with the GameCube and would still utilize the system's controllers and memory cards. Many Wii games would use the GameCube controller too. Nintendo basically built the GameCube into every Wii for the first couple of years of production. The GameCube wasn't done yet, as it would still see a plethora of high-profile titles throughout 2005. Fire Emblem would return to home consoles with Path of Radiance. Intelligent Systems also took their Advanced War series and brought it to home consoles in the form of Battalion Wars. Mario wouldn't miss out on the fun either, as many Mario spin-offs would come to the GameCube. Donkey Kong even made a minor comeback with Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, a 2.5D platformer that used the DK bongos as a controller. Nintendo would continue to reach out to third parties to help with their properties as well. Star Fox Assault was developed by Namco, and Konami helped create one of the strangest spin-offs in the Mario universe, Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. Nintendo would even publish their second M-rated title in August of 2005 with Geist, a first-person adventure title with shooter elements. Third parties would begin to return to the GameCube in 2005. Eidos, one of the biggest defectors, would publish LEGO Star Wars on the GameCube in late 2005, and future multi-platform titles would come to the GameCube, albeit usually later than its counterparts on PlayStation 2 or Xbox. Eidos would even release Tomb Raider Legend on the GameCube in late 2006, a massive change as the series had previously been a PlayStation icon. 2005 would prove to be a good year for the Nintendo GameCube. One major title would miss 2005 though. The GameCube's second Legend of Zelda title, Twilight Princess, would be pushed back into 2006. 2006 would be an otherwise unimpressive year for the GameCube. With the Wii's release coming, the GameCube would see very few new titles. Chibi Robo would come out in February, bringing a new IP under Nintendo's wings. Nintendo would release the experimental Odama in April. The title was part pinball game and part real-time strategy. Using the GameCube's microphone, you commanded troops while trying to move a massive ball across the map with the controller. It was strange to say the least. Baten Kaitos Origins would come out in 2006 as well. It was a prequel to the original GameCube exclusive that launched in 2003. The title would be published by Nintendo. Less than a year later, Nintendo would purchase a majority stake in the shares of Monolith Soft, the game's developer, making them a first-party Nintendo studio. E3 2006 was primarily about the new Nintendo Wii, but the GameCube wasn't forgotten. Nintendo would reveal Super Paper Mario, the third title in the Paper Mario series. It was originally a Nintendo GameCube game, planned for release in October of 2006, but the title would eventually be moved to the Wii and released in 2007. Another game announced at E3 2006 was Donkey Kong Bongo Blast, a racing game that utilized the DK bongos. It too would be moved over to the Wii in 2007, being renamed Donkey Kong Barrel Blast. It would use the Wii's motion controls as opposed to any additional accessories. Another title shown off for the Nintendo GameCube during its lifetime was a 3D Kirby title that never officially received a name. The title was shown off multiple times through the years, sporting different looks, but would never release on the GameCube. The game was never officially cancelled, but was retooled and released as Kirby's Return to Dreamland on the Wii in 2011, making it one of the last major holdouts from the GameCube era. With many major GameCube titles being pushed to the Wii, fans still held out hope that The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess would be released on the Nintendo GameCube. It would, but with a catch. At E3 2006, Nintendo would reveal that Twilight Princess would be a launch title for the Wii, and that the game would release on the GameCube at the same time. Twilight Princess would eventually come out in November of 2006 on the Wii, but the GameCube version missed the date. It would come out a month later, and would be the final first-party title released on the GameCube. The wait was worth it, as Twilight Princess received critical praise and became the best-selling title in the Legend of Zelda series. Like its predecessor, The Wind Waker, Twilight Princess would receive an HD remake on the Wii U, and was released in early 2016.
It's another late night for gamers as they wait to try out the latest game system. The Nintendo Wii goes on sale at midnight, just days after the PlayStation 3 hit store shelves.
On November 19, 2006, the Nintendo Wii would launch in North America for $249.99. Its release came 5 years and 1 day after the Nintendo GameCube landed on American shores. The Wii would go on to become a massive success. It made history as Nintendo's best-selling home console, and it would be the best-selling game system of the 7th generation, replicating the success Nintendo found in the 80s and 90s. It came with a pack-in title, Wii Sports, which would go on to sell over 82 million copies, becoming the 4th best-selling game of all time. For the GameCube, it was over. Nintendo's Lunchbox was quietly discontinued in early 2007, as releases for the system became fewer and far between. Nintendo would sell just shy of 22 million Nintendo GameCubes during its run. It would be the worst-selling Nintendo home console until the Wii U failed to reach an audience in the mid-2010s. Nintendo also failed to outsell Sony's PlayStation 2, which would sell over 150 million units before it was discontinued in 2013. Nintendo's goal of 50 million units became a far cry of reality. Nintendo even failed to outsell Microsoft, who had just barely outsold the GameCube with 24 million Xboxes. Few titles would release on the GameCube after the Wii launched. Only licensed titles and sports games would grace the system. The final Nintendo GameCube game was released on August 14, 2007. It was Madden 08, an otherwise unremarkable title. The GameCube would live on through the Wii, as the system was backwards compatible with most Nintendo GameCube games and accessories, but with support officially ended, the GameCube was finally dead. If you look purely at sales numbers, you'll see the GameCube as a system that never lived up to its expectations. It was defeated in a three-way console war by an industry giant and a newcomer. It failed to meet Nintendo's sales goals and produced a system that felt behind the times in many ways. But that's only on the surface level. Look beyond that and you'll find one of the best systems ever created. A system whose story completely changed the company behind it, and whose games are still being played by millions to this day. This is the true story of the Nintendo GameCube. Not one of failure to act in its time, but the system that built a legacy and a coalition of passionate fans. This is the story of the Nintendo GameCube and how it was a success. The GameCube would live on through the Nintendo Wii. It wasn't just a statement regarding the Wii's ability to play Nintendo GameCube games. Rather, what Nintendo experienced with the GameCube was largely their failure to create a solid audience of fans. Starting with the Nintendo DS and Wii, Nintendo would employ a new strategy in the video game market. For years, it had always been an arms race to create the most powerful system possible. Nintendo would begin to focus less on creating powerful systems after the GameCube. This new marketing strategy is known as Blue Ocean. Without getting into too many details, Nintendo hoped that it would be able to tap into a market that had not yet been represented with video games. They would create a system that appealed to casual and non-gamers, while still trying to appeal to the more hardcore demographic. Both the Nintendo DS and Wii stripped away features that would normally be seen in consoles at the time. Neither would have bleeding-edge technology built into them. Instead, these systems would create one-of-a-kind ways to play video games. For the Nintendo DS, it would be its dual-screen setup and bottom touchscreen. For the Wii, it would use motion controls. The Blue Ocean strategy worked, for a while. The Wii and DS are the best-selling Nintendo console and handheld respectively. The Wii would sell over 100 million units, beating out both the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, despite its lack of high-definition graphics. Nintendo's handhelds never had trouble with sales, but the DS did have strong competition with Sony's PSP, further cementing the success of the system. The Blue Ocean strategy didn't always work, however. The end of the Wii's lifespan saw a massive decline in sales as new competitors started to crop up. The Nintendo 3DS was never able to replicate the success of the DS, and the Wii U would be an even bigger failure than the GameCube. Software sales, in general, were never as strong on Nintendo consoles compared to other systems, and with a few exceptions, attachment rates for software were low. Things are looking up for Nintendo now. The Switch once again features a concept that is both original and well-liked. At the time of this video's release, the Nintendo Switch has already sold over 15 million units worldwide, outselling the Wii U just a little over a year after launch, and it's on pace to sell even more. The GameCube was a somewhat experimental system for Nintendo, as many of the ideas introduced or scrapped for the system would return later on down the line. Motion controls were first thought of with the GameCube, and would be revisited with the Nintendo Wii. Stereoscopic 3D would be used with the Nintendo 3DS. Games like Odama and the later Mario parties would use a microphone to control portions of the game, something that would be built into the Nintendo DS and 3DS for uses with various titles. The biggest was the connectivity between the GameCube and the Game Boy Advance. The connectivity between these two systems would be fully explored with both the Wii U and the Nintendo Switch. The Wii U's two-screen setup might remind many of the Nintendo DS family, but Nintendo experimented with this idea in titles like The Legend of Zelda: Four Swords Adventure. Asymmetrical multiplayer, something heavily featured with the Wii U, was experimented on with the GameCube as well. Pac-Man Vs. is a great example, as one player played as Pac-Man on the Game Boy Advance, while the other players played as Ghost on the Nintendo GameCube. This is incredibly similar to the Luigi's Mansion mini-game in Nintendo Land, and it all started here. For the Switch, Nintendo has fully integrated its handheld line with its console line, something the Game Boy player tried to do with the GameCube. It wasn't exactly the same, but it showed that Nintendo was definitely considering how it could merge their two branches together when the time was right. It's almost impossible to discuss the legacy of the Nintendo GameCube without mentioning Super Smash Bros. Melee. Normally, competitive fighting games are dropped when a new version or a sequel to the previous title come out. For Melee, which released in 2001, this isn't the case.
The Smash Bros. Series doesn't see as many new releases as other popular fighters, but Melee has managed to weather the release of 2 new entries. This all comes down to Melee's fast and tight combat, and its massive fan base who refuses to let it die. Melee is still being played at top-tier fighting game tournaments like EVO, taking a place alongside the most recent entry in the series, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Fans have even prayed for an HD re-release of the title for years, and simply want the game to remain exactly the same, but with a fresh coat of paint and online support. All of this from one of the GameCube's earliest releases. The dedication from this community alone has kept the GameCube alive over the years. Melee has also had an impact in keeping the GameCube controller around. The first model of the Nintendo Wii would have 4 GameCube controller ports built into the system. It not only let players use their GameCube controllers to play their GameCube games, but many Wii titles would also use it as well. The GameCube controller would even have a symbol on the back of Wii game cases if the title supported the GameCube controller. For the release of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Nintendo would release a GameCube adapter for the system. The accessory would plug directly into the console, and would only be used for Super Smash Bros. Nintendo released a brand new version of the GameCube controller to go along with it, swapping out the original logo for the Super Smash Bros. Logo. Today, the Nintendo Switch supports the GameCube adapter as well. Nintendo sneaked in adapter support through a system update, and as of now, no title has officially supported the adapter. Speculations, however, claim that it could be used for a new Super Smash Bros. Title, or even the re-release of classic GameCube games on the system. Speaking of classic games, the GameCube had a ton of them. Since online play for the 6th generation of consoles is gone and the DVD format is dead, the GameCube is on a more even level of features compared to the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Dreamcast. There's some quality third-party titles on the system. Sega really supported the GameCube with exclusive ports of its Sonic Adventure series, a few exclusive Monkey Ball titles, and new IPs like Billy Hatcher. Sega ported a lot of Dreamcast games to the system as well, including the beloved Skies of Arcadia. Sega would see a lot of success with the GameCube, and almost all of their multi-platform titles would see a release on the system. Namco, or as it would later become known as Namco Bandai, had success with the system as well. Not only would they release Baten Kaitos and their own take on the Star Fox series, but Bandai Namco would even release the JRPG mega hit Tales of Symphonia. Konami would remake Metal Gear Solid 1 on the GameCube, calling it the Twin Snakes. And of course, there was Capcom, who would become one of the most notable publishers for the system. While many of the games Capcom released on the GameCube would be ported to other consoles, their brief exclusivity helped pave the way for the system. The Capcom 5, or rather 4, made big news out of their exclusivity. Beautiful Joe spawned a brief but beloved series. Killer 7 would put its creator Suda51 on the map, and led to a bizarre but praised career. Resident Evil 1 would be remade for the GameCube, with a prequel called Resident Evil 0 coming out shortly after. Capcom ported Resident Evil 2 and 3 to the system too. Resident Evil 4 would become a milestone, not just for gaming, but Capcom as well. Not only would it be the GameCube's biggest third-party title, but it reinvigorated the franchise, and inspired multiple action and horror games for years to come. It wouldn't be a Nintendo system without Nintendo games, and the ones released for the GameCube are some of the best. Nintendo would branch out with the GameCube and create many new experimental IPs. Chibi Robo, despite its late release, was a creative idea that helped launch a brand new franchise. Pikmin would be a minor hit too. The series would really get off the ground after the 3rd title released on the Wii U. Pokemon had become a smash hit before the GameCube's release. The series never saw an RPG on the Nintendo 64, but the GameCube would get 2 of them, Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Neither title was exactly like its handheld counterparts, but it did a great job of translating the battles to 3D and featured interesting new regions to explore. Older Nintendo characters would receive new titles on the GameCube in completely different styles of gameplay. Kirby Air Ride would take the pink puffball and throw him into a racing game. Star Fox would become more like a Zelda game with Star Fox Adventures, and Donkey Kong would even have a few rhythm titles with the DK Bongos in the Donkey Konga series. The GameCube helped bring a lot of Japanese series to the West. I mentioned Super Smash Bros. Melee before, and 2 of the characters introduced in that game, Marth and Roy, were from the Fire Emblem series. The series had never seen an international release before. Thanks to their inclusion, Fire Emblem would receive its first international release on the Game Boy Advance, and the GameCube title, Fire Emblem: The Path of Radiance,
would bring the strategy series to American home consoles. The Advance Wars also saw an international release on the Game Boy Advance, and Battalion Wars would be the console spin-off for that series, first released on the GameCube. Animal Crossing was first released on the Nintendo 64 in Japan, but it would become a hit in America when it came out on the GameCube, featuring its own included memory card. I could go on and on about the great games on the Nintendo GameCube, but 3 titles in particular stand out to me when I look at the GameCube and the era of Nintendo it represents. The first is Super Mario Sunshine. Sunshine represents Nintendo's need to constantly innovate on old ideas. It would have been easy for Nintendo to just make a Super Mario 64 2. Instead, they came up with a new mechanic that completely changed the way the game was played. In return, the way the game was made became completely different as well. Movement in Super Mario Sunshine is the most important piece of design, and creating levels around that made the game better. The next title that I want to mention is The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The Wind Waker is a mostly normal Zelda adventure by modern series standards. You explore a massive world and the dungeons within it to save the day. It's a linear path to beat the game, and you have a pretty standard combat cycle. It has more in common with The Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time, the first 3D Zelda title, than any other game except for maybe Twilight Princess. What sets it apart is its art style. The cel-shaded graphics were seen as kiddie at first. Gamers at the time were furious that the series did not go with a more mature style and tone. However, The Wind Waker proved that a more cartoonish art style does not mean a game has to be dumbed down to its subject matter or designed for a younger audience. The team behind The Wind Waker made a game that has stood up to the test of time better than any other Zelda game before or after it. The risk that Nintendo took creating this title when fans were screaming for something different is impressive. Ultimately, we received the best result, as The Wind Waker is one of the greatest games of all time. Super Mario Sunshine showed that Nintendo didn't want to take the easy route, and The Wind Waker showed that they were willing to take risk. But Metroid Prime is perhaps the most important game ever made for the GameCube. Metroid is a loved series, and that was no different in the late 90s. Nintendo had struggled to translate the series to 3D. When Retro Studios, a recently founded developer that had been wrapped in scandal since its creation, took a crack at creating the first ever 3D Metroid game, anyone in their right mind would have been freaked out. The Metroid series was returning, but to many it looked like it wasn't going to be sticking around for long. The level of commitment and expertise behind Metroid Prime made it into one of the best games ever. Metroid Prime translated a 2D side-scrolling series into a first-person adventure game. Nintendo's faith in Retro may have come off as crazy before the release of Metroid Prime, but their guidance and leadership pushed it in the right direction. After all, it was Shigeru Miyamoto who suggested the transition into a first-person perspective, and all for the better. If I had to pick just one game that summed up the Nintendo GameCube, it would be Metroid Prime. It's a game that showed that Nintendo was willing to take risks on new and creative ideas, while shunning the lazy and easy options. It's the best example of why I love the Nintendo GameCube, and why I think it succeeded. Through this series, I've talked about the high and low points of the GameCube. The system never lived up to what Nintendo wanted, and it completely changed the company's view on games. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is about a lot of things. It's about the great games that were released on the system. It's the story of a competitive fighter that's still being played over 15 years after its release. It's the story of many great people who rose to the challenge during an era dominated by the PlayStation 2. But the story that sticks out most in all of this is that of Nintendo's. While I mentioned the other systems Nintendo had released during the GameCube era, none had quite the same effect on the company as the GameCube. The GameCube was the first time Nintendo had ever really lost. It wasn't just that it launched a console war, but it lost its way with the video game industry. They were no longer the center of the universe, and because of that, they were more creative and better game creators. The story of the Nintendo GameCube is one of improvement through failure, and how success is never something measured entirely by who gets the most or who crosses the finish line first. And that's a story I think we can all learn from.
Thank you so much for watching this video. This is the final part in a multi-part series covering the story of the Nintendo GameCube. Check out the previous episodes if you haven't already, and be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more content down the road. Share this video on your favorite social media websites so I can continue to create more content like this. I want to personally thank anybody who has already done these things, as well as gaming outlets like IGN and GameSpot for continuing to keep their older articles up, as well as investigative journalists like Emily Rogers, who have done a ton of great pieces on the development of the Nintendo GameCube. If you go down to the description box below, you can follow a link that will take you to an article where I discuss the making of this series, as well as some of the sources that I utilized to create it. Be sure to give them a read, as there's tons of great information about the development of the Nintendo GameCube there. I also want to thank my friends and family who have been supportive of me while I make this series, as well as anybody who has subscribed to the channel since these videos started rolling out. There's more content on the way, as I plan on continuing to do the Story Of series down the road. And once again, I want to thank you for checking out this video and series about the story of the Nintendo GameCube.
In 2015, Retro Gamer magazine asked readers to list their top 10 video games for the magazine's 150 Greatest Games of All Time feature. Coming in at number 1 on almost 20% of all ballots was Super Mario World. It was a landslide victory, and for good reason. Super Mario World not only showed off the new bells and whistles of the Super Nintendo, it redefined what Super Mario games could be. The goal was no longer to get the high score and defeat Bowser. It was to explore an entirely new world, finding hidden paths and secret levels. Mario had an arsenal of new power-ups, moves, and friends. But above all, the game gave players more freedom than ever before. Super Mario World is widely considered the apex of 2D platforming. But it was a masterpiece made under challenging circumstances. For the first time, new competition threatened Nintendo's position in the video game market. The Super Mario World development team had to learn new hardware, the 16-bit Super Famicom, or Super Nintendo, and they had to learn it quickly in order for the game to launch with the new console. The result was the best Super Mario game yet, and arguably, ever. It helped ensure Nintendo stayed competitive in a new, more powerful era of video games. This is the story of Super Mario World.
It's about time for the Famicom to start dropping off. I think people are getting tired of it. Hiroshi Yamauchi.
In the summer of 1988, Nintendo President Hiroshi Yamauchi made a stunning declaration. The Famicom era was coming to an end. Nintendo's Family Computer Console, or Famicom for short, was first released in Japan in July of 1983. By 1988, Nintendo had sold 12 million systems and untold millions of games, giving them a 90% share of the Japanese video game market. But Yamauchi had reason to be concerned. Sales of the Famicom had peaked in 1986 and were slowly dropping. In an exclusive interview with Japanese magazine Touch, Yamauchi expressed disappointment in the Famicom's recent sales numbers and admitted that the next generation of consoles had arrived. There was new competition in the video game market. In October of 1987, NEC, a massive electronics corporation, threw its hat in the ring with the PC Engine console. NEC boasted about the technological superiority of its system and planned to release a CD-ROM attachment in the future. The PC Engine appealed to teenagers and young adults. In just 2 months, NEC shipped more than 500,000 consoles. Nintendo was also keeping tabs on Sega. Sega was planning to launch their new console, the Mega Drive, in October of 1988. Sega boasted their new system would be capable of more than just playing video games. It would have a modem, a printer, and more. The Mega Drive was also the first 16-bit video game console. Sega proudly slapped a 16-bit label on their system. All of a sudden, Nintendo's 8-bit Famicom seemed underpowered and outdated. But Yamauchi had a surprise. In the interview with Touch magazine, he announced that Nintendo was shifting focus to their next-generation console, the 16-bit Super Famicom. Yamauchi had been teasing the system since 1987, not coincidentally, a month before NEC released the PC Engine. Now, in 1988, Yamauchi was ready to reveal more details, not coincidentally, a month before Sega released the Mega Drive. The news was more than an announcement. It was a warning for potential buyers. Don't waste your money. Nintendo's latest console will be available soon. The Super Famicom was much more powerful than its predecessor. It had a custom 16-bit CPU, more memory, a custom Sony sound chip, more than 32,000 colors to choose from, a higher max resolution, stereo sound, and more. But Yamauchi believed looking at only the technical aspects of a console was naive. The strength of a video game system was in the software, and the Super Famicom, he boasted, would allow developers to make games they'd never thought possible. Yamauchi revealed that Nintendo was currently prototyping several games themselves, and one of them was Super Mario Bros. 4. It was a surprising announcement, mainly because Nintendo hadn't even released Super Mario Bros. 3. Over the past summer, Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto and his team within Nintendo's Entertainment Analysis and Development Group were wrapping up Super Mario Bros. 3. Nintendo planned to release the game in October of 1988. Miyamoto considered Super Mario Bros. 3 the definitive Mario game on the Famicom, and the true sequel to the original Super Mario Bros. It was 10 times the size of the first game, with 8 massive worlds containing 90 levels and an array of new power-ups. Super Mario Bros. 3 also utilized a multi-memory controller chip on the cartridge that pushed the Famicom hardware to its limits. By the end of development, Miyamoto's team was exhausted. He believed they, quote, put everything they had into it. But there was no time to rest. The higher-ups at Nintendo gave the team a new directive. Make Super Mario Bros. 4 for the Super Famicom, and have it ready by launch. Making Super Mario Bros. 4 a launch title was a no-brainer for Nintendo. Super Mario Bros. Was easily the most popular series on the Famicom and its international counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System. Making a new Super Mario game for Nintendo's new 16-bit console was a surefire way to sell hardware. But with new hardware to learn and a tight deadline, the team needed more resources. So they grew in size, adding additional programmers, testers, and artists. They also brought back veterans. Of the 16-plus staff members assigned to Super Mario Bros. 4, 9 worked on Super Mario Bros. 3. Among them was Toshihiko Nakago. Nakago was a programmer from Systems Research and Development, or SRD, an independent development company with an office located conveniently inside Nintendo's Kyoto headquarters. Nakago served as the director of programming for Super Mario Bros. 4. Koji Kondo, who had written music for the series since its inception, returned to compose the music and sound effects. Hideki Kono and Katsuya Eguchi were once again in charge of maps and stage design. Then there was Shigeru Miyamoto. By 1988, Miyamoto was Nintendo's rock-star developer and chief software producer. And with the Super Famicom in development, his responsibilities increased dramatically. Along with consulting on the Super Famicom's console and controller design, Miyamoto had to work on 3 other upcoming games. So out of necessity, Miyamoto took a step back in his role as producer for Super Mario Bros. 4. He later recalled, "Basically, I stood by and watched closely. interjecting various ideas of my own here and there. And finally, Takashi Tezuka, an unsung hero of the Super Mario series, was put in charge of the Super Mario Bros. 4 project. Tezuka first joined Nintendo in 1984 as a designer, making instruction manuals and playing cards. But occasionally, artists got teamed up with game designers to work on projects. And one day, Tezuka got paired up with Shigeru Miyamoto. The two formed a powerful partnership. Together, they designed and developed the first Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, and more. During the development of Super Mario Bros. 3, Tezuka may have taken on too much work. Along with director duties, he also created character art and visuals for the game. Tezuka later admitted development didn't come together well. As a result, Nintendo delayed the release of Super Mario Bros. 3 by 6 months. Tezuka would not make the same mistake again. "I didn't think it was good to take on too much," he said. As the director of Super Mario Bros. 4, Tezuka focused on managing his staff and helping with the game's overall design. He delegated visuals to a new member of the team, Shigefumi Hino. Hino was a relative newcomer to Nintendo. It was only his second year at the company, and he had only worked on one other game, a sequel to Famicom Grand Prix F1 Race, and it never got released. Now, Hino was assigned to arguably Nintendo's most important project. He felt a ton of pressure, saying, "Super Mario Bros. 3 was really well made, so it was intimidating to know it would be compared to that. For that reason, I worried a lot over how we could present Super Mario in a fresh way." But luckily, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team had a much more powerful console to work with, the Super Famicom, and they were excited to try all the new bells and whistles. Head programmer Toshihiko Nakago was relieved he and his programmers no longer had to worry so much about hardware limitations, and Miyamoto thought it would be easier to create visuals with the new vast array of colors. The team also got some upgraded development tools. Up to that point, Mario levels were created by hand on graph paper, then transferred into a computer by programmers. Now the designers had software that allowed them to edit levels directly on the computer. Of course, there would be a learning curve with new tools and new hardware, so the Mario 4 team started with an experiment.
We ported Mario 3 to the Super Famicom as a hardware experiment, and even though the colors and sprites were more detailed, it was still the same game. We maybe realized that we couldn't just make the same game again. We had to create something new. So it was in that context that we talked about how to make the most use of the new hardware. Shigeru Miyamoto.
By now, Nintendo had solidified the Super Mario Bros. Formula. Mario games were about athleticism, running fast, jumping high, dodging obstacles, and stomping enemies. They were about friendliness to new players. Anyone could pick up a Mario game, figure it out, and have fun. And finally, Super Mario Bros. Was about freedom. If players wanted to blaze through a level without collecting a single coin, they could do it. If players wanted to take their time, use power-ups, and explore levels, they could do that too. People could play Super Mario Bros. However they wanted. Tezuka and Miyamoto believed this new Mario game should not change what made the series so special. Instead, Nintendo could perfect the concepts, add fun new elements to the game, and show off the latest technologies in the Super Famicom. It would give players the most complete Super Mario experience yet. Meanwhile, on November 21st, 1988, Nintendo revealed a prototype of the Super Famicom at their Kyoto headquarters. Representatives from more than 200 companies, including TV press, magazines, and newspaper reporters, were on hand to see the unveiling. Nintendo announced they would ship the Super Famicom by July of 1989, an extremely ambitious deadline. Nintendo also showed some early game demos, but notably absent was Super Mario Bros. 4. The development team was still trying to solidify the game. Along the way, they made constant changes. Early on, the Super Mario Bros. 3 influence was apparent. The graphical style, including Mario's sprite, was very similar. Many enemies looked identical to their Super Mario Bros. 3 counterparts. and the Koopaling bosses still occupied the castles. They also brought back familiar power-ups, like the raccoon suit for flying, and the world maps looked strikingly similar, albeit much larger. It may have looked too similar. Co-workers frequently commented, "It doesn't look all that different from the Famicom games." Tezuka took the criticism to heart and made some changes. Shigefumi Hino gave the sprites more detail. At one point, the team even experimented with a three-dimensional look, but they didn't stop there. Map director Hideki Kono also changed the world map considerably, clearly departing from the Mario 3 style. In addition to graphical upgrades, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team had to figure out how to show off the new features of the Super Famicom. The 16-bit console could do all sorts of neat tricks, like background scaling and rotation, and transparency effects. And as a launch title, Nintendo wanted Super Mario Bros. 4 to show off the new hardware. But Miyamoto was hesitant to throw in new things just for the sake of it. He said, "Just because we found something cool the hardware could do, something that made us go, whoa. If it ruined the balance or flow of the game, we didn't want to include it." The development team thoughtfully added new elements. Large sprites emphasized the Super in Super Famicom. Transparency effects in the water and on enemies immersed the player into the game. Scrolling backgrounds gave levels a sense of depth. Rotating platforms gave Mario new, challenging boss fights. In addition to the technological upgrades, the Super Mario Bros. 4 team also honed in on the core game design. Luckily, they had a wealth of player feedback at their disposal. On October 23, 1988, after 2.5 years in development, Super Mario Bros. 3 finally hit Japanese store shelves. The game received rave reviews and was the best-selling Famicom game for months. But Super Mario Bros. 3 wasn't the most friendly to new players. Miyamoto wanted to find a better balance with Super Mario Bros. 4. As a launch title, the game needed to appeal to players of all skill levels. So the team implemented a few features to make the game a bit easier. They added checkpoints to levels that made Mario big if he was small. In addition, the team added an item reserve box. In the previous game, Mario could stockpile power-ups and use them before entering levels. Now, Mario could bring extra power-ups into the level. If he got hit, or if players pressed select, the item would drop down automatically. By the summer of 1989, Super Mario Bros. 4 was starting to separate itself from the previous games, and the development team took it a step further by giving the game a new title. With a whole new world for Mario to explore, there could be no better name: Super Mario World. But everything changed when, not surprisingly, Nintendo decided to delay the release of the Super Famicom. There were a multitude of reasons. The Super Famicom hardware was, for the most part, ready to go. But there was a distinct lack of software. Nintendo was still working on launch titles. And although 21 companies had signed on to become third-party developers for the system, none of them had development kits yet. There was also a global chip shortage. A new generation of semiconductor and chip technology caused manufacturers to split their production capacity. That drove prices up considerably. Yamauchi hoped to keep the Super Famicom at a price point of around 20,000 yen, or around $150. However, with the chip shortage, the cost of the Super Famicom could shoot up beyond 30,000 yen, or around $225. And with the chip shortage, Nintendo maxed out its manufacturing capacity. At that time, Nintendo produced 3 million Famicoms and Nintendo Entertainment Systems per month. They were also dealing with stock shortages of their new handheld system, the Game Boy. Nintendo planned to launch the Game Boy in North America later that year. The stock shortages led one columnist to comment, "Why launch a competing product when you cannot cope with what you already have?" There was also still life left in the 8-bit Famicom. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a huge success, and NX's upcoming Dragon Quest IV was guaranteed to fly off store shelves. It was so popular that NX planned to release the game on the weekend, to prevent kids from skipping school to buy it. Yamauchi's early teasing of the Super Famicom seemed to have worked. In a Famitsu magazine survey, many readers claimed they would rather wait for the Super Famicom than buy a PC Engine. Although NEC's PC Engine was selling well, it was still nowhere near the reach of the Famicom, which was now in 1/3 of Japanese households. And Sega's 16-bit Mega Drive failed to make much of an impact. They had only sold 400,000 units up to that point. With the threat of competition dying down, there was simply no need to rush the Super Famicom's launch. So on July 28, 1989, Nintendo held a press conference at their Kyoto headquarters and announced they were delaying the Super Famicom for an entire year. But while the delay made headlines, there was more to share. Nintendo unveiled a new design of the Super Famicom, and for the first time, they previewed their most anticipated game, Super Mario World. But surprisingly, the reaction was mixed. While many publications were impressed by the technological advancements, they felt somewhat disappointed in the gameplay and graphics. Famitsu magazine commented that it looks to be the same as the previous Mario games. And Electronic Gaming Monthly, a US publication getting early scoops on games from Japan, stated Super Mario World was not as graphically impressive as Nintendo's other upcoming games. But this would not deter Takashi Tezuka, Shigeru Miyamoto, and the rest of the Super Mario World team. The delay of the Super Famicom turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With another year of development at their disposal, there was plenty more to add that would turn Super Mario World into one of the greatest platformers of all time. With the Super Famicom delayed until the fall of 1990, the Super Mario World team had an extra year to work on the game. For Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka, there was a chance to refine the game's balance. How could the development team ensure both newcomers and veterans got the most out of Super Mario? And how could they give these players more freedom to play the game in their own way? The team often met late into the night, discussing potential ideas. But one idea unearthed a wealth of possibilities.
I think great video games are like favorite playgrounds, places you become attached to and go back to again and again. Wouldn't it be great to have a whole drawer full of playgrounds right at your fingertips? Shigeru Miyamoto.
Miyamoto and Tezuka found their playground with the world map. Nintendo first introduced a world map to the Super Mario series with Super Mario Bros. 3. It allowed players to choose what levels they wanted to play to reach the end. However, it was still a fairly linear experience to get to Bowser and save the princess. The development team initially carried this concept over to Super Mario World, but besides some updated visuals, it was functionally the same. But what if the world map was more than just a map? Miyamoto said, "We were thinking that players should be able to play with the map itself." So the map got a complete overhaul. Mario had a whole new world to explore, Dinosaur Land, and players were free to explore Dinosaur Land how they wished. Rather than having 8 separate worlds, Dinosaur Land was one massive area with interconnecting regions. Players could backtrack and replay levels, or explore new areas of the map. The development team filled the map with secret levels and hidden paths. This gave players new ways to experience the game. For example, players could find a secret passage to Bowser's castle quickly, or take their time and play through all the levels in order. And beating Bowser was no longer the end of the game. There were 96 exits players could find throughout Dinosaur Land's 74 levels. Sometimes Mario found a secret pipe that led to a new exit. Other times, a key opened up a new pathway on the map. Players might find an area that they previously thought was unreachable. The development team provided clues to help the player find these secret exits. For example, levels that flashed red had multiple exits. Visual clues like a notch on the cliffside or a pipe off the beaten path might mean a nearby secret. And thanks to a save battery on the cartridge, players could take their time to find all the exits. A number on the main menu let players know their progress. But the changes to the world map were not just about levels and secrets. They also brought balance to the game. For many games, developers would add an easy mode or hard mode to the main menu to change the difficulty. But Miyamoto was not a fan of this design choice. Instead, he wanted players to adjust the difficulty as they played. So the director of programming, Toshihiko Nakago, came up with an idea: dotted line blocks. The idea started from a simple addition. The team wanted to try new block types and levels. From there, it evolved into much more. Throughout levels, players came across various colored dotted lines. When the player found the corresponding switch palace on the map, the blocks activated. It made levels easier by providing a new platform for Mario to jump on, or providing power-ups. If players wanted to make the game harder, they could ignore the switch palaces. Dinosaur Land now resembled a board game. There were 9 unique areas to explore, like Forest of Illusion, Twin Bridges, and Star World. And many regions were named after food, like Donut Plains, Vanilla Dome, and Chocolate Island. With a new map and unique regions for Mario to explore, character designer Shigefumi Hino saw an opportunity to update many of the game's visuals. Mario got a makeover with back pockets on his overalls, an emblem on his hat, and improved shadows. Miyamoto specifically requested Mario have white in his eyes. Hino complied with the request, but left Mario with tiny black eyes when he was small. He thought it gave Mario more character. Hino also added small details. Mario flashed a peace sign when he finished a level. When Mario lost a life, a look of horror swept over his face. But Hino didn't stop with Mario. Many classic enemies, including Goombas, Lakitus, and Drybones, got a new look. Koopa Troopas changed significantly. Previously, Koopa Troopas acted like turtles, slowly moving around levels. Now, Koopa Troopas walked upright. Mario could bounce them out of their shell, revealing a vulnerable little reptile in its underwear. Some would even try to recover their shells or kick them at Mario. Along with classic enemies, Hino and Tezuka came up with new ones. Among them was Wiggler, a volatile caterpillar, Chargin' Chuck, a football-playing Koopa that took 3 hits to take down, and Rip Van Fish, a sleepy fish who excitedly chased Mario when he woke up. And what was Dinosaur Land without a few dinosaurs? There was Rex, who required 2 stomps to take down. Dino Rhino, a large nearsighted enemy who turned into a dino torch if you stomped on him. Reznor, a fire-breathing triceratops that guarded several fortresses. And Blarg, a massive dinosaur who lurked beneath the lava, waiting for Mario to pass by. But not every dinosaur was an enemy. In fact, one new friend would forever change the Super Mario series. For the past 5 years, Shigeru Miyamoto had a sketch of Mario riding a dinosaur taped up at his desk. He had wanted to implement the idea since the first Super Mario Bros. Game. The team tried to add it to Super Mario Bros. 3, but technical limitations prevented them. But with the more powerful 16-bit Super Famicom, there was hope. Tezuka noticed the sketch again and decided to give it a shot. He took the idea to character designer Shigefumi Hino and asked him to draw a dinosaur that Mario could ride like a horse. Hino's first idea came out looking like a crocodile. Tezuka made some suggestions. The dinosaur should be smaller, cuter, and related to the Koopa Troopas. Hino made modifications, and, over time, the character's final form took shape. A green dinosaur with a shell on its back that doubled as a saddle. Tezuka recalled that, quote, he turned into quite the cute character. As a placeholder, they named the character Yoshi, a nickname of Mie Yoshimura, an artist on staff. But the name stuck. Riding Yoshi was a fun new way to explore levels because he offered more than just transportation. Yoshi could eat enemies or grab hard-to-reach items, help Mario jump extra high, and traverse rough terrain. Yoshi could also gain new powers. For example, with the different colored Koopa shells, Yoshi could breathe fire, temporarily fly, or stomp the ground. In addition, he could eat berries scattered around levels to earn more time, power-ups, and coins. Yoshi also provided Mario with a free hit. When an enemy hit Mario, Yoshi would run away, but the player had an opportunity to get Yoshi back. The team also added adorable baby Yoshis in various colors. Mario could feed the Yoshi's enemies to make them grow up, and each colored Yoshi had specific traits when they gobbled up Koopa shells. Essentially, Yoshi was a new, robust power-up for Mario to use on his journey. The development team brought back old power-ups as well. There were the usuals, the Super Mushroom to make Mario big, a Fire Flower that let Mario shoot fireballs, and a Superstar that granted temporary invincibility. The development team initially brought back the Super Leaf, which turned Mario into a raccoon and allowed him to fly temporarily. But with all the other changes happening, they thought they could do better. So they experimented with a few ideas, such as wings, before finally settling on a cape. The cape, acquired by picking up a feather, worked similarly to the raccoon suit. Players could hit enemies with it and, after a brief runoff, could temporarily fly. But it offered so much more. Players had more control mid-flight, and by rocking back and forth, they could stay in the air much longer. Mario could also attack enemies from above. It was the most intricate power-up in the series thus far. The development team constantly tinkered with the cape controls. Many test players found it too difficult at first. And thanks to the extra buttons available on the Super Famicom controller, Mario also had a new move: the spin jump. By pressing the A button, Mario could destroy blocks from above, bounce off obstacles, and stomp enemies. The development team even utilized the shoulder L and R buttons on the new controller. It allowed the player to scroll the screen forward or backward slightly. In previous Super Mario games, certain levels required players to take a blind leap of faith. Now, players could scout out what was ahead before making a decision. Super Mario World was finally coming into its own. The development team overhauled almost everything. A new world, new enemies, new friends, new minigames, and new power-ups. And to complement everything were the brilliant compositions and sound effects from composer Koji Kondo. Since the beginning, Kondo had worked on the Super Mario Bros. Series, composing the memorable original theme. While working on Super Mario Bros. 3, he composed a plethora of new music with a distinct reggae vibe and a ton of percussion. But after completing the project, Kondo thought he may have composed too much music. As a result, he felt like each song made less of an impact. Kondo's favorite songs were ones with beautiful melodies. He felt they left a more profound impression on people. So, with Super Mario World, he wanted to focus on one melody and incorporate it into multiple songs. But due to the new hardware, he found the work, quote, 100 times more difficult. Kondo had to make all the sound samples himself and learn new software tools. But he quickly realized the Super Famicom allowed him to do so much more with the music. The 8-bit Famicom only had 5 audio channels and was limited to electronic sounds. But the Super Famicom had 8 dedicated sound channels and supported samples and sound effects from all kinds of instruments. As a result, Kondo got to completely rethink what game music could be. Kondo used a variety of instruments for both the music and sound effects. It resulted in a rich, warm sound unlike anything players had ever heard before in a Super Mario game. Players heard Kondo's catchy melody throughout the game. The above-ground music made the melody sound bright and fun. In contrast, the Fortress music gave the melody a sinister, mysterious vibe. Kondo added a few subtle musical cues too. When Mario found Yoshi, a new percussion track kicked in over top the music. Kondo even added a reverb effect to the sounds while Mario was underground, adding to the level's atmosphere. And with the additional memory in the Super Famicom, Kondo was able to compose a title song for the game, a first for the Super Mario series. By the summer of 1990, 2 years after development started, Super Mario World was mostly complete. Tezuka and his team felt they had taken the concepts that made the series so special, freedom, athleticism, friendliness, and perfected them. It was a massive, side-scrolling 2D platformer. Nintendo packed everything into a 4 megabit cartridge, an impressive feat considering all the new graphics and sound. On the game's packaging, Nintendo added Super Mario Bros. 4 as a subtitle, reminding players that this was a continuation of the beloved series from the Famicom. Super Mario World was the quintessential launch title. It showcased the hardware's new technologies, while at the same time, providing fans of the series comfort and familiarity. In many ways, it embodied the Super Famicom. The primary colors of the console, red, green, blue, and yellow, were found throughout the game. In Koopa shells, Yoshis, and even on the game's box art. Shigefumi Hino, who had been nervous even to start development, felt that they had perfected the genre. I felt like, with Super Mario World, we had done everything we could with a side-scrolling jumping game, he said. With development finished, all that was left was for Nintendo to release the Super Famicom. Ever since Nintendo announced the delay of the system a year earlier, the company had been mostly silent. But on June 21st, 1990, they finally had an update. The Super Famicom was coming out on November 21st, 1990. On August 28th and 29th, Nintendo held a Shoshinkai trade show at the Harumi International Exhibition Center in Tokyo. There were now 33 developers making games for the Super Famicom. Many of the companies were at the show to demonstrate their upcoming games. But all eyes were on Nintendo. For the first time, they premiered the final version of the Super Famicom. The system would cost 25,000 yen, or around $170, and come with 2 controllers. To keep the price down, Nintendo didn't include any cables or power adapters. Nintendo also premiered their 2 launch titles. The first was F-Zero, an ultra-fast arcade racing game. It showcased one of the Super Famicom's new technologies, Mode 7, which gave a faux 3D effect. The second game was Super Mario World. Nintendo set up 10 Super Famicom stations at the trade show so attendees could try out the new games. 8 of them were dedicated to Super Mario World. People packed the booth for the entire show. The media was impressed by all the latest changes to the game. Electronic Gaming Monthly called it the premier piece of software shipping with the Super Famicom. The hype for Super Mario World and the Super Famicom was bigger than ever. Nintendo received 1.5 million pre-orders for their new console from wholesalers. With so many pre-orders, Nintendo worried that launch day might be a little chaotic. So they encouraged retailers to implement a reservation system when selling the Super Famicom. One store had so many reservation requests, they held a lottery and sent out postcards to the winners. 2 years after announcing the system, Nintendo was finally ready to enter the next generation, and for the first time, they were launching a new console with real competition in the market. In the early morning of November 20th, Nintendo loaded 100 trucks with boxes of Super Famicom consoles, along with F-Zero and Super Mario World cartridges. In an event dubbed Operation Midnight Shipping, Nintendo sent out their newest console and games in the dead of night, hoping to ward off thieves. And on the morning of November 21st, 1990, the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were officially on store shelves in Japan. Launch day was a mixed bag. The Haku Hinkan Toy Park store, which didn't take reservations, had a massive line outside the entrance. The store sold Super Famicoms on a first-come, first-served basis. As a result, many customers left without a console. But other stores, like the Odakyu department store, were relatively calm. The store issued reservation tickets 6 weeks ahead of time, anticipating that kids would play hooky to get the system. The store sold 1,500 Super Famicoms on launch day. But the biggest issue was the lack of stock. Although Nintendo had 1.5 million pre-orders, they could only ship 300,000 consoles. Many smaller stores, particularly mom-and-pop shops, didn't receive any consoles. Some stores took advantage of the shortage by offering the Super Famicom bundled with software at a marked-up price. Retailers accused Nintendo of stalling production to create a false shortage and drive up demand. Nintendo responded by promising to increase their manufacturing capacity in 1991. Despite the issues, the Super Famicom was a hit. According to a report from Nintendo, the initial stock of 300,000 consoles sold out in just 3 days. And Super Mario World was the crown jewel of the system.
To put it simply, it's everything a game should be. Challenging, frustrating, rewarding, and most important of all, unbelievably addictive. I'm still nursing an injured finger from a weekend solid, and I mean solid, play. If you've got a Super Famicom, this is as essential as the power supply. Julian Jazz Rignall, Mean Machines.
Super Mario World received rave reviews from the press. Famitsu magazine gave the game a score of 34 out of 40. They wrote, "The Mario series repeatedly powers up, and this may surprise some players, but I felt a lot of power in this entry. It feels like it has 3 times the ideas without impacting any of the fundamentals that make Mario games so much fun." But even with all the praise, some reviewers came away slightly disappointed. They expected more from Nintendo's new 16-bit console. One reviewer considered the game a bit stale compared to Super Mario Bros. 3. Others found the extra controls challenging to learn. None of that stopped customers from scooping up Super Mario World. Many people bought the game even without owning a Super Famicom. By February of 1991, Nintendo had sold 750,000 copies of Super Mario World, despite only selling 600,000 Super Famicom consoles. Super Mario Mania, once again, swept over Japan. A new wave of Super Mario merchandise, including plushies and toys, hit store shelves. Bandai released Super Mario World, Mario and Yoshi's Adventure Land, an interactive anime compatible with Bandai's Terabiko toy phone. There were cross-promotions with food and beverage companies, including McDonald's. There were mangas based on the game, such as the Super Mario-kun series. Nintendo and Warner Pioneer released the game's soundtrack on CD, featuring new jazz arrangements of Koji Kondo's music. Konami even released a gambling machine, Mario Roulette, based on the minigame in Super Mario World. The Super Famicom and Super Mario World were a success. Nintendo hit its goal of selling 3 million consoles within a year by August of 1991, 3 months ahead of time. And in total, Nintendo would sell 3.5 million copies of Super Mario World in Japan, making it the second best-selling game on the Super Famicom. By 1992, the Super Famicom overtook NEC's PC Engine in sales, cementing Nintendo as the top dog in the Japanese video game market. But when it came time to bring the Super Famicom and Super Mario World over to North America, things wouldn't be so easy. When Nintendo first revealed the Super Famicom in November of 1988, sales of the 8-bit Famicom were declining. But its North American counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System, was setting sales records. In 1988, Nintendo of America sold 7 million NES consoles and more than 40 million games. For the second year in a row, the NES was the #1 toy in the United States. The country had Nintendo fever.
If you haven't heard about the Nintendo Entertainment System, odds are you've either just awakened from a 2-year sleep or you don't have a child under the age of 14. Nintendo is simply the toy of the late 80s, a marketing phenomenon every bit as remarkable as the Cabbage Patch Kids craze a few years back. Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
1989 looked to be another banner year for Nintendo of America. But just like in Japan, there would be new contenders in the market. At the 1989 Summer Consumer Electronics Show in Chicago, Sega introduced the Genesis, the North American version of the Mega Drive. NEC brought the PC Engine over as the TurboGrafx 16. And the hot buzzword of the show was bits. To the general public, more bits meant better video games. The TurboGrafx 16 was technically an 8-bit console, but sported dual 16-bit graphics chips, and NEC marketed the console as a 16-bit system. Sega boasted that the Genesis was the only true 16-bit system, and promised arcade-quality graphics, stereo sound, and unsurpassed gameplay. With NEC and Sega bringing in more powerful consoles, it begged the question: where was Nintendo's 16-bit system? Officially, Nintendo said it had no plans to launch a 16-bit console in North America. During their presentation at the Summer CES show, Nintendo played a video hosted by a costumed Mario that showcased the NES and Game Boy. Mario tried to convince the audience that 16-bit consoles were not the future of video games, and that the NES was plenty powerful. The press called it propaganda. But while Nintendo of America feigned disinterest in 16 bits, video game magazines were picking up news on the Super Famicom from Japan. Video game magazines had seen a resurgence in the past year thanks to a booming video game industry. Nintendo even had a magazine, Nintendo Power, with an estimated 1.2 million subscribers. Nintendo carefully chose what to cover and what to keep up its sleeve, and it wanted to keep the Super Famicom up its sleeve. But other magazines didn't have those restrictions, and regularly looked to Japan for the latest video game news and rumors. There was GamePro, Video Games and Computer Entertainment, and Game Players. But by far, the magazine with the most coverage of Japan was Electronic Gaming Monthly, or EGM. In their very first issue from May of 1989, the magazine revealed the Super Famicom, calling it the most incredible game system ever seen. In their second issue, EGM had full-color photos of the Super Famicom prototype, along with the first mention of a new Super Mario game, Super Mario Bros. 4. It couldn't have made Nintendo happy. Super Mario Bros. 2 hadn't even been out for a year in North America, and Nintendo was spending 1989 hyping up Super Mario Bros. 3, due to come out in early 1990. By the fall of 1989, Nintendo of America could no longer deny that a 16-bit machine was in the works. Vice President of Marketing Peter Main confirmed the Super Famicom was real and coming to Japan. But he stopped short of announcing a North American release. Instead, Main affirmed that the company wanted to wring every last megabyte of power from the Nintendo Entertainment System before jumping into the 16-bit generation. In other words, any announcement of a new 16-bit system would cut into Nintendo of America's sales. But that didn't stop the press from talking about the Super Famicom and Super Mario Bros. 4. Electronic Gaming Monthly repeatedly brought over the latest news from Japan. In issue 4, they confirmed Super Mario Bros. 4 was now called Super Mario World and showed the game's first screenshots. Despite the whisperings of a 16-bit console, Nintendo of America had another record year in 1989. They sold an astonishing 9 million NES consoles. For the third year in a row, the NES was the #1 selling toy. In addition, Nintendo's new Game Boy handheld, introduced in August of 1989, sold around 1 million units in less than 6 months. And despite the new competition, Nintendo still controlled about 80% of the $4 billion video game market. And 1990 looked like another big year. Nintendo of America was preparing to launch their highly anticipated new game, Super Mario Bros. 3. The company spent the past year hyping up the game with teasers and early releases on the PlayChoice 10 arcade cabinet. The game was even in a Hollywood film, The Wizard. In January of 1990, Nintendo Power had an article about the making of Super Mario Bros. 3, featuring a write-up on Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. The article briefly mentioned that Miyamoto was working on games for the Super Famicom, including Super Mario Bros. 4. But that wasn't all. In the mailbag section, a reader noted he read about the Super Famicom in other magazines and wondered why Nintendo Power had not talked about it more. The magazine replied that the Super Famicom wasn't even out in Japan. They only wanted to provide information that was, quote, timely and accurate. Nintendo Power now had a subscriber base of almost 2 million. This was their first acknowledgement of the Super Famicom and Super Mario World. With the hype of Super Mario Bros. 3 dying down, a new hype emerged for Nintendo's next console and Super Mario game. And those other magazines kept the hype train moving. Rumors swirled about what the Super Famicom would look like in North America, and when exactly it was coming. One rumor suggested that the Super Famicom was actually a more powerful 32-bit system. Another report claimed that Nintendo planned to call the new system SFX in North America. There was even gossip that the Super Famicom would come to North America as an attachment to the NES. By the fall of 1990, it seemed like Nintendo was tired of the rumors and speculation. In September, Nintendo Power published a blurb on the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, along with screenshots of Super Mario World. They also took a jab at other publications, asking readers to stick with Nintendo Power for, quote, hard facts and not wimpy rumors. But Electronic Gaming Monthly also covered the unveiling of the Super Famicom in Japan, and much more extensively. Their November issue had a multi-page preview of the console, Super Mario World, and other upcoming games. Still, with all the previews, rumors, and speculation, no one outside of Nintendo knew when the Super Famicom and Super Mario World were coming stateside. But 1990 proved to be a defining year for Nintendo of America. The company had another record-breaking year with $3.4 billion in sales. Nintendo now controlled 87% of the video game market. Super Mario Bros. 3 was a colossal hit, selling 7.5 million copies and grossing more than $400 million. At the time, it was the best-selling standalone video game ever. Nintendo also sold 3.2 million Game Boys, along with 9 million games. But despite all the accolades, Nintendo also saw problems. The Nintendo Entertainment System was saturating the market. 1 in 4 households owned an NES, and in homes with children aged 10 to 14, almost 100% owned an NES. For the first time in North America, NES sales declined, down to 7.2 million units, and the company's projections for 1991 were even lower. Nintendo estimated they would only sell 4.5 million NES systems. There was also the threat of competitors, particularly Sega. Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi once stated that Sega was not a legitimate contender in the US market. But that had changed. By the end of 1990, Sega had sold around 1.5 million Genesis consoles and had an 80% share of the 16-bit market. The company expected to sell even more consoles in 1991. The public was ready for the next generation. According to Sega, 60% of Genesis owners were Nintendo fans who traded up. A Rand Youth poll revealed that one of the most requested items on a teenage boy's wish list was a new video game system, despite 90% of the participants already owning a system.
The venerable NES is finally showing its age. Compared with its competition, the NES offers inferior sound and fuzzy graphics. In Japan, buyers are being treated to Nintendo's Super Famicom, an awesome new game machine, but no plans have been made for the US debut of this system. Come on, Nintendo, how about equal rights for American buyers? Dennis Lynch, Chicago Tribune.
Nintendo of America saw the writing on the wall. It was time to enter the 16-bit generation. In January of 1991, less than 2 months after the Super Famicom hit stores in Japan, Nintendo of America officially confirmed that the Super Famicom was coming to North America. At the 1991 Winter Consumer Electronics Show, attendees waited in line for 20 minutes to see a demonstration of the system. Nintendo showed previews of a few games, including Pilot Wings and F-Zero. But the biggest hit was Super Mario World. One reporter said it looked like, quote, the best Mario game yet. Nintendo of America's Peter Main predicted the Super Famicom would go on sale in the United States by the second half of 1991. Nintendo wanted to have more software available before launching. To entice developers and compete with Sega, Nintendo removed their exclusivity agreement. The Super Famicom would have a new design and, eventually, a new name in North America: the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo predicted it would sell 2 million consoles by the end of 1991. But selling the 16-bit system would be much more challenging in the United States than in Japan. In Japan, the economy was booming. Nintendo was selling Super Famicoms faster than they could make them. And this was despite a shrinking consumer base. Since the mid-1970s, Japan's birth rate had declined, and the average family had 1.5 children. The result? As one analyst explained, fewer children are surrounded by more rich adults, and that means that the money spent on each child increases. But in the United States, the situation was much different. The country was in the tail end of a recession. War in the Middle East more than doubled oil prices. The failure of many savings and loan institutions hit the lending market hard. More than 1.8 million people were added to unemployment. Because of this, consumers were spending less and saving money wherever possible. So when Nintendo announced a $200 video game system that was not compatible with NES games, many parents were outraged. In the United States, the average family spent $225 on toys per child. Almost all of it would have to go to the Super Nintendo. When a reporter asked a mother of 3 if she was going to buy a Super Nintendo for her kids, she exclaimed, "No way. We're not shoving the old Nintendo in the closet. I've got $700 invested in that baby." A father from California called it immoral. The press jumped on the controversy, claiming the Super Nintendo would make the Nintendo Entertainment System obsolete. Nintendo had to do some serious damage control. They argued that adding backward compatibility would make the Super Nintendo even more expensive. They also insisted they were not abandoning the Nintendo Entertainment System. The NES, they claimed, was an entry-level system for people not wanting the latest graphics, sound, or challenge. It was a cassette tape, and the Super Nintendo was a CD, a console for the veteran player who had gotten their full enjoyment out of the NES. But it wasn't just the Super Nintendo. Parents blamed Nintendo for their child's lower school grades and eye strain, and claimed the games were too violent. Nintendo was also accused of monopolizing the industry. The company had been hit with multiple antitrust lawsuits, and for the past year, the FTC had investigated Nintendo over antitrust violations such as price fixing. Nintendo denied any wrongdoing. but settled the case and agreed to send out up to $25 million worth of rebates to customers. The rebate took the form of a $5 coupon that consumers could only use to buy more Nintendo games. But industry insiders were skeptical that people would ditch Nintendo completely. As one writer put it, Nintendo may have a tough time, but kids still tend to get what they want. That was true. Some kids couldn't wait and had already imported the Super Famicom from Japan. Plus, Nintendo had arguably the biggest weapon of all: Super Mario. Super Mario Bros. 3's success catapulted Mario into another stratosphere. According to his Q-score, a measurement of popularity among brands and celebrities, Mario was now more popular among children than Mickey Mouse. There were more than 300 licensed Mario products in the United States, worth $200 million in annual sales. There was a Saturday morning cartoon, a breakfast cereal, and even a planned feature film, with rumors that Danny DeVito would play the leading role. If anything could help convince consumers to pick up a new console, it was a Super Mario game. Back in 1986, when Nintendo launched the NES nationwide, they released a version bundled with Super Mario Bros. It played a significant role in driving sales. It seemed like a no-brainer to do it again for the Super Nintendo. On June 1st, 1991, Nintendo officially unveiled the newly designed Super Nintendo Entertainment System at the summer CES show in Chicago.
The big guy in the home video game market has finally caught up with the pack. You're looking at Nintendo's much-awaited 16-bit home system, the Super NES. It's a big step forward for Nintendo fans: better sound, better graphics, and much more sophisticated play.
This is positioned for the true heavy user who wants that next level of play experience, not for everybody.
Nintendo set up multiple Super Nintendo stations at their booth, where attendees could try out Mario's latest adventure and other upcoming titles. The system was scheduled to launch on September 9th, 1991, and come bundled with the latest Mario game, Super Mario World. But while Nintendo touted the Super Nintendo in Super Mario World, their competitor, Sega, had an ace up their sleeve: Sonic the Hedgehog. Sega came up with the character to compete against the Super Mario juggernaut. The company first announced their speedy new video game back at the winter CES show and was ready to launch the game to retail stores. Sonic the Hedgehog received high praise from the press. Video Games and Computer Entertainment declared, "At last, Sega has their own Mario." And Sega had one more surprise in store. The Sega Genesis was getting a price cut, down to $150, and would come bundled with Sonic the Hedgehog. The company knew the battle between Sonic and Mario would be critical in the 16-bit market, and Sega was not going to play around. They now controlled 90% of the 16-bit market and had a 2-year head start on Nintendo. Sega president Tom Kalinske shrugged off the Super Nintendo, claiming Nintendo would have to play catch-up with Sega. While Nintendo hoped to have around 18 games by Christmas, Sega would have more than 100, and for the second half of 1991, Sega had a $15 million advertising budget. After Sega announced their new Sonic the Hedgehog console bundle, sales surged. For the first time, Nintendo of America had legitimate competition in the video game market. But they hoped Super Mario could save the day. On Wednesday, August 21st, 1991, a Toys R Us store in Cerritos, California opened a shipment box from Nintendo. Inside was their new 16-bit console, the Super Nintendo. The system arrived almost 3 weeks ahead of time. Over the next few days, stores around the country started receiving shipments. Soon, the word got out. The Super Nintendo was here. The Super Nintendo launched with F-Zero, Pilot Wings, and the bundled game, Super Mario World. Praise for Mario's latest adventure poured in from magazines, newspapers, and school playgrounds. Electronic Gaming Monthly gave the game a score of 36 out of 40, calling it easily the best Mario adventure yet. And Video Games and Computer Entertainment called it by far the best installment in the Mario saga. But some critics expected more from Super Mario World. Entertainment Weekly claimed Nintendo was beating a dead Koopa, and that Mario was doing, quote, all the things he's been doing for the past 5 years. But it didn't seem to bother anyone else who played Super Mario World. It was Mario at his finest. Nintendo backed the Super Nintendo launch with a massive $25 million advertising blitz. The September 1991 issue of Nintendo Power made its way to 2 million mailboxes across the country, with Super Mario World featured on the cover. Inside was a 16-page guide featuring maps, items, enemies, tips, and more. Nintendo invaded televisions as well. There were commercials with a jazzy new slogan, "Now you're playing with power, super power." And NBC aired a new Super Mario World cartoon on Saturday mornings. Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo even made their way into grocery stores. There were cross-promotions with Pepsi, Kool-Aid, Shasta Soda, and Kraft Mac and Cheese. Nintendo also released Mario Mania, a 150-plus page guide all about Nintendo's hero, including a Super Mario World strategy guide. By October, Nintendo sold more than 500,000 Super Nintendo consoles and was on track to sell 2 million by the end of the year. But the demand for the Super Nintendo was not as high as it was in Japan. Some stores sold out quickly. A manager at Electronics Boutique in Greenville, South Carolina commented, "If we got 50 in tomorrow, we'd have 50 sold." But in other areas, the Super Nintendo was easy to find. One reporter in Detroit called 8 local Toys R Us stores, and all 8 had the system in stock. Nintendo could blame Sega for the lack of Super Nintendo craze. The Genesis was cheaper, had more games, and offered backward compatibility with Master System games via an adapter. And Sega was more than willing to pit Sonic against Mario. Their commercials featured the games side by side. The message was simple: Mario is old and slow. Sonic is fast and cool. Sega also launched the Sega World Tour, traveling to shopping malls around the country to let people try Sonic the Hedgehog in Super Mario World. According to Sega, 88% of the participants preferred Sonic.
House-to-house fighting continues unabated. War drums beat along the shores of Lake Michigan and bugles blare west of the Rockies. The martial music of the Silicon Samurais harks from the east. The question is no longer if there will be a video game war, but rather who will win it. Arnie Katz, Video Games and Computer Entertainment.
The launch of the Super Nintendo and Super Mario World officially signaled the beginning of one of the greatest battles in video game history, the console wars. Sega and Nintendo duked it out for control of the 1991 holiday season. In the end, both companies claimed victory. Nintendo claimed it sold 2.1 million Super Nintendo units. Sega disputed the figure, claiming it was closer to 1.4 million. Meanwhile, Sega claimed it sold every system it could make in 1991, 1.6 million units. Nintendo argued it was closer to 1 million units. Nintendo knew they were in for a long war. So in January, they slashed the price of the Super Nintendo to $180. By the summer, Nintendo cut the price again to $150. That same year, Nintendo expanded their 16-bit territory by launching the Super Nintendo in Australia and Europe, bundled with Super Mario World. The game once again received glowing reviews. The fight between Sega and Nintendo would drag on for years. Both companies attempted to one-up each other with new and exciting games, hardware attachments, and peripherals. Children would argue on playgrounds and in classrooms, and declare their allegiance to Sega or Nintendo. For Nintendo, Super Mario World remained a key weapon in the console wars. It was bundled with the Super Nintendo for years. And Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi's declaration that the strength of a console was in the games rang true. The Super Nintendo's strong software library paid dividends. In the end, Nintendo would come out on top of the 16-bit console wars. Super Mario World was released during what many consider the best years of the franchise. In January of 1992, Nintendo Power reported that for each Nintendo system, the NES, Game Boy, and Super NES, the #1 game was a Super Mario game. When the Super Nintendo first launched, Nintendo's vice president of marketing, Peter Main, commented that the system was evolutionary, not revolutionary. The same could be said about Super Mario World. Mario's 16-bit debut did not significantly change the Mario formula, and many reviewers took issue with that. But Super Mario World did perfect the formula, and today, Super Mario World is widely considered a masterpiece. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto admitted he was happy with how the game turned out, but he felt that he was only scratching the surface of what video games could become. In a 1995 interview, he said, "I joined Nintendo because I wanted to create a product that people would talk about and remember, and that's what I want to do in the future too. Create something that will make an impact on the world." Over the next several years, Miyamoto would experiment with new, cutting-edge technologies on the Super Nintendo. And for Nintendo's next console, codenamed Project Reality, Miyamoto would bring the Super Mario series to the third dimension, giving Mario more freedom than ever before. But even with new advancements in technology, Super Mario World stayed with him. Miyamoto would later confess in an interview with USA Today that Super Mario World was one of his favorite Mario games. It was the culmination of everything that made the series great. But more importantly, Miyamoto was proud that it launched the careers of several of his co-workers. Director of Programming Toshihiko Nakago would continue to program countless games for Nintendo. Today, he is the president and CEO of the company he had been programming for years, Systems Research and Development. Level director Katsuya Eguchi would direct his first game, Star Fox, in 1993. Star Fox utilized new technology that pushed the Super Nintendo hardware to its limit. In 2001, he created Animal Forest, later known as Animal Crossing, which gave players their own world to explore. Today, he's a deputy general manager at Nintendo. Map director Hideki Kono would direct one of the best-selling games on the Super Nintendo, Super Mario Kart. Today, he is in charge of the mobile game division at Nintendo. Composer Koji Kondo continued to compose music for Nintendo, and still does today. He has written some of the most memorable tunes in video game history. Shigefumi Hino worked as a character designer for several more years before getting to tackle his own game, the quirky strategy game Pikmin for the GameCube. But Hino's most significant success may have been Yoshi. Yoshi was a hit with women and children, and Nintendo quickly realized they could do more with the character. Yoshi started getting his own line of games, and in 1995 he even starred in a spin-off of the Super Mario series, Yoshi's Island. It's no surprise that the cute green dinosaur is now a staple of the Mario franchise. Hino is still with Nintendo, working as a designer and planner. Director Takashi Tezuka would be heavily involved in just about every future Mario and Zelda game. Today, he is an executive officer in Nintendo's game development division. Over the years, his game design philosophy has remained consistent.
I want to make games that no matter how many times you clear them, you want to keep that game and hold on to it like a treasure. I want to keep making games with that mindset. Takashi Tezuka.
With Super Mario World, Tezuka succeeded in making a game that people cherished. Nintendo has re-released it many times. In 1994, they included the game in an updated version of the Super Mario All-Stars collection and bundled the game with the Super Nintendo. In 1998, Nintendo released Super Mario World under their Player's Choice banner, an honor given to Nintendo's best-selling games. In the early 2000s, Nintendo ported the game to the Game Boy Advance. Super Mario World has also been available to download on the Nintendo Wii, Wii U, 3DS, and Switch consoles. Some players who grew up with Super Mario World couldn't get enough. In the early 2000s, the internet brought Super Mario World enthusiasts from all over the globe together, and soon fan-made hacks of the game appeared online. One notable genre of hacks, known as Kaizo, contains extremely challenging Super Mario World levels.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! No! Oh my god!
In 2015, Takashi Tezuka led development on a dream game for Mario fans, Super Mario Maker. Now, players could make their own levels from various Mario games, including Super Mario World. For more than 30 years, Super Mario World has captivated players young and old. It's no surprise that many people consider it one of the greatest games of all time.
For anyone still on the fence about Super Mario World, the answer is yes. Download it now. This is the apex of 16-bit platforming, a cornerstone of the gaming canon, and most importantly, just as much fun to play today as it was 20 years ago. If you're yet to experience the thrill of discovering a secret exit, the joy of soaring through a level with your Super Cape, or the unique tragic comedy of accidentally running off a cliff while trying to catch up to a runaway Yoshi, you're in for some of gaming's best loved and most iconic moments. Morgan Sleeper, Nintendo Life.
Today, Sega is one of Japan's largest publishers of video games. Over the last decade, they've produced hits like Bayonetta, Valkyria Chronicles, the Yakuza series, and, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog. Turning the clock back over 3 decades presents a very different version of the company. In the late 1980s, Sega was best known for their arcade machines and creating yet another game console that failed to make an impact in a market controlled by Nintendo. Nintendo's dominance, however, was about to be challenged. Like so many other companies before it, Sega was planning to release a new console that spelled the end for Nintendo's NES and usher in a new generation of gaming. This is the story of the great console war between Nintendo and Sega. In this part, we'll be taking a look back at the early days of the Sega Genesis in both Japan and America. We'll also be taking a look into the creation of one of gaming's most iconic characters, and whose popularity was only rivaled by that of Mario's. Sega got their start in 1946 under the name Service Games in the American territory of Hawaii. Sega initially created and imported various amusement and slot machines from North America into the Hawaiian territory, but shifted focus after the US outlawed slot machines in territories in 1952. Sega looked to other markets and sent employees to Japan to try and save the import business of various games. In 1954, Service Games shortened their name to Sega and began seeing more success in Japan throughout the 1950s and early 1960s. In 1965, Sega acquired Rossen Enterprises, another importer of coin-op games. David Rossen, the founder and head of Rossen Enterprises, became Sega's new CEO. By the late 1960s, Sega's massive success with the import business encouraged them to begin developing their own games. Sega's continued success caught the eye of Gulf and Western Industries, an American multimedia conglomerate. In 1969, Sega was bought by Gulf and Western, and kept Rossen as CEO of the new subsidiary. After the release of the popular game Pong, Sega began releasing their own video games, with the first one coming out in 1973. Pongtron, a Pong clone developed for Japanese audiences, put Sega on a new path. Throughout the 1970s and early 80s, Sega became a powerhouse in the booming arcade scene. Sega made many acquisitions during this time, most notably Esco Trading, an arcade distributor led by Hayao Nakayami. Nakayami became the head of Sega of Japan after the acquisition and charted a new course for the company. By the early 1980s, the arcade market began to shrink, and with it, Gulf and Western's interest in video games. Gulf and Western sold its North American manufacturing and licensing rights to Bailey Manufacturing in 1983. Gulf and Western still controlled Sega's Japanese subsidiary, however. Seeing the writing on the wall, Nakayami took the opportunity to turn Sega's interest away from arcade machines and instead focus on the growing home console market. In July of 1983, Sega released the SG-1000 in Japan. The system was released on the same day as Nintendo's Famicom. It was a modest success, moving 160,000 units before it was discontinued in 1984. Due to the success of the SG-1000, Nakayami, Rossen, and a group of investors purchased Sega's Japanese assets from Gulf and Western for $38 million, after Gulf and Western began divesting from their various holdings. After the buyout, Nakayami became CEO of the newly independent Sega Enterprises. In 1985, Sega released the Sega Mark III, or as it's known in America, the Sega Master System. The console was a new iteration of the SG-1000, boasting more powerful hardware. The Master System became Sega's first international console, after it released in North America, Europe, and Brazil. While successful in Europe and Brazil, the system failed to make an impression on Japanese or American audiences, moving only 1 million units in Japan and 2 million units in North America. While more successful than past iterations, Sega was unable to match the dominance of Nintendo's line of home consoles. In 1987, a new player entered the console market, NEC, a computer manufacturing giant. NEC teamed up with Hudson Soft to release the PC Engine. The new game console served as a threat to both Sega and Nintendo due to its more powerful hardware. The PC Engine marketed itself as the first 16-bit home game console to showcase how advanced it was compared to Nintendo and Sega's offerings. With declining sales of their hardware, a change was needed if Sega ever wanted to hold a presence in the worldwide console market. In June of 1988, Japanese magazine Beep revealed the Sega Mark V to the world. The name wouldn't last long, as Sega wanted to usher in a new name with their upcoming system. The new system became known as the Mega Drive, Sega's first 16-bit console. Based on System 16, an arcade board used by many of Sega's popular arcade titles, the Mega Drive released in Japan on October 29, 1988. The Mega Drive was released alongside arcade ports of Space Harrier 2 and Super Thunderblade. The timing couldn't be worse for Sega, however. Just a week before, Super Mario Bros. 3 released in Japan, drowning out much of the hype Sega anticipated for their new system. The Mega Drive managed to ship 400,000 units in Japan during its first year on the market, but that was barely a drop in the water compared to the success of Nintendo and even the PC Engine were receiving. Sega turned their attention across the Pacific in 1989 with one goal in mind: 1 million units. In early 1989, Sega announced their plans to release the Mega Drive in North America, albeit under a different name, the Sega Genesis. At the time, Sega didn't have an American branch for distribution. The Master System had been licensed out to Tonka for the region, and Sega was dissatisfied with the results Tonka had achieved. They took the Genesis to Atari, once the king of the North American video game market. Atari CEO, Jack Tramiel, was uninterested in the system and declined to bring it to the West for Sega. But Sega did leave a good impression with one Atari executive, Michael Katz. Katz was an industry veteran who worked for Mattel and Coleco while they were in the console business. To Katz, the Genesis had potential, but he was unable to sway his superiors on the matter. Sega ultimately decided to release the console themselves, establishing a North American branch of their operations in Los Angeles, California. The Genesis received a regional launch in New York City and Los Angeles on October 14, 1989. The system retailed for $189.99 and included the arcade hit Altered Beast as a pack-in title. The remaining North American lineup included Space Harrier 2, Tommy Lasorda Baseball, Alex Kidd and the Enchanted Castle, and Ghouls and Ghosts. The rest of the United States would receive the console before the end of 1989, just in time for the holiday season. Sega's goal for the Genesis was to sell 1 million units within its first year on the market and establish Sega as the next big name in gaming. Nakayami tasked the American division to establish Sega as a force in the West and brought on Atari's Michael Katz to do so. Katz became the president of Sega of America just a month after the Genesis launch. In order for the Genesis to meet its lofty goal of 1 million units, Katz devised a new strategy to appeal to American gamers. Sports games were seen as a strong avenue for Sega to follow, and Katz set out to bring big names from American sports to the Genesis. Sega acquired the license for the likes of football star Joe Montana to create a football game for the Genesis, and it became the first big hit on the system. The game, developed by Electronic Arts, was Joe Montana Football, based on the first John Madden football that was released on home computers. The title was released in January of 1991. Sega licensed other celebrities for video game titles, most notably Michael Jackson. In August of 1990, Sega developed and published Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for the Sega Genesis. Based on the 1988 film of the same name, Moonwalker is an action platformer game where players control the king of pop himself. Both Joe Montana and Michael Jackson would continue to work with Sega during the 1990s on various video game releases. Sega seemed like they were getting onto the right track. Sega's focus was squarely on Nintendo, but other console manufacturers were entering the North American scene. The TurboGrafx 16, an American version of the PC Engine, came out the same year as the Genesis. In 1990, arcade superstar SNK released their premium home console, the Neo Geo AES. The console market was getting crowded and fast. To differentiate itself, Sega of America turned to its marketing department. This had been one of Sega's biggest challenges during the early days of the Genesis in North America. After the video game crash of 1983, Nintendo was synonymous with gaming. With Katz at the helm of Sega of America, they decided to shift gears with Sega's tagline. Their first tagline, "We bring the arcade home," had limited appeal, as arcade machines grew less and less popular. Sega would fire the first shot of the console war with their new ad campaign, "Genesis does what Nintendo don't." The new ads were meant to highlight Sega's differences with Nintendo and the aging NES. Backed by more powerful hardware and well-known names, the ad campaign was successful at pushing the Genesis to 500,000 units sold in North America by the end of its first year. Unfortunately,
it wasn't enough to save Katz. In 1990, Katz was replaced as president of Sega of America by Tom Kalinske, the former CEO of Mattel. Unlike Katz, Kalinske had little experience in the video game industry, having spent most of his career creating and marketing toys for big names like Mattel and Matchbox. Like Katz, however, Kalinske believed in the potential of the Sega Genesis, as well as many of the titles being developed for the system in Japan. Kalinske continued Sega of America's aggressive marketing campaign, but opted for more risky ventures in other areas. The first was a price cut for the Genesis, and replacing the pack-in title Altered Beast with an upcoming Sega game. Executives at Sega's Japanese headquarters were stunned by this. Not only did Kalinske suggest selling the Genesis for less, but he opted to include one of the system's biggest upcoming games with the console. Despite pushback, Nakayami gave Kalinske the go-ahead with his plan, but knew the failure of this new business plan would bring an end to Sega's console ambitions beyond the Japanese market. The price cut for the Genesis would go into effect in June of 1991, bringing the system down to $149.99. The system's pack-in title was changed as well. Altered Beast was out, and a new title, Sonic the Hedgehog, would make waves across the gaming world. During the days of the Master System, Sega's mascot was Alex Kidd, the star of some of Sega's most popular arcade and Master System hits. By 1990, however, Alex Kidd had lost his luster. Nintendo was sweeping the world with their iconic plumber, and Sega needed a new mascot to differentiate themselves from the competition. An international coalition was brought together from Sega of America and Japan to design a new character that would appeal to Western audiences. Meanwhile, an internal development team at Sega began working on a new game for this character to star in. Various proposals were drafted for the character, including a wide array of animals. Due to the design of the game, concepts were narrowed down to animals that could roll into a ball. The team eventually settled on the star of this new game being a hedgehog. Then Sega of America president Michael Katz hated the idea of a hedgehog being Sega's new mascot, claiming Americans wouldn't care about a character based on an animal they didn't know about. It didn't help that initial designs of the hedgehog, created by Naota Oshima, were received poorly by Sega of America. The character was clad in a leather jacket and given a Madonna-esque girlfriend. Revisions were quickly put into place for the character, giving him a simpler design and a can-do attitude. With this, Sonic the Hedgehog was born. The internal team at Sega of Japan that was creating Sonic the Hedgehog was led by programmer Yuji Naka. While Naka is best known today as the father of Sonic the Hedgehog, at the time he was a simple programmer working for Sega on various titles like Phantasy Star. Naka's idea for Sonic's gameplay came from a tech demo he created, featuring a ball rolling through loops long before the blue hedgehog was even thought of. Levels for Sonic were designed by Hirokazu Yasuhara. Early impressions of the game were incredibly positive, and Sega began to drum up hype for the title through various gaming outlets. Released on June 23, 1991 in North America and July 1991 throughout the rest of the world, Sonic the Hedgehog was an instant success. The game's focus on speed was used to directly contrast the title with Nintendo's Super Mario series. Sega's marketing only magnified this. The game was a critical success, with many gaming outlets praising the game's graphics, as well as how much faster the Genesis and Sonic were compared to Nintendo and Mario. Sonic the Hedgehog helped push the Genesis into the limelight, and saw Sega outselling Nintendo in North America for the first time ever during the holiday season of 1991. Sega had finally broken free of obscurity thanks to strong marketing and a new mascot. But their future successes wouldn't come easily. Nintendo wasn't going to sit around and let Sega release a powerful 16-bit console all alone. A successor to the Nintendo Entertainment System was in the works, and the true battle between Sega and Nintendo was just beginning. In the early 1980s, the North American video game market was thriving. Coin-op arcade machines and home consoles designed with interchangeable cartridges were dominating young gamers' time and wallets. The good times wouldn't last forever. In 1983, the North American video game market crashed, as gamers turned away from arcades and purchased less software for consoles like the Atari 2600. The revival of games in the region came from an unlikely source, Nintendo, a Japanese game developer. First founded in the late 19th century, Nintendo survived many of the hardships Japan faced over the last century. In 1985, Nintendo released the Nintendo Entertainment System as a limited launch in New York City to test the waters of the North American video game market following the Great Crash. Bundled alongside now classic titles, the NES quickly grew in popularity throughout 1986. With aggressive marketing, a killer lineup of games, and publishing policies that discouraged competitors, Nintendo's hold over North America grew to the point where they controlled over 90% of the video game market in the region. Nintendo's subsidiary in the region, Nintendo of America, grew from a small warehouse in the mid-80s to a powerhouse of licensing by the end of the decade. Nintendo's dominance was challenged, of course. The TurboGrafx-16 and Sega Genesis released in North America in 1989, bringing with them advanced hardware that put the NES to shame. The system still had legs, however. In 1990, the highly anticipated Super Mario Bros. 3 kept gamers glued to Nintendo, despite being on outdated hardware. In Japan, Nintendo's grip was beginning to slip. Super Mario Bros. 3 released in 1988 to critical and commercial success, but the Famicom was struggling against the more powerful Mega Drive and PC Engine, the Japanese equivalents to the Genesis and TurboGrafx-16. New hardware was already being worked on at Nintendo when these new consoles came out, but their success had Nintendo's R&D team go into overdrive to get a successor to the Famicom and NES out as soon as they could. The first details the public would hear of a Famicom successor came in 1988, when Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi revealed the specs for the new system, alongside a handful of new games. Among these titles were sequels to major hits on Nintendo's 8-bit machine, notably Super Mario Bros. 3 and Dragon Quest V. A year later, in July of 1989, Nintendo held a press event to showcase their new system, now known as the Super Famicom. Greater details on the system's hardware was revealed, and Nintendo showcased an early prototype of the system to Japanese press. Super Mario Bros. 4, now known as Super Mario World, and a game titled Dragonfly, an unreleased predecessor to Pilot Wings, were shown off for the console. Unfortunately, the Super Famicom was delayed indefinitely following the reveal, giving Sega and other console manufacturers plenty of time to continue their rule over the 16-bit gaming scene. In late 1990, Nintendo released their first new home console in 7 years with the Super Famicom in Japan. Nintendo's push to release their own new hardware came off the back of Sega and NEC's new 16-bit consoles. Retailing at 25,000 yen, the new console housed more colors, a better sound chip, and improved graphics over Nintendo's 8-bit machines. Although the launch lineup was small, only having 2 games, the Super Famicom was an instant success in Japan and kept Nintendo on top in their home country. 300,000 units were made available to retailers on day one, with all of them being sold out within a few hours. While Nintendo was successful in Japan, North America proved to be their more lucrative operation. In 1990, more Americans had an NES in their home than personal computers, with some estimating that as many as 30% of all US households owned the Nintendo console. To say that Nintendo had a strong foothold in North America would be an understatement. Sega's push into North America didn't go unnoticed by Nintendo. With the successful Japanese launch of the Super Famicom, all eyes turned to the West. Like the NES before it, Nintendo opted to redesign the Super Famicom for the North American market. This redesign wouldn't be as drastic as that of the NES, however. Nintendo brought the Super Nintendo to the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in 1991 in advance of the console's release. Many gamers got their first chance to try out the new system here and experience Nintendo's take on a 16-bit console. Nintendo wasn't alone at CES that year. Sega was bringing their games in full force, alongside other third-party developers. Sega was ready to prove that the Genesis was a real powerhouse in the region. Nintendo's focus, however, wasn't on Sega, but their own trade deals. When creating the Super Famicom, Nintendo opted to use a sound chip designed by Sony. This strong relationship between the two developers was meant to continue. At the summer CES event of 1991, Sony unveiled the PlayStation. Unlike the system we know about today, this version of the PlayStation was based on the Super Famicom. Not only did it play Super Famicom games, but it had a built-in CD-ROM player, showing that both Sony and Nintendo were looking to the future. The next day, Nintendo announced that they would be partnering with Philips rather with Sony. The blow came in part due to Sony's contract regarding the PlayStation that would give the company a cut of every disc sold for the system, cutting out Nintendo's profits on the console. Others, however, have noted that Nintendo never really wanted to partner with Sony and opted out in an attempt to keep Sony out of the home console market. A CD-ROM for the Super Nintendo never materialized. Instead, games licensed out by Nintendo were made for the Philips CDI system. 6 games were released on the CDI featuring Nintendo characters, 3 from the Super Mario series, and the other 3 coming from The Legend of Zelda. All 6 titles are best remembered now as poor interpretations of their respective series and generally bad games. In North America, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System launched on August 23, 1991. The system retailed for $199.99 and came bundled with a copy of Super Mario World, the latest adventure from Nintendo's popular plumber. F-Zero, a racing game, was available on launch day as well, just like it was in Japan. 3 additional games came out for the system too. Nintendo published Pilot Wings and SimCity, while Konami released Gradius 3. Despite the sparse lineup, the variety and quality of games impressed those who could get their hands on the system. Nintendo's confidence in their new home console shouldn't be understated. Despite Sega's recent efforts, the Genesis still didn't have the full reach of Nintendo's products. The later release of the Super Nintendo also helped Nintendo beef up their new system. By most metrics, the Super Nintendo proved to be more powerful than the Genesis. Nintendo even spent a considerable amount of energy showcasing Mode 7. This graphical showcase allowed for rotating and scaling of backgrounds to give a 3D effect. Titles like Pilot Wings and F-Zero featured Mode 7 prominently in many of their game modes. The holiday shopping season for 1991 was a strong one for video games. Sega with Sonic the Hedgehog, and Nintendo with Super Mario, alongside dozens of other high-profile games released for the Genesis and Super Nintendo. Sonic was Sega's biggest game of the year, and Sega rode that wave of momentum with a port of their arcade classic Outrun, once again showcasing the Genesis's speed. Sega also continued to release original titles for the Genesis, and began many of their most beloved series on the system. Decap Attack, Streets of Rage, Shining in the Darkness, and Toe Jam and Earl all hit the Genesis in September and October of 1991. Sega didn't want to be slowed down by Nintendo anymore. Third-party publishers were also releasing new games for the system. One of the Genesis's biggest supporters was Electronic Arts. EA had published games for the NES before, but the bulk of their titles were for home computers. After engineers at EA created their own development kit for the Genesis, Sega offered EA the opportunity to create their own Genesis cartridge and release as many games for the system as they wanted. EA immediately began releasing games for the Genesis, including 1990's smash hit John Madden Football. In 1991 alone, EA published more than 15 titles for the Genesis, including ports of The Immortal, Marble Madness, and John Madden Football 92. EA also published Road Rash, a racing combat game, exclusively for the Genesis in September. Following the Super Nintendo's launch, Nintendo's only other release for 1991 was Super Tennis in November. The rest of the holiday lineup was left wide open to third-party publishers, many who were eager to showcase their new titles. Enix released ActRaiser for the Super Nintendo in November, although the game originally released on the Super Famicom a year earlier. Square and Konami both returned to the system with highly anticipated games. Final Fantasy II and Super Castlevania IV came out in November and December respectively, bringing 2 more massive hits to the Super Nintendo. Capcom doubled down on their support for the new console. A new beat-em-up called Final Fight made its way to the Super Nintendo in September. This was followed up by Super Ghosts and Goblins in November. The Super Nintendo hit the North American market in stride. The system had better hardware and better name recognition than any other console. Even with Sega's new mascot, the libraries of the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo seemed evenly matched after the 1991 holiday season. But for the first time since the release of the NES, Nintendo wasn't the winner of the big holiday rush in 1991. Sega's Genesis console had done what no other console managed to achieve before. Not only did the Genesis outsell the Super Nintendo in North America that winter, but it was holding a larger share of the 16-bit gaming market than any other competitor. Smart marketing campaigns, a price cut, and the packing game Sonic the Hedgehog pushed Sega ahead of the gaming giant like a true underdog. Sega's success, however, would not go unchallenged. They may have won the first battle, but for Nintendo, the war was just beginning. Before the NES, Nintendo was best known for two things in North America. One were their popular arcade titles, like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. The other was a series of handheld systems known as the Game & Watch, developed by Nintendo's R&D 1 unit that was led by legendary game designer Gunpei Yokoi. Game & Watch units were simple, cheaply made, and very popular in the home country of Japan. Yokoi and his team were masters of creating handheld game consoles, and the popularity of the Famicom and NES prompted Yokoi to try his hand again, designing a revolutionary handheld gaming system. The original idea behind what would become the Game Boy was simple. The new system would feature a dot matrix display as opposed to the LCD overlays featured on the Game & Watch systems. Secondly, the system would have a cartridge slot to allow players to interchange cartridges, much like the NES. As the Game Boy continued development, the D-pad and two face buttons from the NES controllers were incorporated into the system's design. Powered by 4 AA batteries and a sleek, compact design, the Game Boy looked like a surefire hit for Nintendo. On April 21st, 1989, the Game Boy launched in Japan for 12,500 yen. 4 games were available for purchase with the system, including Super Mario Land, Mario's first portable adventure developed by Yokoi's team at R&D 1. Within 2 weeks, the Game Boy was sold out in Japan, with over 300,000 units in gamers' hands. A North American launch followed a few weeks later, when the Game Boy debuted on July 31st for $89.99. Like in Japan, the Game Boy was an instant success, selling 40,000 units in its first day. North America saw some of the same launch games as Japan, and a new title, Tennis, was also available on day one. The most popular game for the Game Boy, however, was the pack-in title of Tetris. Developed by Russian computer engineer Alexei Pajanov, Tetris seemed like an odd choice compared to the previous titles Nintendo included with their consoles. The rights to Tetris were spread between a litany of companies for publishing at the time. Hank Rogers, founder of Bulletproof Software, wanted to pursue licensing the game for the Game Boy and NES. Rogers was a strong advocate for the game and approached Nintendo of America's president Minoru Arakawa about including the game as a pack-in title for the Game Boy. Arakawa didn't seem interested, as they planned to have Super Mario Land as the pack-in title. Rogers gave a quite famous rebuttal in response. "Mr. Arakawa, you need to include Tetris with every Game Boy. If you want little boys to buy your Game Boy, pack in Mario. But if you want everybody to buy your Game Boy, pack in Tetris." Arakawa was convinced by Rogers to include the game with every Game Boy. Bulletproof Software acquired the license for the game from various parties, and Nintendo published the title. Tetris went on to become the best-selling Game Boy game of all time, with over 35 million units sold. A European launch of the Game Boy followed in 1990. Like in North America, the Game Boy was bundled with Tetris, and featured the same lineup of games, excluding Tennis. The Game Boy was well received by both fans and critics. However, the Game Boy wasn't in a perfect position. Despite its successful launch, the Game Boy wasn't exactly a powerhouse gaming console. While later titles would push the hardware to its limits, early Game Boy games looked worse than their NES counterparts. The Game Boy's monochrome display and lack of a backlight made games difficult to play outside of well-lit rooms. To make matters worse, the Game Boy wasn't alone in the handheld gaming market. By the end of 1991, 3 other major game console manufacturers would release their own portable gaming devices. Less than 2 months after the Game Boy hit store shelves in North America, a more powerful competitor was released. On September 1st, 1989, the Atari Lynx launched for $179.99. The Lynx was significantly more powerful than the Game Boy, and the Atari name still held sway in the North American gaming market. The Lynx was created by Atari Corporation, not to be confused with Atari Inc., the pioneers behind the successful Atari 2600. Jack Tramiel, founder of Commodore International, purchased the name and assets of Atari from Warner Communications in 1984. Atari Corporation had seen some success in the world of video games. In 1985, the company released the Atari ST, the first in a lineup of personal computers. In 1986, Atari Corporation attempted to get back into the console gaming with the Atari 7800, although their new system wasn't able to put the Atari name back on top. At first, the Lynx was a moderate success, and seemed to be giving the Game Boy a run for its money. The Lynx featured a colored LCD screen and boasted beefier hardware than Nintendo's Game Boy. By the end of 1990, the Lynx sold over 500,000 units worldwide, but the lack of notable software and a higher price of entry kept Nintendo's Game Boy on top of the gaming world. The next major handheld console didn't hit store shelves until the end of 1990, when NEC released the Turbo Express in both North America and Japan. Like the Lynx, the Turbo Express had a full-colored LCD display. The Turbo Express was a powerhouse of a system. All HuCard games for the TurboGrafx 16 were playable on the Turbo Express, giving players a real console experience on the go. The Turbo Express, however, would not make much of an impact beyond its high specs. Sound issues plagued the system from launch, with many units having sound failure right out of the box. Screen issues were also a common occurrence. The unit launched at a retail price of $249.99 in North America and 44,800 yen in Japan, far higher than its competitors at the time. The Turbo Express was an energy hog as well. It took 6 AA batteries to power the system. Those 6 batteries lasted anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, facilitating some to invest in power adapters to save on batteries. All of this led the Turbo Express to have a very small adoption rate in both North America and Japan. Late 1990 saw one final player into the ring for the title of Handheld Gaming King, and it was none other than Sega. On October 6, 1990, the Game Gear released in Japan for 19,800 yen. The Game Gear was developed at first as a portable Sega Master System, with a full-color display and backlight. Production of the Game Gear was rushed, however, after Sega saw the success Nintendo had when they launched the Game Boy in 1989. The Japanese launch of the system was successful, selling 90,000 units within the first month of release, but it was a far cry from the success of the Game Boy. And, like other handheld systems with color and backlit displays, the Game Gear sucked the life out of batteries fairly quickly, with 6 AA batteries lasting 3 to 5 hours. 6 months after the Japanese launch, the Game Gear made its way overseas to North America and Europe, and was released in April of 1991. Sega of America, now under the leadership of Tom Kalinske, continued their aggressive marketing campaign against Nintendo. Ads for the Game Gear put the full-color screen of the system in a side-by-side comparison to the Game Boy's black and white screen. It was no secret that the Game Gear was more powerful than the Game Boy, and Sega wanted to make sure their new system was a premium experience. By the end of 1991, the Game Gear had what all of the Game Boy's other competitors lacked: a robust software library. Shinobi, Ninja Gaiden, Castle of Illusion, and even Sonic the Hedgehog were on the system, offering a stark contrast to the other handhelds with its top-of-the-line games that couldn't be played anywhere else. Just like on the console front, the battle for the handheld market was shaping up to pit Nintendo against Sega once again. In 1991, while Nintendo was preparing to launch the Super Nintendo in the United States, the Game Boy was firing on all cylinders. Portable entries from the Final Fantasy series, Castlevania, Mega Man, Contra, and more gave the system more than enough classics to stand up to its competition. Nintendo was still publishing and developing games for the system, including titles like Metroid 2, but it was largely third-party publishers who were innovating on the small machine to create games that rivaled their home console counterparts. 1992 would continue that trend with the release of 2 landmark titles. The first was Kirby's Dream Land. Developed by HAL Laboratory, Kirby's Dream Land introduced the world to the Pink Buff Ball, who has gone on to become a Nintendo icon. Directed by Masahiro Sakurai and programmed by Satoru Iwata, Kirby's Dream Land saw our hero Kirby go on an adventure to stop the evil King Dedede. Kirby's Dream Land was first released in Japan in April, before releasing throughout the rest of the world in August. The gameplay was fairly simple, and the graphics were nothing to write home about, but Kirby quickly became a star. Over 5 million copies of Kirby's Dream Land were sold on the Game Boy, making it the 11th best-selling game for the system. Kirby was unique in 2 ways for the Game Boy. For one, unlike Mario and other series on the Game Boy, Kirby was an original character, making their debut on the system, adding a bit of character to the Game Boy's lineup. Secondly, it helped launch the career of 2 of Nintendo's most notable designers, with Sakurai and Iwata working on many games for Nintendo in the years to come. The second landmark title for the Game Boy came at the end of 1992. Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, hit the Game Boy in Japan and North America that fall, with a European release coming in early 1993. The sequel to the Game Boy original was once again developed by Nintendo R&D 1 and took many design elements and ideas from the Super Nintendo title Super Mario World. While it wasn't quite as popular as the original Super Mario Land, Super Mario Land 2 was still a massive success, selling over 11 million copies. Furthermore, it helped establish another major Nintendo franchise. Wario, the antagonist of Super Mario Land 2, went on to star in his own series of games after this, starting with 1994's Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3. The Game Boy wasn't the most powerful or best looking game console of the era. Its low price point, however, became a sticking point as it surpassed its competition in the handheld gaming market. That isn't to say Sega didn't offer new software with the Game Gear in 1992. Ports of classics like Joe Montana Football, Prince of Persia, and Streets of Rage all made their way onto the small machine. Even original titles like Shinobi 2: The Silent Fury saw success on the system and helped establish it as a true gaming machine. But Sega wasn't as focused on taking down the Game Boy as they were the Super Nintendo. For Sega, winning the war with the Genesis was more important than ever, and as 1992 began, Sega laid the groundwork for the biggest Genesis game to date, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Since the early days of home consoles, games were either pre-installed on a game console or were produced on interchangeable cartridges. Game cartridges were incredibly popular, with almost every major gaming system using them during the late 70s and 1980s. This wouldn't last forever. In 1982, Sony and Philips came together to create the CD, or compact disc. While the CD was originally conceived as a successor to vinyl records, developers quickly made note of the storage capabilities CDs offered. Compared to cartridges of the era, CDs could have 1,000 times more storage and offer higher quality audio to boot. The only downside to the medium were its longer load times and the cost for consumers. CDs were mostly used for music after their introduction. Video games got their first CD player with the TurboGrafx CD, when it launched in Japan in late 1988. A North American launch followed in 1989, and it didn't come cheap. The TurboGrafx CD retailed for $399.99 and came with no pack-in titles. In 1990, Philips launched the CDI, the first fully disc-based gaming console. Although the CDI featured more functions than just gaming, the cost was still steep, with the basic consumer model launching at $799.99. For Sega, the CD was the future of the video game medium. The sooner they released their own CD-based gaming machine, the better. Development of a CD add-on for the Genesis began shortly after the system's launch in Japan. At the time, Sega was focused on beating the TurboGrafx CD's capabilities with more RAM to speed up load times and process more power. Sega's CD unit was kept under wrap for years, as engineers worked on the future accessory. The Sega CD ran into issues early, however. Additional CPUs were needed to fully power the unit, and an increase in RAM caused the system's development costs to skyrocket. While Sega had initially planned on selling the Sega CD for less than $200, around the same price of the Genesis, the high production cost made this a losing bet. It didn't help that Sega was already losing money on the Genesis, following its price drop in 1991. Sega shifted gears and prepared its marketing campaign. The Sega CD was announced in late 1991 and was released in Japan on December 12th. A North American launch followed almost a year later on October 15th, 1992. Europe wouldn't receive the add-on until 1993, despite the large Sega fan base across the continent. In North America, the Sega CD launched at a staggering price of $299.99. Sega promoted the add-on as a premium piece of hardware that could play games far too powerful for Nintendo's year-old Super Nintendo. The launch lineup for the Sega CD was nothing to write home about, but decent games followed in the months after release. Most notably, Night Trap came out just a month after the Sega CD released, before its controversial rise in popularity in the coming years. With the Sega CD, Sega managed to hit a home run, despite stock shortages at launch. 200,000 consoles were sold by the end of 1992, and put the ball directly in Nintendo's court. The Super Nintendo's cartridges couldn't offer FMV cutscenes or CD quality audio. To outperform Sega, The designers at Nintendo needed another avenue to cram more power into the Super Nintendo. If Nintendo dominated the gaming world in the late 80s, and Atari controlled it before them, who was the biggest name in video games before all of that? It wasn't a publisher or a console manufacturer. It was a place, the arcade. From the release of Pong until the great market crash of 1983, arcades were the go-to venues for hot new video games. Arcade titles were still popping up here and there, but by the late 80s and early 90s, the arcade scene was mostly dried up. One genre of video games was stronger than ever in arcades: fighting games. Some notable fighters of the late 80s and early 90s included SNK's Fatal Fury series and Street Fighter, first released in 1987. Street Fighter wasn't a huge success at the time of its release, but Capcom, the publisher of the game, saw promise. After the completion of Street Fighter, the game's director and planner both left Capcom to work for SNK on what would become the Fatal Fury series. In their place, a new team stepped up to work on Street Fighter 2, being led by producer Yoshihiko Okamoto. Street Fighter 2 hit arcades across the world in March of 1991 and quickly became a major hit. The game's focus on combos and command-based special moves made it even more popular, as gamers lined up around arcade machines to watch for new finishers and crisp 16-bit animated glory. Street Fighter 2 also included 6 buttons for control, becoming a pioneer in controller layouts for future fighting games. Street Fighter 2's popularity helped turn its characters Ryu, Ken, Chun-Li, and more into instant gaming icons. Like many great arcade games at the time, it was only a matter of time before Street Fighter 2 made its way to home consoles. While a new version of Street Fighter 2, known as Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition, hit arcades in early 1992, a much hotter release was well on its way. In June and July, Street Fighter 2 was released on the Super Nintendo in Japan and North America respectively. A European version arrived a few months later in December. While the Super Nintendo version paled in comparison to the arcade original, it gave gamers a chance to finally play Street Fighter 2 at home. Released on a beefy 16 megabit cartridge, Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo was just as big a hit in homes as it was in arcades. Over 6 million copies were sold for the Super Nintendo, making this release of Street Fighter 2 one of Capcom's best-selling games of all time, and the 5th best-selling game on the Super Nintendo. Sega's wait for Street Fighter 2 would be excruciatingly long, but well worth it in the end. Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition was released in the fall of 1993. Sega wasn't the only one getting in on the action either. Japanese exclusive version of Street Fighter 2 Championship Edition was released on the TurboGrafx 16 in June of 1993. Just like the Super Nintendo version, Street Fighter 2 was a big hit on the Genesis. It sold over 1.5 million units on the system and became the 7th best-selling game for the console. Capcom's loyalty to Nintendo marked this as a decisive win for the Super Nintendo, as the year head start gave Street Fighter 2 fans all the more incentive to pick up a Super Nintendo. Critics also claimed that the Genesis version was inferior to the Super Nintendo version. The biggest difference came from the controllers. While the Super Nintendo had only 4 face buttons, the included shoulder buttons let programmers map Street Fighter 2's 6-button layout across the controller. On the other hand, the Genesis only had 3 face buttons on the standard Genesis controller, complicating gameplay. Sega did release a 6-button Genesis controller to help combat these issues, but it did little to help the original release of Street Fighter 2 for the system. Street Fighter 2 saw additional releases on both the Super Nintendo and the Genesis. Street Fighter 2 Turbo Hyper Fighting released on the Super Nintendo in August of 1993, being almost identical to the Genesis version of Street Fighter 2 Special Championship Edition. The Genesis and Super Nintendo both received Super Street Fighter 2 during the summer of 1994, following the game's original release in arcades in 1993. Street Fighter 2 was even ported to the Game Boy in 1995, although a Sega Game Gear version was never released. Street Fighter 2 not only helped revitalize the arcade industry, but it helped make fighting games more than just a niche genre. Since its release, Street Fighter has become one of Capcom's most popular game series, with new entries still being made today. It's estimated that Street Fighter 2 has generated more than $10 billion in revenue across the arcades and its various ports to other game consoles. Street Fighter 2 was a major hit on all systems, but it was clear that Nintendo held the advantage going forward with fighting games. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the next major fighting game was just around the corner, and it was unlike anything else in arcades. Sega's holiday win over Nintendo in late 1991 gave the company some much-needed momentum, especially the North American branch. Sonic was a hit and could go toe-to-toe with Mario. It seemed like only a matter of time before a sequel would be greenlit. The only problem? Sonic's creator, Yuji Naka, left Sega after finishing development on the game. Naka wouldn't be gone for long. He was convinced to rejoin Sega to help develop a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog. However, it wouldn't be with the team that made Sonic in Japan. He would be creating Sonic 2 in America. Naka joined Sega Technical Institute, based out of Sega of America's headquarters in California. Sega Technical Institute, or STI, was a new development team, led by game design protege Mark Cerny. Naka and Cerny were joined by other members of the original Sonic development team, including Hirokazu Yasuhara, the lead level designer. Production began in late 1991 for a 1992 release. Development was progressing over at STI. The team, led by Naka, was experimenting with 3D on the Genesis and creating new characters for the Sonic series, and much like Sonic 1, the marketing team at Sega was ready to make Sonic 2 the biggest release of 1992. Armed with over $10 million, Sega began showing off Sonic 2 at events like CES and on television with shows like Nick Arcade. The release date for Sonic 2 also marked a monumental shift for games. During the early days of the Genesis, Super Nintendo, and well before then, video games were shipped from manufacturers to stores and distributors across the country. Once the games arrived, they were placed on the shelf to be sold. There were no street dates for video games, leading some areas to get new games months before others could. For Sonic 2, Sega opted for something different, the first worldwide launch of a video game. For the team at STI, this quickly put them on a timer. Delaying the game would cost Sega millions and caused the game to slip out of the coveted holiday release. Additional employees were flown out from Sega of Japan to help finish the year-long production of Sonic 2 and help it meet its release date. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 released in North America and Europe on November 24th, 1992, on a day otherwise known as Sonic 2's Day. Japan received the game a few days earlier on November 21st, and Australia, the final region to get the game, saw it released on December 1st. Although it didn't meet its goal of a true worldwide release, the marketing buzz was more than enough. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 debuted to strong critical reception and phenomenal commercial success. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 would sell more than 6 million copies on the Genesis, becoming one of the best-selling games for the system. At the end of 1992, Sega once again won out the holiday season, selling more Sega Genesis consoles than Super Nintendos. But across the sea, Sega was beginning to struggle. Sega of America managed to dent Nintendo's armor in the West, especially in Europe, but the Japanese branch of the company was no match for Nintendo in their home country. The war was just getting started, and the bloodiest battles between Sega and Nintendo were just around the corner. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and the Sega Genesis were the talk of the town at the end of 1992, but that didn't mean there weren't quality games coming to the Super Nintendo in the year after its launch. Mario had his time to shine with the launch of the Super Nintendo, but following games wouldn't see the plumber in a platforming game. The hottest holiday title for the Super Nintendo was a racing game set in the Mushroom Kingdom itself, called Super Mario Kart. The first entry in what would become one of Nintendo's best-selling sub-series, Super Mario Kart was a massive success on the Super Nintendo, selling over 8 million units before the system was discontinued. Another Mario spin-off, Mario Paint, came out in August of 1992. Bundled with the Super Nintendo mouse accessory, Mario Paint offered up a simple-to-use but insanely deep artist studio for gamers. It didn't offer much in the way of intense gaming, but the software helped spark an interest in art and music for an entire generation of creators. Another accessory for the Super Nintendo hit store shelves in early 1992 in North America. The Super Scope was a follow-up to the popular NES Zapper, giving the Super Nintendo its own variation of the light gun. The Super Scope came bundled with the game Super Scope 6, which offered 6 different games on the cartridge to play with the accessory. The Super Scope came to PAL territories later in 1992, and Japan saw a limited release of the accessory in 1993. Unfortunately, the Super Scope was never as successful as the NES Zapper. and only a total of 12 games were released for the Super Nintendo that were compatible with the accessory. Additional Super Nintendo games rolled out onto the system throughout the year, with many classic NES games receiving sequels on Nintendo's 16-bit machine. Konami's Contra series received a third installment, with Contra 3: The Alien Wars in early 1992. Square developed an original Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo called Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Released first in North America in 1992, the spin-off RPG was an attempt to make the genre more accessible to American gamers. Releases in other regions followed in late 1992 and 1993. Nintendo's Legend of Zelda series saw its third entry as well, when The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past debuted in North America in April of 1992, after being released in Japan the year earlier. Unlike Zelda 2 on the NES, A Link to the Past returned to the top-down style of play that Zelda 1 featured. Future titles in the series would continue using this format until the advent of 3D games. The Super Nintendo was building a library to match any other game console, but the system was starting to become outdated by the end of 1992. The new CD-based accessories for the Sega Genesis showed what the future of gaming was slowly becoming. To make matters worse, a new batch of consoles, even more powerful than the Super Nintendo, were just around the corner, with the first 5th generation consoles launching at the end of 1993. For Nintendo, innovation was necessary to keep their new Super Nintendo afloat. The solution to this problem was a small chip included in every copy of Nintendo's most technically advanced game to date, Star Fox. Development of Star Fox was handled by Nintendo EAD and Argonaut Games, with Shigeru Miyamoto designing the characters and producing the game. Gameplay and level design was primarily handled by Nintendo, with inspirations for the series coming from Star Wars, the puppet drama Thunderbirds, and even the Sinbo Torii Gates at a nearby shrine that was just a few minutes away from Nintendo's headquarters. On the hardware side, Argonaut Games wanted to push the Super Nintendo to its limits. Argonaut previously worked with Nintendo on the Game Boy game X that released in 1992. Like Star Fox, X was a 3D space shooter designed by Dylan Cuthbert. Unfortunately for Cuthbert and the other designers at Argonaut, the Super Nintendo didn't have any way of processing 3D images to the extent necessary for the team. Custom hardware was needed to truly make their ambitions come to life. A team of designers came together to create a new chip that could be put into the cartridges of these Super Nintendo titles. Originally under the codename Super Mario FX, the Super FX chip made its debut with Star Fox in the first half of 1993. The added chip made Star Fox a sight to behold on the Super Nintendo. This wasn't a Mode 7 illusion. Star Fox featured fully polygonal graphics for its gameplay, with sprites used for its HUD and menus. The Super FX chip came with a downside. The high costs associated with manufacturing the chip led to higher retail costs, and few other Super Nintendo games would use the chip. Still, Star Fox was a major hit, selling over 4 million units and spawning a series of sequels on future Nintendo systems. Sega was riding on the momentum of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 going into 1993. However, a new platforming Sonic game for the Genesis wouldn't come out until early 1994. Instead, Sega focused on other IPs leading up to the holiday season. In July, Shining Force came out on the Genesis, following up the 1989 original game Shining in the Darkness. Konami released Rocket Knight Adventures in August, giving the Genesis one of its best games to date. In September, Treasure's Gunstar Heroes was released. Published by Sega, Gunstar Heroes showed off the power of the base set Genesis, rivaling that of Nintendo's Star Fox. December saw the release of ToeJam and Earl, Panic, and Funkotron, a sequel to the Genesis original. In Japan, the 4th title in Sega's RPG series, Phantasy Star, was released in December, although a version for North America wouldn't release until 1995. Sega's big holiday title for 1993 was Sonic Spinball, a pinball game starring Sega's mascot. All of these releases were accompanied by a new model of the Sega Genesis, known as the Genesis 2. Compared to the original model released in 1989, the new model of the Genesis was slightly smaller and sleeker, but came at a cost. Many audio options from the original model were not included in the second model. The Sega CD saw new releases too. While the user base for the Sega CD was much smaller than the Genesis, notable games were still coming to the system in the latter half of 1993. Lunar, the Silver Star, hit the Sega CD in December of 1993. The biggest game for the Sega CD came in November of 1993. Developed primarily by the remaining Sonic 1 developers in Japan, Sonic CD was the killer app the Sega CD needed to bring on more gamers. Sonic CD featured FMV cutscenes, high-quality audio, and the fast-paced Sonic gameplay players loved. A new model of the Sega CD was also introduced. The new model axed the motorized disk drive of the original and featured a smaller design like the Genesis Model 2. The handheld front was quiet for most of 1993. Outside of ports and licensed games, the Game Boy and Game Gear only received a handful of notable releases. On the Game Gear, Sonic Chaos released in November of 1993. It was the first original Sonic game developed for the Game Gear, as past entries were developed based on the Genesis originals. For the Game Boy, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening continued the trend of bringing Nintendo's biggest IPs to the handheld. Link's Awakening was a huge hit on the system, showing gamers that a title almost as complex as A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo was available on the 4-year-old system. Link's Awakening has since been remade twice, once for the Game Boy Color with Link's Awakening DX, and recently with a full 3D remake for the Nintendo Switch. A few other big games hit the Super Nintendo in the second half of 1993. That summer, Super Mario All-Stars was released. All-Stars included full 16-bit remakes of Super Mario Bros., Super Mario Bros. 2, and Super Mario Bros. 3. A fourth game, titled Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, made its Western debut in the collection. Originally released as Super Mario Bros. 2 in Japan, the game was replaced with a redesigned version of Doki Doki Panic for Western audiences. For third parties, Square continued their streak of quality releases on the Super Nintendo, with Secret of Mana, an action RPG that released in the latter half of 1993. 1993 was the first year that multi-platform releases between the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were becoming more popular, thanks to Nintendo loosening their restrictions on games being published for their system. Zombies Ate My Neighbors from Konami was a hit on both the Genesis and Super Nintendo, although the Super Nintendo version came out 2 months before the Genesis. One of 93's biggest multi-platform releases came via Disney, and their smash hit movie, Aladdin. Unlike other multi-platform games, however, the licensing for 1993's Aladdin was split up between different consoles. On the Super Nintendo, an arcade platformer developed by Capcom came out in November, just before the holiday rush. Aladdin was a big hit on the Super Nintendo, but all eyes were glued to the Genesis version. Developed by Virgin Interactive, Aladdin on the Genesis was a sight to behold. The gameplay wasn't quite as tight and platform heavy as the Super Nintendo version, but it featured some of the best animation seen in a video game to date. Virgin's version had the luxury of being designed in partnership with the animators at Disney, giving the Genesis a game that looked like no other. In the end, the Genesis version was the victor, selling over 4 million copies compared to the 1.8 million copies sold on Super Nintendo. But Aladdin wouldn't be the biggest game on the Genesis that year. Instead, the news cycle was dominated by a port of a fighting game that was released in arcades just a year earlier. Street Fighter II's release in 1991 set off a flurry of copycats and clones in an attempt to capitalize on the fighting game's success. The game caught the attention of several developers, including a team at Midway Games. A small team of developers at Midway, led by Ed Boon and John Tobias, set out to craft a game that was visually superior to Street Fighter II and one that gobbled up just as many quarters in the arcade. Development of the game was handled by only 4 people and completed in around a 10-month period. The title was Mortal Kombat. As soon as the game hit the arcades in October of 1992, it was a massive success. The game featured a unique 5-button control scheme and digitized graphics of real people, but the real draw of Mortal Kombat came from the excessive blood and gore in the game. Punching or kicking enemies caused buckets of blood to fly in every direction. Mortal Kombat also had finishing moves known as fatalities. After beating an enemy in combat, the words "finish them" would appear on screen. If the winning player entered the right button presses, a fatality would play out, with characters being killed in a manner of different ways. The popularity of Mortal Kombat quickly grew, and ports to home consoles were inevitable. Acclaim Entertainment acquired publishing rights for home consoles and began a massive marketing campaign for its upcoming release. Taking a note from Sega's playbook, Acclaim opted to release Mortal Kombat in North America with a street date. Dubbed Mortal Monday, Mortal Kombat hit the Genesis, Super Nintendo, Sega Game Gear, and Game Boy on September 13, 1993. Mortal Kombat's popularity came with controversy, however. The large amounts of blood and gore caught the eye of advocacy groups, and a public discussion surrounding violence in video games began. Fearing backlash and wanting to keep their family-friendly image safe, Nintendo opted not to include blood in the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat. The red blood was replaced with gray pools of sweat. Sega followed suit with the Genesis version, but included a secret code to unlock the blood and gore from the original arcade release. The difference was stunning. While Mortal Kombat sold a total of over 3 million copies across all systems, the Genesis version was by far the most popular, with some estimates saying it outsold Nintendo's counterpart 3-1. The controversy surrounding Mortal Kombat didn't stop with concerned parents. With calls from constituents across the country, the United States Congress intervened in December of 1993, holding the first congressional hearings on violence in video games. Led by Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman, no one in the video games industry was spared from Congress's oversight. This included Nintendo and Sega, both of whom sent representatives to Washington to avoid congressional intervention into the blossoming games industry. Nintendo chose Vice President of Nintendo of America, Howard Lincoln, to testify for them. Lincoln, a lawyer by profession, came in guns blazing against Sega during the hearing. Lincoln claimed that Nintendo kept violent games off their system, noting Mortal Kombat's lack of blood on the Super Nintendo. Lincoln even made the statement that Night Trap, another game under the microscope of the hearing, would never appear on a Nintendo console. Sega was represented by Bill White, Vice President of Sega of America. White struggled more than Lincoln during the congressional hearings, but tried his best to paint Sega in a good light. Rather than try to downplay the mature themes in their games, White argued that games like Night Trap and Mortal Kombat were meant for adults rather than children. White also took swipes at Nintendo for not having their own rating system, something Sega had implemented a few years earlier. The senators in attendance felt like their concerns were not addressed following the testimonies. Wisconsin Senator Herb Kohl gave Nintendo and Sega an ultimatum: either come up with your own rating system, or the United States government would do it for them. After years of competing with one another, Sega and Nintendo had no choice but to work together to create an entire rating system for the whole games industry. Creating a rating system from scratch is hard enough. It's even more difficult when multiple parties want a say in the process. Sega and Nintendo managed to escape new regulations during the first round of hearings in 1993, but a second round loomed overhead. Progress was necessary if Nintendo and Sega hoped to keep their game content independent. Early proposals for a rating board went nowhere. Sega implemented their own rating system after the release of Night Trap in 1992 and offered to make it the industry standard. Unfortunately, the rivalry between Nintendo and Sega made this dead on arrival after Nintendo objected. Other ideas included using the film industry's guidelines set by the MPAA. However, the MPAA objected to this use, wanting to keep its rating system exclusively for movies. With a second hearing fast approaching, Sega and Nintendo joined forces with popular third-party publishers Electronic Arts and Acclaim Entertainment. Together, they formed Interactive Digital Software Association, later known as the Entertainment Software Association. The group began lobbying other publishers, console manufacturers, and retailers to help establish a rating system before the end of 1994. The second hearing occurred on March 5, 1994, with Senator Joe Lieberman presiding once again. Representatives from Electronic Arts, Walmart, and Babbage's spoke at the hearing and made it clear the video game industry was coming together to create its own rating board, with retailers committing not to sell titles that would be deemed too mature to audiences. In the following months, the Entertainment Software Ratings Board was developed and announced to Congress on July 29, 1994. Lieberman, satisfied with the video game industry taking up the task to create its own content, dropped his proposed bill that would have created a government body to regulate video game content. The ESRB launched a few months later and became the industry standard for software ratings to this day. 1994 saw the launch of several games and accessories for a variety of consoles. Arcade ports were still popular as well, and many of them came to as many consoles as possible. In 1994, the most notable releases were NBA Jam, an arcade basketball game, and Mortal Kombat 2, the follow-up to the record-smashing original. On the handheld side of things, the Game Boy received a fantastic port of the original arcade Donkey Kong, and the first game in the Wario Land series. A new accessory also launched during 1994 called the Super Game Boy. The device allowed Game Boy games to be played through a Super Nintendo with added colors and borders. For the Game Gear, Sonic Triple Trouble came out in November, giving the Game Gear one of its best titles to date. Echo: The Tides of Time came out on the Genesis in August of 1994, with the Sega CD and Game Gear port following in November. Contra and Castlevania made their debut on the Genesis, with Contra Hard Corps in August and Castlevania Bloodlines in late 1993 and early 1994. On the Super Nintendo, several series made their debut on the console. Mega Man X, a sub-series of the popular Mega Man games, came out in North America in early 1994. Super Metroid, the third game in the Metroid series, hit the SNES in the spring of 1994. Finally, Final Fantasy III came out in October. All three titles are considered not just some of the best Super Nintendo games, but some of the best games of all time. The biggest games of 1994, however, were going head-to-head in the holiday season, pitting Sega and Nintendo against one another again. After finishing development of Sonic 2, Sega was ready to have another Sonic game out as soon as possible. A third Sonic game would be another massive hit on the Genesis, and it was needed if Sega wanted to keep their popular system up and running before a slew of new consoles began releasing. The task of creating Sonic 3 once again went to Yuji Naka and his team at STI. Production for Sonic 3 began in early 1993, with early concepts for the game being an isometric 3D title. This concept, known as Sonic 3D, was shelved after developers realized they wouldn't have enough time to get the game up and running before Sonic 3's intended release date of February 1994. Instead, the team looked to create a more traditional Sonic game, in the same style as Sonic 2. Production, however, wasn't smooth. STI was still divided into a group of American and Japanese developers who had issues communicating with one another. STI set out to develop the biggest Sonic game ever, using new ideas and leftover concepts from Sonic 2 to create a massive experience. New characters, a new story, and dozens of new levels were designed for the game. Music was handled by legendary pop musician Michael Jackson, who went uncredited due to controversies surrounding the artist. Production wasn't going great, however. Sonic 3 was just too big of a game for STI to make before the intended release date. The massive size of the game also cut into production cost, as it would require an even bigger cartridge than ever before. To make sure the game was released on time, Sega cut Sonic 3 into two separate titles. The first one, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, released in North America and PAL regions in February of 1994. Japanese release followed in May. Like previous titles, Sonic 3 was praised by critics, and Genesis owners bought over 1 million copies of the game, making it a smash hit. The other half of Sonic 3 continued development at STI for much of 1994, with a new name, Sonic & Knuckles. The developers at STI had always envisioned the separate releases as a single game, and luckily, there was a way to do that. Lock-on technology was Sega's new key phrase. Sonic & Knuckles was developed to interact with copies of Sonic 3 and even older games like Sonic 2. Locking the cartridges together created Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the full experience STI set out to create when production started. Sonic & Knuckles was a massive game leading up to its release. Sega backed their new game with a $45 million advertising campaign. Commercials, full game ads, and even a championship tournament, similar to the Nintendo World Championships, took place to promote the upcoming release. Sonic & Knuckles released worldwide on October 18, 1994, finally achieving the simultaneous release Sonic 2 tried 2 years earlier. Like previous Sonic games, Sonic & Knuckles was well received by critics and gamers ate it up. Over 1 million copies of Sonic & Knuckles were sold for the Genesis, and it helped keep Sega on top for another holiday season in North America. Following the success of Aladdin on the Sega Genesis, executives at Nintendo began a search to outperform the stylish game. The result of Nintendo's search was an independent game developer based out of the United Kingdom called Rareware. Rare was best known at the time for games like Battletoad on the NES and other arcadey action games. Rare released multiple games for the NES, but hadn't made very many contributions to the Super Nintendo library at the time. The reason behind this was the company's latest investment, high-end Silicon graphic workstations. These state-of-the-art computers came at a hefty price, but the results were phenomenal. Nintendo was impressed by Rare's demos and purchased a minority stake in the company, starting at 25% before increasing it all the way up to 49%. With their investment, Rare was now a second-party developer for Nintendo. Work on a new game for the Super Nintendo began in mid-1993, with Rare being given the opportunity to revive a long-dormant Nintendo franchise. They chose Donkey Kong, the original antagonist of the 1980 arcade game of the same name. It was a gamble to go with DK over other IPs. At the time, Donkey Kong's last game was 1983's Donkey Kong 3, although a Game Boy port of the original Donkey Kong was in development at the time. A core team of 12 developers were brought together with Chris and Tim Stamper, the heads of Rare, serving as directors for the new game. Nintendo took a hands-off approach to the development of the title, leaving much of the game to be developed solely by Western developers. Development progressed quickly, as the team at Rare worked long hours to get the game up and running. At CES 1994, the game was revealed to the world as Donkey Kong Country. Initial impressions were shocking. Some CES attendees thought the game was for Nintendo's next-generation home console, as it wasn't revealed to be a Super Nintendo game until the end of its announcement. Others couldn't believe the game was running on a Super Nintendo with no additional accessories or internal chips. Donkey Kong Country made a huge impact at CES, and retailers quickly lined up to purchase copies from Nintendo. Donkey Kong Country released around the world in November 1994, only 1 month after Sonic & Knuckles. The game was an instant success for both Rare and Nintendo. Nintendo backed the game up with a $16 million advertising campaign. A VHS tape called Donkey Kong Country Exposed was sent to Nintendo Power subscribers, further increasing the hype surrounding the title. Critical reception for Donkey Kong Country was strong. Reviewers praised the pre-rendered 3D graphics and gameplay. Donkey Kong Country won multiple end-of-the-year awards, including Game of the Year from both Electronic Gaming Monthly and Nintendo Power. Fans quickly purchased the game as well, helping Nintendo gain a slight upper hand against Sega in the holiday 1994 shopping season. Donkey Kong Country sold a staggering 6 million copies during the end of 1994 alone. The advanced graphics and massive marketing campaign made Donkey Kong a star once again, and kept the Super Nintendo relevant in the face of a new generation of consoles. The fourth generation of gaming was still going strong in 1994, with Sega and Nintendo still selling millions of consoles during the year, but a new generation of consoles were already on store shelves. On October 4th, 1993, the 3DO interactive multiplayer was released for an astronomical $699.99. The 3DO was followed up by the Atari Jaguar the next month. The 3DO was a 32-bit disc-based system created by the 3DO company. The Atari Jaguar claimed to be the first 64-bit console, although this is debated by enthusiasts as to whether the Jaguar was a 64-bit system or if it was just marketing by Atari Interactive. Neither console dented Sega or Nintendo's claim over the industry, however. Neo Geo continued to control a niche corner of the market in 1994, despite the high price associated with the Neo Geo AES. In late 1994, the Neo Geo CD launched in Japan and PAL territories for the equivalent of $400 US. A North American launch didn't happen until 1996. While the Neo Geo CD still boasted a high price point, it was considerably cheaper than the AES system that ran for $650. The Neo Geo CD games were also significantly cheaper than its AES counterparts, running anywhere from $50 to $70 compared to the $200 cost of AES cartridges. Nintendo opted to stick to its current systems at this time, focusing its R&D efforts on the upcoming Nintendo 64 and a cancelled successor to the Game Boy. Sega, on the other hand, was going all in to keep the aging Genesis relevant. The Sega CDX launched in 1994 for $399.99. The system combined the Sega CD and Genesis into a single unit and came bundled with multiple games. It even functioned as a portable CD player. The CDX, however, was a failure. Sega sold the unit for $100 more than a standalone Genesis and Sega CD unit. The high price and bulky design kept consumers away from using it as a portable CD player either, dooming the unit to obscurity. Sega opted to try a different route in the fall of 1994 with the release of the Sega 32X, a 32-bit add-on to the Genesis. Retailing for $159.99, Sega hoped to keep its Genesis players around while they waited for the next Sega console to come around. While it sold well initially, moving over 600,000 units before the end of 1994, the 32X was another failure for Sega. At the time of its release, Sega's next console was already out in Japan, and a North American launch of the system was coming the next year. Sega of Japan released their own 5th generation console on November 22, 1994. The Sega Saturn offered a 32-bit processor, a CD drive, and enough processing power to make 3D graphics possible without additional hardware needed. The Saturn did well in its first month on the market, but a new player entered the gaming market just a few weeks after the Saturn's launch. On December 3rd, 1994, Sony released the PlayStation in Japan. Like the Saturn, it offered 32-bit graphics and CD quality audio for its games. And, in the end, the PlayStation and Sony's entrance into the gaming scene would be the beginning of the end for Sega in the console arms race. In early 1995, the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were still as strong as ever, with major releases on the horizon. Nintendo published 2 major titles that year, Yoshi's Island in the spring and Donkey Kong Country 2 in the fall. Yoshi's Island, subtitled Super Mario World 2, pushed Mario into a supporting role as the player character Yoshi tried to reunite him with his brother. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto, Yoshi's Island was in development for 4 years and became one of only 3 games to utilize the Super FX2 chip. The game was a big hit, thanks to its unique art style that opted for a coloring book aesthetic as opposed to the pre-rendered graphics of games like Donkey Kong. Yoshi's Island went on to become its own sub-series in the Super Mario franchise, with new installments still being released as recently as 2019. Donkey Kong Country 2: Diddy's Conquest was another smash hit for Nintendo and Rare. While it wasn't quite as popular as the first Donkey Kong Country, it still managed to sell over 5 million copies, making it the 6th best-selling Super Nintendo title. Other notable releases for the Super Nintendo included Rare's fighting game Killer Instinct and the cult classic Earthbound. Platformers weren't the only big releases for the Super Nintendo. In March of 1995, Square released the critically acclaimed Chrono Trigger in Japan. A North American release followed in August of that same year. Enix finished off 1995 on top as well, with the release of the 6th game in the Dragon Quest series, Dragon Quest VI: Realms of Revelation. Only released on the Super Famicom, Dragon Quest VI sold over 3 million copies in Japan, making it the best-selling game to remain exclusive to the region. Although the Sega Saturn launched in Japan at the end of 1994, Sega still had plenty of games to support the Genesis with. In early 1995, Rystar released on the Genesis to strong critical reception. In the fall, Comic Zone and Vector Man rounded out a surprisingly strong 1995 for the Genesis. Unfortunately for Sega, these critically acclaimed exclusives weren't massive commercial successes compared to the likes of Sega's earlier titles. Support for Sega's add-ons, the 32X and Sega CD, also dried up. A few games were released for the Genesis that required both pieces of hardware to work, but these titles did little to keep the Genesis's hardware from looking outdated. On the Sega CD, the most notable releases for the system were for third parties. In January of 1995, Hideo Kojima's Snatcher was ported to the Sega CD with a full English localization. At the time of this video, Snatcher has never been re-released in English. Coupled with poor sales of the Sega CD version of the game, Snatcher has become one of the most expensive Sega CD games in the modern retro gaming market. September saw the final major Sega CD release with Lunar Eternal Blue, the 2nd game in the Lunar series. Sega's biggest release for the Genesis family of systems was Knuckles Chaotix, a Sega 32X game that was released in April of 1995. The title was a commercial flop, in part due to the 32X's low install base. It was also the final 2D platforming Sonic game released for the Genesis hardware line. Sonic wouldn't have another original platforming adventure until the release of Sonic Adventure in 1998. On the handheld front, the Game Boy remained the last system standing. The Atari Lynx and Turbo Express were discontinued in 1995 and 1994 respectively. Neither system was able to match the Game Boy's low price point and library of games. Sega's Game Gear was slightly more successful and managed to sell a total of 10 million units by early 1996, but it too was unable to slow down the Game Boy. By 1995, the release lineup of new Game Gear games had dried up, with the only major titles hitting the system being ports of Master System and Genesis titles. Even though it was the victor in the handheld side of the conflict, the Game Boy's release lineup was growing smaller every year. 1995 saw the release of Kirby's Dream Land 2, a full sequel to the Game Boy original. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto and Satoru Iwata, Kirby's Dream Land was a big hit on the now 6-year-old system, selling over 2 million copies. 1995's most popular Game Boy title was Donkey Kong Land, a watered-down port of Donkey Kong Country developed by Rare. Donkey Kong Land was a big hit, selling almost 4 million copies worldwide and becoming the best-selling Donkey Kong game on the handheld. On the hardware side of releases, Sega pumped out one final piece of Genesis hardware. Released in October of 1995, the Sega Nomad was a North American exclusive handheld that played almost all of the Genesis's releases. The Nomad was a commercial flop, selling only around 1 million units, however. Sega's innovative streak didn't just stop with hardware. At the end of 1994, Sega launched Sega Channel, an online service for the Sega Genesis. Sega Channel worked through a cable connection and allowed gamers to play dozens of Genesis games for a monthly subscription costing around $13. At the time, Sega Channel was an innovative and unorthodox way of playing games. The modern equivalent would be something like Xbox Game Pass, as Sega Channel offered its biggest game shortly after launch and rotated the lineup of games over time. Sega Channel wasn't a massive hit with consumers. Their late release in the Genesis's life held many people back from committing to the service. Sega Channel lasted until 1998, when it was shut down in the lead-up to the release of Sega's final home console, the Sega Dreamcast. Nintendo attempted to get into the online scene as well. Released exclusively in Japan, the Satellaview offered gamers a whole new lineup of titles when it launched in April of 1995. The Satellaview offered two ways to play. The first method allowed gamers to download certain games and software during a window of time. These titles were saved to the memory of an included Satellaview cartridge. The second method of play was called Soundlink games and could only be played during certain broadcast times. Some Soundlink games featured fully orchestrated music or live narration over gameplay. The Satellaview service remained online until 2000, when Nintendo officially ended all broadcasts for the service. A total of 114 titles were released for the Satellaview, with some still being lost. Gaming archivists and historians have worked non-stop to bring these games back, with many of the ROMs being available for download online and playable through a Super Nintendo emulator. With the popularity of video games growing in the early 90s, so did Nintendo and Sega's presence at the Consumer Electronics Show. Gaming had gotten so big that it needed its own expo. From May 11th to May 13th, 1995, the Electronic Entertainment Expo finally gave the video game industry its own place to shine. The first E3 was a major event, with dozens of games being shown off. Nintendo was the odd one out at the event. Rather than showcase their next generation console, Nintendo focused on the upcoming Virtual Boy. Atari made their presence known as well, featuring multiple Atari Jaguar and Jaguar CD games at the conference. Even the 3DO made an appearance at the event with a handful of games. However, all eyes were on Sega and a newcomer to the console business, Sony. The launch of the PlayStation and Saturn were planned for the fall of 1995, and the successful launch of both systems a year earlier in Japan led pundits to wonder who would come out on top in North America. Sony approached the conference with a handful of games for the PlayStation, but their biggest announcement would make E3 history. After a series of discussions around the business productions of the PlayStation, Sony Computer Entertainment of America president Steve Race came out to make a statement. While Race had full remarks prepared in advance, he only said one thing: $299, the launch price for the PlayStation. The news came as a blow to Sega, who previously announced that the Saturn would launch in September of that year for $399. But Sega made yet another move that helped doom the Saturn. During Sega's keynote, Sega of America president Tom Kalinske announced that the Saturn was available for purchase right now. The news was shocking to both third-party publishers and retailers. The immediate release of the Saturn was meant to undercut Sony and give Sega a much-needed head start over the competition in a region where they were best. The backlash, however, was too much. Only 6 games were available for purchase on launch day, with new releases months away. Some retailers even refused to stock the Saturn, as stores like Toys R Us and Babbage's were sent shipments of Saturns on day one, while others were left out in the cold. For Sega, the gamble didn't pay off, and the Saturn struggled to remain relevant for years to come. Going into 1996, the final few games for the Super Nintendo and Genesis were trickling out. New releases for the Sega CD and 32X were gone, as Sega discontinued the system in 1996 to focus its hardware efforts on the Saturn. The base Genesis received a few notable games, like Vector Man 2 and Sonic 3D Blast, both of which released in November of that year. Sonic 3D Blast was notable for being the final Sonic game on the Genesis and the first Sonic game on the Sega Saturn. A port titled Sonic Blast was even released on the Game Gear at the same time. For Nintendo, much of their focus was on the worldwide release of the Nintendo 64, but a few big titles were eked out on the Super Nintendo in early 1996. Super Mario RPG, a collaboration between Square and Nintendo, came out in Japan and North America in early 1996 to critical acclaim. A European version was never released on the Super Nintendo. Kirby received his first platforming game on the Super Nintendo when Kirby Superstar hit the system that spring. Finally, Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie Kong's Double Trouble, rounded out the year when it released in November. DKC 3 was a big hit, especially in the face of the recently released Nintendo 64, but sales were still below that of previous entries. The Game Boy seemed to be entering its twilight years in 1996. The 7-year-old handheld was already underpowered at the time of its release, but a handful of events caused the Game Boy to get a second lease on life. The commercial failure of the Virtual Boy in 1995 led Nintendo to quickly pull the plug on the awkward handheld system. An updated model of the Game Boy called the Game Boy Pocket hit store shelves in 96, giving the system a much-needed smaller design. Biggest shot in the arm for the Game Boy, however, came from Japan. In February of 1996, Pocket Monsters Green and Red were released for the Game Boy. These titles weren't released worldwide for a few more years, but in Japan, they were a phenomenon, kicking off Pokemania. The end of the generation was coming. The PlayStation and Sega Saturn featured 32-bit graphics and CDs as opposed to cartridges. The days of the Genesis and Super Nintendo were done, and on June 23, 1996, it was over officially. In Japan, the Nintendo 64 launched, and with it, all major players in the console business were focused squarely on the 5th generation of home consoles. The war between the Genesis and Super Nintendo was finally over. The 1996 holiday season was dominated by the PlayStation, Saturn, and Nintendo 64. But the Genesis and SNES weren't done just yet. In North America, both systems moved over 1 million units in 1996, with Europe and Japan contributing further sales for both consoles. Going into 1997, all eyes were on a new generation of consoles rather than the last generation. In North America, the Genesis and Game Gear were all discontinued by the end of 1997. New software was still being published for the Genesis in North America in 1997. In March, a port of Virtua Fighter 2 hit the Genesis, giving the console one final in-house developed Sega game. The final game published by Sega for the system was Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Based on the Steven Spielberg movie of the same name, The Lost World came out on September 16, 1997, over 2 years after the release of the Sega Saturn. In North America, Sega sold the licensing rights for the Genesis hardware to a company called Majesco. In 1998, a new model of the Genesis called the Genesis 3 was out on store shelves. Unlike the first two models, the Genesis 3 was incompatible with many of the Genesis accessories, including the Sega CD and 32X. Majesco also acquired many unsold Sega Genesis cartridges and Model 2 systems that they sold at budgeted prices. Majesco ended production of the Genesis 3 in 1999, bringing an end to the Genesis in the 3 major game markets. In Brazil, however, Tectoy acquired the license to the Genesis and continues to sell emulated versions of Genesis hardware and software in the country. The Game Gear's library was largely complete by the end of 1996, as Sega shifted their focus solely to the Sega Saturn. The final first-party release for the system was the same as the Genesis, Jurassic Park: The Lost World. Production on a successor to the Game Gear was considered by Sega at the time, but the company opted against it, fearing they wouldn't be able to match the success of the Game Boy. Like the Genesis, the Game Gear was revitalized as a budget console by Majesco after Sega ended official production of the console. A budget version of the Game Gear hit store shelves in 2000, with a handful of additional games being released for the system for $15 each. The final official release on the Game Gear came out in 2001 and was published by Majesco. Super Battle Tank, a port of the Super Nintendo and Genesis original, finished off the Game Gear's library. The Super Nintendo received a new model in 1997 called the New Style Super NES. This slimmed-down SNES retailed for $99.99, with some models including Yoshi's Island as a pack-in game. A similar redesign for the Super Famicom was available in Japan under the name Super Famicom Jr. Nintendo's final first-party release for the Super Nintendo wasn't far off, however. On November 27, 1997, Kirby's Dream Land 3 hit North American shelves, roughly a year after the release of the Nintendo 64. A Japanese release followed in March of 1998. The final game released for the Super Nintendo was a port of Frogger, released on October 6, 1998. Published by Majesco Entertainment, This was also the final Sega Genesis game officially released in North America. The Super Nintendo was officially discontinued in North America in 1999, 8 years after the console made its debut in the region. The Super Famicom had more staying power in Japan, where Sega was never able to get a foothold in the region. Rewritable flash cartridges called Nintendo Power were available for the system in the late 90s. Alongside the Satellaview service, new releases for the Super Famicom came out as late as 2000. The final game released on a cartridge in the region was Fire Emblem Thachia 776 on January 26, 2000. The Super Famicom was discontinued in 2003 after sitting atop the Japanese market for 13 years. Nintendo also discontinued the Famicom at this time, bringing it into the system's historic 20-year life. The Game Boy remained in production far longer than its rivals or console counterparts. Plans for a successor to the system were in place in the mid-1990s with an intended release date of 1996. Codenamed Project Atlantis, this Game Boy successor would have featured a 32-bit processor and a full-color LCD screen. The project was dropped due to cost concerns. Instead, Nintendo spent the rest of the 90s releasing new models of the Game Boy. In 1998, the Game Boy Light was released exclusively in Japan. This revision added a light to the screen, a requested feature for much of the Game Boy's lifespan. At the end of 1998, a pseudo-successor to the Game Boy was released worldwide, called the Game Boy Color. The new system didn't feature any hardware revisions that made it more powerful than the original Game Boy on a technical level. The Game Boy Color's main selling point was in the name, Color. After 9 years, Nintendo finally released a handheld with color support. All Game Boy games were backwards compatible with the Game Boy Color, with some titles even being released on black cartridges. These games were designed in color for the Game Boy Color, but were playable on the original Game Boy as well. New software continued to hit the Game Boy throughout the late 90s. In February 1997, Nintendo published Mole Mania for the system, one of the final gray cartridges for the system. Produced by Shigeru Miyamoto, Mole Mania is considered a hidden gem by many Game Boy enthusiasts today. The biggest games for the original Game Boy were, of course, Pokemon Red and Blue, when they were released in the United States in 1998. Pokemania quickly swept the nation, and additional releases followed. The final original Game Boy game released was Pokemon Yellow in Japan in 1998. A North American release followed in 1999, and Europe received the game in 2000. Officially, the Game Boy was not discontinued until 2003, although by this point, the original Game Boy was replaced with the new Game Boy Color system. With Sega and Nintendo's war over, it might seem difficult to find a winner between the two. Sega's dominance over Europe and North America for a large portion of the 16-bit era ended Nintendo's stranglehold on the region, and cleared the path for future challengers with PlayStation and Xbox. Unfortunately for Sega, they were never able to topple Nintendo's grip over the Japanese market. The Super Famicom remained the dominant console in the region during its entire run. In the end, Sega sold a total of 30 million Genesis and Mega Drive units worldwide. For the Super Nintendo, sales were strong in all regions. 49 million Super Famicom and Super Nintendo units were sold worldwide. Roughly 20 million units were sold in Japan and North America each, with the remaining units coming primarily from Western European countries. From a sales perspective, the Super Nintendo held off Sega's attempt to control the console market, but they did so with one major caveat. Had it not been for the Super Famicom's success in Japan, the Genesis would have sold better or tied with the Super Nintendo in most markets. On the handheld front, the Game Gear sold an impressive 10 million units, beating out Atari and NEC. This pales in comparison with the Game Boy, however. It's estimated that roughly 70 million original Game Boys were sold between the system's launch in 1989 and the release of the Game Boy Color. Nintendo's official records put the Game Boy's lifetime sales at 118 million. This made the Game Boy the first gaming system to ever cross 100 million units sold, and is currently the third best-selling game system of all time, behind the PS2 and Nintendo DS. However, it should be noted that the 118 million number combines both original Game Boy and Game Boy Color sales. NEC, Atari, SNK, Philips, and the 3DO company all failed to make a dramatic impact in sales when compared to Sega and Nintendo. None of their systems managed to sell more than 10 million units worldwide. Of the group, NEC was the most successful, with the TurboGrafx 16 taking a distant third in the console race. The Turbo Express, on the other hand, never took off, in part due to its high price point. SNK's Neo Geo system managed to outlast its competitors, although it was never really in competition with them. Neo Geo's final release, Samurai Showdown 5 Special, released on April 22, 2004. The Neo Geo was officially discontinued after the release of this title. The Neo Geo CD was discontinued in 1997, and altogether, the Neo Geo sold roughly 1 million units across the world. Atari and the 3DO company were hit the worst. Atari Corporation saw only a few million Atari Lynx sell, and the Jaguar bombed with less than 500,000 units sold worldwide. After failing to reclaim the glory days of Atari, Atari Corporation merged with JTS Incorporated in 1996. In 1998, JTS sold the licensing and name rights for Atari to Hasbro. The 3DO performed better than Atari's Jaguar, but it didn't do much good for the young company. After discontinuing the 3DO in 1997, the 3DO company became a third-party publisher. The company was officially dissolved in 2003 when they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. 3DO's assets were then auctioned off to a variety of different corporations. The CDI didn't fare much better, but Philips was able to weather the unit's losses. The CDI was officially discontinued in 1998, and Philips has never made another game console. In the years following the discontinuation of the fourth generation of systems, many of the most notable games made their ways to new hardware and new audiences. Sega started off by porting Genesis Sonic games to the Sega Saturn in 1997 with the compilation pack Sonic Jam. Sega continued to re-release Genesis-era Sonic games during the sixth generation of gaming. Other classic Genesis games began seeing ports during this era as well, one of the most notable releases being the Sega Genesis Collection for PlayStation 2 and PSP. By the 7th generation of gaming, multiple Genesis titles were re-released on the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Wii. The advent of digital downloads meant classic games no longer had to be compiled on a single disc or cartridge to see a re-release. Super Nintendo games quickly found a home on Nintendo's Game Boy Advance following the handheld's release in 2001. Classics like Super Mario World and The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past saw new light on the system, with additional features being added to the titles. Super Nintendo games were re-released on the Wii Virtual Console shortly after the Wii's launch in 2006. 74 games were released for the Wii Virtual Console in North America, with the final few games coming out in 2012 before the launch of the Wii U. Additionally, TurboGrafx 16, Neo Geo, and Genesis games were available for download on the Virtual Console service, with 75 Genesis games, 54 Neo Geo games, and 63 TurboGrafx titles being released. Super Nintendo games were also released on the Wii U and 3DS Virtual Consoles, although the 3DS Virtual Console was limited to the new line of 3DS systems. Today, Super Nintendo games and Genesis titles are playable on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch, and it seems likely that these classics will make their way to the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X in due time. Genesis games are also available for download on mobile devices and PC services like Steam. In 2017, Nintendo unveiled and released the Super Nintendo Classic Edition. Retailing for $79.99, the SNES Classic is a mini console with 21 pre-installed Super Nintendo games. The Classic included many hit games, and included the first official release of Star Fox 2, a previously unreleased sequel to the 1993 original. Sega followed Nintendo's footsteps with their own release in 2019. The Sega Genesis Mini launched for $79.99 and included 42 Genesis games. Included in the release was a Sega Genesis version of Tetris, a title that was never released on the original hardware. In 2020, Sega announced plans to continue their line of mini consoles with multiple Sega Game Gear Micros. So far, the Game Gear Micros have seen 5 variations released in Japan, with each one containing a different set of games. The legacy of these consoles has lasted for more than 2 decades and will likely continue as the game industry grows older. I've had a blast playing both my Super Nintendo and Genesis. My Super Nintendo was the first game console I ever had after it was gifted to me by my cousin. It's the same console I received on Christmas Day in 2002, with many of my favorite games from my childhood still being in my collection. I didn't join the Sega Genesis party until later, but I've loved the classics on this system too. Rocket Knight Adventures is one of my favorite platformers, and I can't wait to dive deeper into the system's library of games in the years to come. The Great Console War pitted executives against one another. It caused lines to be drawn in the sand across playgrounds around the world. In an era before widespread use of the internet, the rivalry between Sega and Nintendo was a part of mainstream culture. No other generation of consoles has seen quite the level of love for their respective sides since, despite gaming growing more and more popular. And today, Sega and Nintendo are on good terms. The era of trying to one-up each other is over. and an era of mutual respect endures. That's the legacy of the Great Console War. That's the legacy of Sega versus Nintendo. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the Great Console War, the story of Sega versus Nintendo. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and share the video on your favorite social media sites. In the comments, I want to know your thoughts on Sega, Nintendo, or any of the other companies and products featured in this series. Be sure to subscribe to catch the next video as soon as it releases, and be sure to let me know what types of games or systems you would like to see covered in future videos. And, once again, thank you for watching.
The Nintendo e-reader is a little remembered card reader add-on for the Game Boy Advance with a lot of different uses. It was released shortly after the Game Boy Advance launch, and despite the GBA being a massive success for Nintendo, this Swiss Army knife of a peripheral was not, lasting only 2 years in North America. It was the key to unlocking bonus content in a handful of GBA games and GameCube games, as well as capable of playing games itself, and side note, it was not Nintendo's unexpected foray into the cutthroat world of ebook devices like the Amazon Kindle, which is probably what you were trying to Google. Like a lot of Nintendo's gadgets, it was a little ahead of its time and a little too unwieldy for its own good. Still, it's a fascinating device for this show we call Punching Weight, where we celebrate the weird, ambitious, and unnecessary. And in this episode, we're going to take a deep dive into the Nintendo GBA e-reader. It's easy to forget about the trading card game boom of the late 90s and early aughts. Magic the Gathering had been holding it down for years, but then along came Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And suddenly, we're seeing trading card game spin-offs, trading card mini-games, and whole games based around a deck of cards. Cards were hot, and when you also take into account Nintendo's penchant for differentiating themselves from the competition with neat system add-ons, it's no surprise they wanted in on the action. The GBA e-reader was a collaboration between Nintendo, Creatures Inc., who also had a hand in the Game Boy camera, and HAL Laboratories, with the actual card reading tech developed by camera manufacturer Olympus. It was originally a far less ambitious device, first unveiled to the West as the Pokemon e-reader at E3 2001, only as a device to turn your GBA into a virtual Pokédex for the Pokemon TCG. In fact, when it was first released in Japan in December 2001, it did not have a link cable capability, which we'll break down in more detail in a minute. Nintendo would later release an updated version, the e-reader Plus, that included link cable support and opened up a whole new world of possibilities. This is technically the version released in September 2002 to North America and Australia. However, it was simply known as the e-reader to avoid confusion. For reasons that'll become clear later on, the e-reader never made it to Europe. It retailed for $39.99 in the US, which is about $55 today, with various packs of cards ranging from $3 to $6. Not too bad, but to really make it work, you needed a lot of extras on top of that, depending on how you wanted to use it. The GBA link cables, a second GBA, a GameCube GBA link cables for that, and then of course, the cards themselves. E-reader cards, and there were over 1,000 of these, held data on a dot code strip printed along the card's border. Cards had 1 to 2 stripes, holding 2.2K of data on the long side and 1.1K of data on the short side. For those playing along at home, that's about 544 cards for the DOS shareware of Doom if they were using the 2 long sides, which I don't think anyone's put GBA Doom on the e-reader yet, so get on that, modders. Now the technical details are cool, but like, Grace, what is this? Is this... Ladies and gentlemen, we did the math. The no-intro version of GBA Doom could fit on 486 cards with the vertical and horizontal dot code and 180 cards with the 2 horizontal dot codes to make 666 cards. My god. What have we done? We're not done.
Get on it, modders!
So technical details are cool, but what do these cards actually do? Well, they did a lot of things. They could have full NES games, original minigames, a whole standalone board game, videos, and tons of extra content for games, like new areas, new challenges, items, music, and at least one time where it was used to patch out a glitch. So in short, it did a lot of things. In fact, too many things. There were also a lot of different ways to actually get cards. The e-reader came packed with cards, some games came bundled with cards, some were packed into magazines, and others were given away at special events and are very rare. But most cards were sold as packs for about $5 a pop. Well, at least the NES ones were. Cards for games like Animal Crossing and Pokemon, though, in keeping with the tradition of trading cards, were parts of a larger set. For example, Animal Crossing E-Series 1 had 66 total cards and sold 5 cards in a booster pack for $2.99 each. It was difficult to collect them all, and it's easy to see why it'd be hard to convince Mom to indulge in any of this. So that's a lot off the top, but the real question I'm sure you're wondering is, how does it actually work? The e-reader itself is a rather big device, bigger than a GBA SP. Doesn't exactly fit in your pocket. It's not really portable. It is essentially a GBA cart with a giant card reader on top with a slit for sliding cards. And because it is essentially just a GBA cart, it works with anything with a GBA port, including the GameCube GBA player and DS. The problem comes with the link cable port. While it fits perfectly for the classic GBA and GameCube player, it's not the best fit for the SP. Requires a link cable adapter for the micro, and physically doesn't fit the original DS, though if you carve out a hole in the plastic casing, it will work. This is not an issue for the DS Lite, by the way, but it's so weird looking with a giant card reader bolted to it. Again, can't imagine why this never caught on. Side note, because all GBAs are region-free, the e-reader itself is also region-free, except the cards themselves are not. So that sucks. The device itself works well enough, though can be temperamental. A big problem is that scanning is actually a real pain. You have to slide a card at just the right speed. Most cases require multiple swipes from multiple cards. Luckily, you can swipe cards in any order you want, but you're required to hit A on the GBA every time a swipe is successful or unsuccessful. We found using the GameCube GBA player works best because it stabilizes the unit. Thankfully, the e-reader has its own internal memory, so once you've swiped in a game, it stays saved in the e-reader until you swipe in something else, which is really cool. When we pulled this thing out of storage, there was a game still saved on here from probably 15 years earlier. Speaking of the games, let's start diving into the actual uses of the e-reader. Like we said, this thing did a lot of things, but our favorite are the classic NES games. Predating the Virtual Console and the classic NES series on the GBA, these were one of the first times Nintendo re-released old games as standalone content, and it was a major selling point in commercials. Like we said, sliding 10 data stripes will test your patience, but having an entire NES game stored on 5 cards is still such an amazing thing. There were 13 classic NES games released in total, and we happen to have 4 of them. Of the games we were able to test, none had anything that isn't in the OG NES versions. In fact, they're actually missing features. Balloon Fight and Ice Climber are missing a 2-player option, and Excite Bike still does not have the ability to save custom tracks, though they at least took the option out. The biggest knock against them is that none of them save high scores. I mean, the damn thing is rewritable. You'd think that storing high scores while the game is loaded into the e-reader wouldn't be too big of an ask. At any rate, high score saves, 2-player mode, and even the ability to save custom tracks were later implemented into the GBA Classic re-releases, which renders these e-reader versions pretty obsolete. Another negative, each NES game comes on 5 cards. Again, the novelty of having an entire NES game housed on 10 lines of data printed on 5 cards is still pretty mind-blowing. But if you lose a card or buy an incomplete set, the rest are basically useless. And I don't know about you, but I wasn't the most organized kid growing up. I'm honestly not sure how I managed to keep all these together after all these years. Similarly to the NES games, Nintendo also planned on dipping into the vault for Game & Watch re-releases, but that was canned after the e-reader underperformed. Manhole E came packed in with the e-reader, and it is the sole Game & Watch game for the e-reader. Here's something odd. Unlike the NES games, it does not save onto the e-reader and needs to be rescanned every time you want to play. So you could either lug around your GBA and your e-reader and your Manhole e-card, or just play Manhole on one of the various Game & Watch collections for the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. Needless to say, the e-reader version does not save high scores, which is almost the entire point of games like that. But hey, this is Punching Weight, and we are all about unnecessaries. Moving on, the next e-reader game is pretty damn impressive. It's both one of the coolest e-reader games and the biggest indicator that Nintendo did not believe in the e-reader. Mario Party E. Yes! Not only did Nintendo actually release a board game version of Mario Party, its cards had e-reader support. It's an otherwise fully functional tabletop board game with extra bonus games played on a GBA. Yes, the e-reader games are just extra bonus games because it didn't even come bundled with an e-reader. Nintendo expected you to already have one, I guess. The game can be played without an e-reader, so we also have no idea why it's called Mario Party E. But the king of trading cards was, of course, Pokemon.
Gotta catch the cards.
Pokemon TCG cards had e-reader dot codes from Expedition to EX Team Magma versus Team Aqua, which comes out to over a whopping 600 cards. Jeez. You might have had e-reader cards in your collection this whole time and not even known it. Most of these cards had a single code stripe on the short side that displayed Pokedex information, which, if you'll remember, was the original intention of the e-reader. But other cards also had long slide codes that unlocked minigames, animations, and music. Some even unlocked secret attacks that could be used during play, but these were never tournament legal. We have the full Machop Evolution set, which came packed in with the system, which means we can unlock the minigame Machop at Work. It's a game where Machop is a good boy just doing his best and working for the weekend. But there are dozens of minigames like this, and as far as we know, they have never been re-released, which means there is a ton of exclusive Pokemon content locked within these cards. Now, part of this may be because these minigames were released while Wizards of the Coast was publishing the TCG. When Nintendo took over from them in June 2003, they stopped making minigames altogether and only published short side dot codes. Fun fact, Wizards of the Coast actually raised the price of the TCG when the dot codes came out, which Nintendo kept until way after the e-reader was discontinued in the US.
Boom! Baby.
We'll be right back. But, I hear you asking, what about them poker main video games? Well, you're in luck, because there's also another completely separate kind of Pokemon e-reader cards that work with Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. There are far fewer cards for these games, about 60 Battle E cards, and that's including promo cards released in North America, though there are a few more sets in Japan. By the way, to give you an idea of how short-lived the e-reader was in North America, it didn't even last a full Pokemon generation, as all the e-reader functionality was taken out of Pokemon Emerald for its international localization. There are a few different types of Battle E-cards. The most common ones are the Trainer and Berry cards, which allow you to battle new trainers or allow you to get exclusive berries, respectively. The most famous and sought-after card, though, is the elusive Eon Ticket, which was only given out by Nintendo at E3 2003 in Volume 173 of Nintendo Power, and at some Toys R Us stores. Rest in peace, Toys R Us. Players who got an Eon Ticket were also able to share copies of it via record mixing, so the e-reader wasn't the only way to get it. The Eon Ticket let you go to a special location where you could capture Latias or Latios, depending on your game. Unfortunately, to do any of this, you need a second GBA. Remember, the e-reader is basically a GBA cart itself, so first, you need your GBA with your copy of Ruby or Sapphire, a link cable, and a second GBA with the e-reader. It was reasonable for Nintendo to expect the average Pokemon superfan to have a link cable and a friend or sibling with their own game in GBA to trade with. That's the entire idea behind making two versions of each game. But this was just a step too far, and it didn't catch on like Nintendo had hoped, at least in North America. Still, my favorite Battle E card, though, was a special card released only in a Japanese magazine that actually patched out a glitch. Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire had a weird bug which basically created a lost year where berries couldn't grow for a full calendar year. This card set could actually execute code into the game and patch it out. Now, sure, there were other ways Nintendo allowed players to patch out this glitch, but for my money, this is one of the coolest uses of an e-reader card. Another super cool e-reader game was Super Mario Advance 4 Super Mario Bros. 3, aka the greatest name for a Nintendo game of all time. Though it's a shame they didn't go all the way dumb and call it Super Mario Advance 4 Super Mario Bros. 3E, which is what the cards were called. Side note, the best video game title of all time is still Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Anyway, SMA4 SMB3E US had 36 cards spread across 2 series, and they were all really cool. The cards had a few basic flavors. Demo cards that were essentially speedruns and let's plays before YouTube, and power-up cards, which let you add items to your inventory or modify the game itself with switches that changed the way the game was played. However, the true star of the show were the exclusive brand new level cards. There were 38 total e-reader exclusive levels, of which only 13 were ever released in the US. By traveling to World E, you can play these new levels and also collect special coins, which were only available in e-reader levels. Collecting enough coins would actually unlock 3 more minigames, but because of how bad the e-reader flopped, 2 of these minigames were not unlockable in North America because we missed out on 25 level cards. After the e-reader got kiboshed, it created a weird market in the Mario fandom. SMA4 SMB3E e-reader card levels would actually save onto your cart after you unlock them. So for a long time, one of the only ways you could play these levels is if you bought a cart that had all the unlocked levels on it. For example, our copy was bought secondhand and has a few levels saved on it. In 2016, Nintendo re-released SMA4 SMB3E onto the Wii U Virtual Console, and it actually has all the levels and minigames unlocked from the start, including the levels that were previously Japanese exclusive. Not to mention, a physical cart actually doesn't have enough room for all 38 levels, so this makes the Virtual Console version the definitive version, which is kind of unprecedented for a Virtual Console release. Now, naturally, all these levels have been recreated in Mario Maker, but this is still really, really cool. However, all the demo movies and power-up switches are not available on the Wii U version, but the e-reader input screen is still there, which is kind of weird. This is particularly upsetting in light of a hidden set of game-altering switches hackers have found buried in the code. The cards that would have activated these switches were never released, so it's worth buying SMA4 SMB3E. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah, okay. SMA4 SMB3E on Wii U Virtual Console for the extra levels, and downloading a ROM to play with the extra switches. Though good luck trying to find those ROMs. Moving on, the third way you can use your e-reader is with the GameCube, and the main way you would have done that, in North America at least, is with Animal Crossing. Pokemon Channel also had e-reader compatibility and came with 3 special cards that you could use for the Smeargle Paint minigame. But after the e-reader got cancelled, they stopped including the cards in the box. They didn't actually remove the e-reader capability, so you can still play the game if you got your hands on the cards. Anyway, Animal Crossing was a hugely ambitious game for a pre-internet time and was compatible with both the e-reader and the GameCube GBA link cable, using them both to unlock a ton of extra content. Connecting your GBA via the GameCube GBA controller link cable granted you access to the island, while the e-reader granted access to a ton of stuff. There are 5 types of Animal Crossing cards spread out over 4 different series, and while that sounds like Nintendo really committing to the e-reader, it's actually another huge example of them not committing. Let's start with the Town Tune cards. They had .code data stripes on them, but also the music notation right there, so you didn't actually need the e-reader to access the song. Character cards could be used to send letters to animals in the game, but each card also had passwords you could send via a letter instead, again reducing the need to use the actual e-reader. On top of everything else, card swiping is particularly time-consuming in Animal Crossing because of its flavorful dialogue trees. Also because the game kicks you out of the menu if you swipe a card wrong. Design cards can be used to put new designs on clothes, which is convenient if you're not that adept at making designs yourself. But if you do have a talent for that type of thing, you don't really need cards. But that sounds like a hell of a chore to me, so I'll just be sticking with the cards, thank you. The 4th type are the game cards, the true e-reader exclusive stuff. You played them by swiping the game cards and then swiping character cards to put them in your minigame. Full disclosure though, we don't have any of the game cards ourselves and had some problems finding videos of this online. Okay, so now we gotta talk Animal Crossing NES games. Hidden in Animal Crossing are 15 NES games unlocked in various ways, from going to the island, at Tom Nook's lottery, or through promos given away by Nintendo. They're super difficult to unlock in-game, and back in the day, internet forums were filled with tons of bunk rumors for what games and how to unlock them. Thank goodness we live in today's internet hellscape, and we can save ourselves the drama by Googling the secret game codes and inputting them at Tom Nook's store. However, this only worked for 15 of the actual 19 playable NES games. The remaining 4 being Super Mario Bros., which was Japanese exclusive, The Legend of Zelda, which was never released officially, Ice Climber, and Mario Bros. To access Ice Climber and Mario Bros, you can't input a code. You need their special Animal Crossing e-reader cards. Well, either the e-reader cards or hacking with something like a Game Shark. But I want to make sure we're crystal clear on this. The NES cards are not how you unlock the rest of the NES games in Animal Crossing. And this copy of Ice Climber will not unlock Ice Climber in Animal Crossing. For the version in Animal Crossing, it needs that one special e-card. Side note, it's pretty cool that Animal Crossing has any NES games at all, and it gets credit for being one of the first ways Nintendo re-released a collection of classic NES games. But I still think the e-reader NES Classic series takes the cake for being the first, hey, these games are worth playing for their own sake, take on repackaging classic games. It was a genuinely cool way for people to re-experience these games or play them for the first time. But both Animal Crossing and the NES e-reader games deserve credit for helping pave the way for the classic NES series on the GBA, the Virtual Console, and the general retro gaming community. The e-reader was discontinued in mid-2004, but as we've mentioned, it actually lasted a bit longer in Japan. In fact, its website is still live as of the making of this video. As the e-reader was phased out around the world, e-reader compatibility was straight up deleted from the localized versions. This, combined with the fact that the e-reader was region locked, meant that only the staunchest importers got to play these games in a way they were meant to be played. We don't have access to all these games, so we'll just run down a quick list. Rockman 03 had e-reader mod cards, and their in-game content was fully translated for the English release and accessible via cheat codes. Though the cards themselves never made it overseas, this content would be included in the Mega Man Zero DS collection. Rockman EX 4, 5, and 6 had a similar e-reader functionality, but the North American Battle Network games have never been re-released yet. F-Zero GP Legends e-reader functionality was somewhat folded into the rest of the game for the US release, and you could unlock certain card features by completing certain tasks. However, Staff Ghosts and E+ course features were removed entirely from the international game. Mario vs. Donkey Kong actually had 5 e-reader level cards that are extremely rare, even in Japan. Nintendo only gave out 5 cards, though it appears 12 levels were actually planned for the release and can be accessed via hacking. The Wii U Virtual Console release does not feature these extra levels like Super Mario 3 Advance. Lots of Pokemon games from this time had extra e-reader stuff exclusive to the Japanese releases. Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire had a small amount of e-reader cards that were given out as promotions. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green's e-reader functionality let Japanese players scan new trainers into the Battle Tower, but most of these trainers are unlocked by default in the worldwide releases. Pokemon Emerald had its e-reader functionality removed, but some of the Japanese e-reader functions were added to the game. The only way to get an Eon ticket in the PAL and US versions of Emerald is record mixing with another game with an unlocked Eon ticket already. Pokemon Colosseum had a card e-room that was completely sealed off in international versions. It's where you'd have your battle card fights, as well as capture 3 extra Shadow Pokemon. Domokun no Fushigi Terebi is unique on this list because it is a completely Japanese exclusive game. Its e-reader cards could unlock mini-games. Hamtaro Card E, or Totokun Hamtaro Ham 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 Ha Magic Princess, actually doesn't work with any GBA games. It's a card set that works similarly to the NES Classic series. Swiping the cards unlocked cute little mini-games that really prove that... Grace made me say this. But perhaps the biggest casualty of all, we were robbed of 3 different mini-games that you could play on the Game Boy Advance in Pikmin 2! It was so cute! And as far as we know, these games have never been re-released. How you feel, Grace?
Sad.
And that just about covers everything. The e-reader was short-lived and definitely ahead of its time, but was a pretty damn cool device and a must-have device for hardcore collectors. While Grace and I both love this little thing for all it can do, I can understand why it wasn't successful. Look at how long it took us just to explain it. That's the kind of thing that ad execs lose sleep over. But it's something I hope the hacking community can get excited about. There was a small homebrew scene that seems to have completely petered out by the time the DS conquered the market, but a lot of their documentation is still available for those that are interested. Thanks so much for watching. Please subscribe, click that bell, leave a like, leave a comment. I'll be over here just swiping some e-reader cards. Yeah. I think I want to play some Excite Bike. Excite Bike. Ooh, forgot about this rockin' music. Grace, we didn't talk about the rockin' music.
We forgot.
Yes. The multiple slots on the DS exposed. Do you think we're gonna get flagged for using the word slot in this video? Hey Grace, stop slot shaming. Hey, I'm Derek, it's me, Derek, and welcome to Stop Skeletons and Fighting. The monstrously successful Nintendo DS and DS Lite originally had backwards compatibility with the Game Boy Advance in the form of the Game Boy Advance slot here on the bottom. It's actually called Slot 2. I didn't realize that until just for shooting this. Not only did it allow you to play Game Boy Advance games on your DS, which was awesome, it also opened tons of new opportunities for, let's say, true intellectuals who were committed to the weird, ambitious, and unnecessary. Before the GBA slot was phased out with the DSi upgrades, developers released a slew of wild accessories that were truly awesome, let you get the most out of your DS. So pull out your original DS or your DS Lite that you were either too smart or too stupid to have gotten rid of when you updated. This is all about the secrets of the DS GBA slot. And if you want more slot action, let's beam me up, Slotty. And we start with a banger, Guitar Hero on Tour. I'm gonna guess that actually some of you watching this had this game, and you know what's up. I feel like anybody who saw this game in the store, like the first time I played this game was for this video, right? But when I saw this in stores at the time, I saw this little window. Whoever came up with this box idea, the idea of putting the buttons right here, brilliant. Anyway, let's dig into the thing. This is the guy. This thing is so cool because, honestly, I don't think you could possibly do Guitar Hero while emulating the actual guitar any better than this. This is probably as good as it can get. It's got a really cool, slick design. This plastic on the outside is really stiff and really solid. I feel like I could throw this across the room and it would be fine. So, this was a collaboration between Nintendo Red Octane and Vicarious Visions. They came to Nintendo to make this game. Vicarious Visions is just a legit company. They also made Doom 3 for the Xbox. They've been doing insane stuff for a while. I guess when they knock on your door with a great idea, you answer the door. No one wanted to do this. Everyone thought it was crazy. No one asked for this, but then apparently Vicarious Visions walked into Nintendo and said, check it out. And they went, get on it. It's a complicated idea, just done so simply. It's so smart. It just slots into your DS like that, and you hold the game sideways, and you play like this, and you look super awesome. Anyway, so for this video, if we're not clear, these are DS accessories that use the GBA slot, so this by itself has no game on it. You cannot plug this into your Game Boy Advance and expect to use anything. You also cannot play this DS game without the guitar grip. Without the grip, the game's just like, what am I supposed to do? There are 3 different Guitar Hero on tour games. Each one had like 25 songs. You can Wi-Fi stream to each other's games. You can do wireless multiplayer. This is a really robust package. One thing I really like, it uses everything on the DS. As a matter of fact, when you have combos going and you want to use your star power, instead of hitting a button, you just go bah! And it'll do your star power. It did fun things like you're both playing the song, like you can light their guitar on fire, and in order to put your fire out, you have to blow into the microphone. Now, when you look at the track listing of this game, at first I was like a little disappointed. Kind of a lot of slower songs. There wasn't like a Dragon Force, and there wasn't Fall of Troy. And then I realized because you couldn't do that your wrist would die. I'm pretty sure that All-Star by Smash Mouth is harder to play on this game than on an actual guitar. I feel like I could just never really get a comfortable way to hold this that didn't kill my wrist. The most I could really do, honestly, was like 2 songs. I'm trying to say it's a young man's game. There are Nintendo DS Lites that came bundled with this thing. They sold a couple million copies of this game, and it was right before the Guitar Hero and Band Hero and Rock Band and all that stuff crashed. So this was right at the peak of it. It was perfect timing, and it's about as good as it can be. Next, smile for the camera. This is the Facening Scan. It is the coolest damn thing you'll ever see. It is a Game Boy Advance cartridge with a little camera, and it is for face training, which, as you can see here, is a Japanese game. It is the Adult DS Face Trainer. Hey, you trying to get that ripped face? You want to get your face shredded? You want a beach face to go with the beach bod? You need to get yourself an Adult DS Face Trainer. This is maybe the coolest gadget we're going to talk about in this episode, and it's a camera. It's a GBA camera for your DS. How cool is that? Very. So yeah, face training is an exercise game for your face. It is Japanese only, but you don't really need to know Japanese. It's pretty simple. You kind of poke around the menu long enough until a nice Japanese lady starts talking to you, and then a pretty Japanese lady shows up on the left screen and starts making faces, and then you line yourself up with the camera, and then you just mimic those faces, and then it grades you on them at the end, and that's really it. The thing seems kind of ridiculous. It's a game made for women so they can be, you know, prettier. So do with that what you want. I thought the idea of making your face buff, right? Working the muscles out in your face. I thought it was kind of ridiculous until I started doing the exercises and the muscles in my face started immediately twitching, and I was not given a high rating. There's this one move where she looks straight up and then she drops her jaw as much as she can, and I'm like, man, this would be a great horror game if just the eyes kept rolling in the back of her head and her jaw just stretched down. Basically what I'm trying to say is, like, if you want to work your face out, get this game. If you want inspiration for your creepypasta, you know, haunted video game cartridge, also get this game. And the camera works pretty well, as you can see. There's Grace. Maybe it shouldn't come as a surprise that Face Training was co-developed by Intelligent Systems, who did the Paper Mario games, WarioWare, and freaking Fire Emblem. WarioWare Snapped, which is a WarioWare game that came off the DSi, actually used this exact same technology, and as a matter of fact, Face Training did come out in the PAL region as a DSi downloadable game using the camera on the DSi. There's another game that actually used the Facening Scan cartridge called Project Beauty, or the full name is Shiseido Beauty Solution Kaihatsu Center Kanshu Project Beauty. It was basically a makeup tutorial app that Sega made. It's the only other game that uses the Facening Scan cartridge and comes with one. So the thing to remember about this game is that it came out in 2007, and that was before smartphones basically gobbled up the camera world. It was just too ahead of its time, but it's a really wild and great idea. This is part of the touch generation. Touch generation of DS and Wii games, which were like extremely casual games. Face Training was one of them, and so is this kanji dictionary that came out in Japan, of course. It is apparently 16 players wireless. That's cool. What's also cool is there was also a couple of cookbook games released in Japan, and they came with a magnet that you could slot into the GBA slot, and then I guess stick the GBA on your fridge or your microwave, something like that, so that you can be cooking and looking at the directions and stuff like that. There's a lot of wild stuff that came from like the casual rush of the mid to late aughts. But Face Training, I guess I recommend it. It's pretty wild. Do you want that shredded, buff, right for the summer face? Face Training. Get that shredded face. Are you crying? Ain't no crying in Face Training. Take your face off. What's next? If we are talking about weight loss stuff, talking about ultra casual, we have to talk about the My Coach, which was a line of games that Ubisoft put out for the DS, mainly the DS, a little bit for the Wii. And of course, there's the My Weight Loss Coach that came with the pedometer. That clicks. Basically, yeah, you walk around, get your steps in, and then you plug it into your DS, and then you upload your steps, and then it keeps track of them. I mean, it's a weight loss game outside of the steps, outside of like, hey, your goal is 500 steps. Everything else in the game is like, hey, don't eat salt for a day, or hey, do something else. That's all on the honor system. The game is just like, hey, do you eat bacon? I'm like, no. Did you have butter today? No. You're doing great. Oh, cool, I am doing great. And when you put your profile in, it's like, how much do you weigh? I put in my weight, and then like my little stick figure guy goes like, brrr. And like, what are you doing, weight loss coach? More like weight loss bully. You know what? Forget weight loss coach. You're beautiful and you're sexy no matter what you look like, okay? It's what's in here that counts. All right, folks, it's time to stop farting around. It's time to get real. The faceting scan is really fun. The pedometer is kind of neat. Guitar Hero is really interesting, but let me tell you, like, the actual, genuinely, the best thing that you can get for your DS that we're going to talk about on this show is the Taito paddle. You plug it in, you turn it on, and instead of using the D-pad, you use this. And it is so genuinely amazing. This paddle only came out in Japan, and it was bundled with Arkanoid DS. Works for Space Invaders Extreme 1 and 2, Arkanoid DS, and Space Bust-A-Move. But here's the thing about the DS. DS games, and of course, the Taito paddle, are not region locked. So this is an American DS, and this is a Japanese, paddle. You can play this anywhere. So any region on any system can play these games. Here is the sad thing. While this thing is amazing and super fun, it doesn't work for any other games, which is a shame. It would be so good for racing games. I wanted so badly to see this would work for any other game. I went through my entire collection, nothing. This would be amazing for Mario Kart. The amount of control that you get with the paddle is so good. And thankfully, there are people doing homebrew stuff and hacking to try and get this thing to work for things like Mario Kart. It would be fantastic if it worked that way. Collecting weird stuff is fun, but it's not practical. Sometimes you buy stuff and you go, cool, and you put it on the shelf and you're like, well, there it is, I have it now, I guess. Say you have multiple Donkey Kongas. You ain't playing those Donkey Kongas. But the Taito paddle, that is a device that you can buy and put it on the shelf and go, man, that's awesome. I'm gonna play that right now. And finally, there's no words. This is a piano. It's Easy Piano for the DS. It was developed by Game Life. It is a little keyboard for your DS. It only has 13 keys from C to Shining C. I think one of the coolest things about it, though, it's gigantic. It's real big. It's not really portable anymore. It's not the first keyboard for a video game system. It wouldn't be the last. Here's the problem. Honestly, the game kind of sucks. It's like they had this awesome keyboard. They didn't really make a game to utilize it completely. There's so many little mini games and things that really just use the stylus. You can totally have Easy Piano in your collection right now, and you don't need the piano. I would say something like 80% of this game does not even require the piano. This game is more of like a bunch of little mini games and some lesson tutorial stuff to teach you how to read music and like kind of basic understanding of like musical notation and stuff like that. That's really what this game is. It's a very strange game that has this awesome peripheral that it does not use. It's baffling. It's kind of disappointing, man. It's definitely the weirdest, neatest thing. I wish I could tell you though that it was good. Go on like Amazon and read reviews from like upset aunts and uncles and grandmas who are like, I bought this game for my niece. I thought she'd love it. I got this for my granddaughter and she didn't play it at all and it's terrible. This is the one that I was like kind of personally disappointed by. I think everything else met or exceeded my expectations. This, the pedometer was like, yeah, it's a pedometer. The Guitar Hero was like, wow, they pulled this off. The paddle was like insane. The piano was kind of a bummer. It was kind of a bummer. And it was kind of expensive. Just displaying this in your collection is the best part of it, to be honest. There's actually one more I want to talk about really quick. Magic Kid Slide Adventure. This is a first-party Nintendo game. Basically, it is a mouse for your DS. You slide the DS around, and that is how you move around. There's an awesome video on IGN. I'm gonna level with you people. We bought all this stuff for this video, as well as some stuff for the Dreamcast peripheral video. We did all that with money that we got when we hit our 400 patron goal. So back in August when we were buying all this stuff, we kind of looked at the numbers and went like, we can't buy Seaman and Magic Kid Slider and the Magical Piano and all this stuff. We had to make a Sophie's Choice, and I was like, I want the piano. Screw Magic Kid. I don't want no mouse. I want that piano, and I'm still kicking myself for it because that looks so much cooler. First party Nintendo game. That's wild. It's a puzzle game. It's really cute. The device seems to work really, really well and look awesome. I wanted to get the piano instead. I'm a fool. Oh, and by the way, this is not the only uses of the GBA slot on the DS. There were multiple card readers, like multiple card readers. There was a Beyblade thing. I'm an old man. I don't even know what Beyblade is. I guess let me know in the comments below what the Beyblade is. And not only are there a lot of just wild, wacky accessories that we couldn't cover on this show, there was a whole bunch of games, just normal DS games, that worked in tandem with the GBA slot. And we're gonna talk about that stuff again real soon. We ain't finished with you, girl. We ain't finished with that slot. We're coming back. And hey, when you're watching this tonight, we're gonna play all these on the live stream. I'm gonna get 2 webcams set up and we're gonna have some fun playing this on the live stream, twitch.tv/StopSkeletonsandFighting. Check that out. Thank you so much to all our Patreon supporters. Their support is why we were able to buy all this junk. It's your fault I had this piano. Thank you so much. We also got merchandise at Pixel Empire. Oh man, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, we're on your TV, we're on your monitor right now. Hit subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. Man, we got to get back to work. More DS stuff coming. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Stay powerful. Hey, I'm Derek, it's me, Derek, and we got a new camera at Black Friday, and I got a new chair. So things can look slightly different, or worse, or better. Either way, this is Stop Skeletons and Fighting. Hey, I already put you on the spotlight for DS Slot Life with some of the craziest uses for the GBA slot on the DS, which was only available on the original DS and the DS Lite models. But what about the stuff that the average DS enthusiast would encounter in the wild? I mean, you probably don't have a piano attachment gathering dust in your closet, but there are DS games that work with the GBA cart that unlock new content, ones that you might have right now. Of course, the most famous use of the dual slot action was for Pokemon. The 4th generation Pokemon DS games could interface with the 3rd generation Pokemon GBA games, but link cables didn't work between these two systems, so using the dual slots on an original DS or DS Lite was the only way to migrate your old GBA Pokemon into Generation 4. All you had to do was pretty much finish the game, finish the main story, and gain access to the Pokedex, and then meet Professor Oak, and then go to Pal Park. That's it. To be honest here, the last time that I finished a Pokemon game to completion, there was a tight 3-minute rap that named all of them.
It's been 3,000 years.
Hey, I'm a little out of my element here, so I brought the brightest Skelebro Pokemon slot scholar of our generation, Mr. Loxton.
Huh? What? Hello? Yes. Hi, that's me, I think.
Yeah, Loxton, it's you, Loxton. Wait, that's my joke. I choose you, Loxton. That's a bad joke. Anyway, thanks for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me on.
No, dude, thank you for giving me the time. Please, walk me through this. Why is Pokemon migration from Gen 3 to Gen 4 so confusing?
So, under normal circumstances, Pokemon live wherever they are the most comfortable, which is why you can find specific Pokemon only in specific places, for the most part, that is. We do know that most species of Pokemon will have their explorers migrating far and wide across the globe, perhaps traversing the regions, or just sheer curiosity.
Right, and then you put the 2 games in the slots.
Yeah, and in the Sinnoh region, the locals have built a park specifically to attract these foreign Pokemon, likely to spruce up their region's biodiversity. I don't know if you've noticed, but Sinnoh is severely lacking fire types.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. Totally. You're just testing me, and I passed the test because I'm smart.
But anyway, they called it Pal Park, and it especially attracts Pokemon from Kanto and Hoenn who were just released by their trainers. And they migrate all the way here. And while they are in this park, you can catch them. And later on in Kanto, they did the same thing.
Biodiversity. When did Pokemon become so complicated? I mean, it's just like rock, paper, scissors, right?
Cute. Maybe if there were, 18 different symbols with 2 variants each. But anyway, the Pokemon Company even migrated rare Pokemon into your collection via special containment devices distributed at special events, like this Deoxys.
Wait, so they just distributed Pokemon this way? They didn't do anything else cool, like the berry patch on the e-reader? Missed opportunity, man!
It's a lot simpler than needing an e-reader and swiping some cards a couple of times, or needing to plug your handheld device into the cable that's just dangling there at a store. It's easier this way.
But to be fair, the e-reader is a way dumber method. That's a point in my book. But fine, yes, okay. So technology and convenience finally converge on the DS, so I can finally migrate all my Pokemon over, right?
Unfortunately, no. Certain Pokemon ecosystems are permanently shut off from the rest due to... Poke Walls is the opposite of Pokeballs. They keep them out instead of in.
Wait, Poke Walls? This is the dumb stuff and the totally real stuff that I love.
Real walls are not very effective against migration, but the original Gens 1 and 2, as well as the new Gen 8, all have super effective Poke Walls in place. I hope that clears some things up.
Wait, so you've been able to move your Pokemon up from every Pokemon game since 2002 until now?
Well, yeah. Well, if they're allowed into Galar, anyway. Otherwise, you have to wait until Pokemon Home comes out.
So we're just waiting for Game Freak to finally figure out how to use the internet. It's 2019. It's fine. That's fine. And thankfully, the other Pokemon GBA slot games aren't quite as complicated, so I can take it from here. Thank you, dude.
No problem. And next time could we have our skeletons battle? It'd be pretty funny, all things considered.
Hey, we're stop skeletons from fighting, not prevent consensual fisticuffs. But thank you so much for explaining all that, Loxton. Pokemon. And would you believe it? Even the Pokemon spin-offs from this time also have connectivity with the DS GBA slot. Pokemon Dash, for example, also works with the Gen 3 GBA games. But I like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team the best because it's one of the few games that had a tandem red and blue release on the GBA and DS at the same time. There's a few things you can do with both games inserted into the DS, but the main one is that if your Pokemon team faints in one game, you can use the other game to rescue that team without losing money or items. Well, honestly, there's enough hot slot action in the Pokemon verse that it's worth getting a DS or a DS Lite just so you can transfer your team and utilize all the extra features. But that's enough Pokemon. How about we change gears from Pokemon innovation to Hideo Kojima innovation with Lunar Nights and the Boktai games. Boktai is a series of GBA games that have solar sensors built into the cartridge, basically, so you can use actual sunlight to fight off the game's vampires. Well, you're supposed to use sunlight. If you instead live in a place as luminous as Seattle in the winter, you can cheat and just use a blacklight. Stay indoors. By the time the series' fourth entry, Lunar Nights, got released onto the DS, they had to take out the game's expensive sensor. But they got around this by letting you put the previous 3 games in the GBA slot. Yes! This means that not only does Lunar Nights use the GBA slot, it uses the solar sensor on the GBA carts to restore different stats for your inactive characters, depending on the game. It's not necessary for completing Lunar Nights, but it's still really impressive that they still found a way to work in that tech. And I want to give the game credit for actually mentioning all of this in the instruction book, which is pretty rare for peripherals like this. I don't know why they don't talk about it. Put it on the box! How cool is that? But that's not all you can do with Boktai. It also works with freaking Mega Man Battle Network 5 Double Team, which is possibly the most feature-packed Battle Network game ever. Battle Network 5 Double Team was the first Battle Network game to come out on the DS, so it works with every Battle Network game that came before it, which is seriously, there's so many. Capcom was pumping out these games like it was rabbits breeding back then. It was just nuts. But I just really want to highlight that this is a Capcom game that works with a Konami game, which, like, you can't cross the streams like that. I mean, what's gonna happen? Mega Man's and Solid Snakes living together? Mass hysteria. Also, apparently the Soul Cross that you get from Boktai 2 completely breaks the game. Good stuff. But this is just a small sampling of the games that work in tandem with other DS games. Plugging in Castlevania Aria of Sorrow into Dawn of Sorrow makes a Mina doll appear in the shop, which doesn't really affect anything in the game except for soothing my inner Dracula rage. We all have it. It's part of growing up. It's nothing major, but I owned these games for years and had absolutely no idea about any of this stuff. And there's similar bonus content for Mega Man XZ, Advance Wars, The Sims, and Frogger. Did you know there were so many Frogger games and they all worked together to unlock bonus stuff? Somebody out there had a way better childhood than me. What's up with these guys, huh? Maybe you've seen these around at retro shops, and as you can probably guess, they are not actually GBA games, but DS accessory packs. We got the Memory Expansion Pack, the Rumble Pack, and the Motion Pack. I want to start with this one because it's spelled P-A-C-K, which is how you actually spell the word pack, Nintendo. The Motion Pack houses an accelerometer to detect motion and is used in exactly one game, Tony Hawk's Motion, aka the worst rated Tony Hawk game until Pro Skater 5 came out 7 years later. I love how everything about this game is absolutely unnecessary. It was released in November 2008, which was the same month as the DSi, which, if you'll remember, did not have a GBA slot, so the timing wasn't right. It's a Tony Hawk game where you steer by turning the system, and of course it has all the nuance of trying to steer a cow onto a half pipe. Oh, my life to use this game with the Taito paddle instead. On top of that, even though we got all the accesses of motion, it uses every button on the DS for tricks, plus you gotta tap the touchscreen to do specials. I admire the moxie, but why would you make a motion game that uses so many buttons? This game was made by Create Studios, or Creat, there's no E, I don't know, who had a tough act to follow since handheld Tony Hawk games actually had a pretty good track record before this thanks to Punching Weight Heroes' vicarious visions. I actually really like this game from a Garbo curiosity standpoint now, but I think back then, no one was really ready to accept the fact that the Tony Hawk franchise, the great Tony Hawk franchise, was in freefall. The shocker here was the bonus game packed in, Hue Pixel Painter. This is a totally separate game. It has nothing to do with Tony, and it's a shame it had to share the spotlight. It's a charming little game where you cover your little guy in paint and connect dots around areas of a map to bring color and light to the world. It's like a hybrid ActRaiser and Kicks. It's cute, simple, way more fun than Hawk's Motion. I mean, this should have been the main game with Tony Hawk as the bonus. Seriously, track down this game, but for Hue Pixel Painter. But of course, Activision wasn't the only ones to shove the extra tech into a GBA cart. Nintendo also made peripheral cartridges that are compatible with a whole slew of games like the Nintendo DS Rumble Pack. This is like a throwback to the N64 era, and it works with a surprising number of games, 50. But I actually only have 4 compatible games, none of which are Metroid Prime Pinball, which is what the Rumble Pack was bundled with in the US. It works about as well as you'd expect, and I didn't find it to be too loud or that intense, but I noticed that all the compatible games I own use it differently, and some don't use it that well. It's weird that people were still struggling with Rumble in the mid-aughts, but it's really good in games like Partners in Time, where it helps with timing my crit hits, and I loved how it pulsed to the awesome soundtrack of Space Invaders Extreme, though it did make me have to choose between playing with Rumble or the paddle, and oh man, too bad I couldn't have both. Alright, so if you've made it this far in the video, I got a real treat for you, and it is the Nintendo DS Memory Expansion Pack, aka maybe the single most useless thing we have ever covered on Punching Weight. You maybe didn't even know about this because while it adds an extra 8 megabytes of RAM to the Nintendo DS, the sole game that used it was the DS's crappy Opera-based web browser. 2 of these bad boys were actually released, this GBA size one and then a half-size one for the DS Lite. In the US, this one was only available online through the mail, so this cart is actually kind of rare, but I paid $5.50 for it, so it definitely ain't valuable. Now, you'd think that this would have worked like the N64 expansion pack, and in theory it would, except that the N64 and the DS are pretty different systems, and the extra RAM just wasn't necessary, I guess. Not surprisingly, the homebrew community found the most use for it, though as far as I can tell, the only true game that can use the official Nintendo Memory Expansion Pack is the homebrew of Quake 1, and even there, it's optional. Some third-party expansion packs are produced that are used for homebrew applications, but in terms of the official cart, that's about it. And for the record, we could have bought the DS browser for this video, but then I would have had an actual use for this thing, and no, listen. I have in my GBA collection a truly, completely useless object, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The DS in its slot, so many mysteries, so much wonderful stuff there. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our Patreon supporters. In November 2004, Nintendo released the DS. It would become one of the most successful products in consumer electronics history, with over 150 million units sold worldwide. It would be iterated on with the DS Lite, DSi, 3DS, 2DS, new 3DS, new 2DS, and you can even see its inspiration in the Wii U. Its dual-screen setup actually goes all the way back to the late 70s with the Game & Watch games, but it wasn't the only time Nintendo played with the concept. The GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable debuted in Japan on December 14, 2001, and in North America on February 12, 2002. Not to be confused with the GameCube Game Boy Advance player, which just allowed you to play Game Boy games through your GameCube. The link cable allowed certain GameCube games to be played with a GBA using its screen in tandem with your television. According to Wikipedia, there are just shy of 60 compatible games with the link cable, and they all use it slightly differently, unlocking hidden content or items, mini-games, demos, even a few games that require the link cable to play them at all. Welcome to Punching Weight, the show that celebrates the weird, ambitious, and unnecessary, and we're digging through our GameCube and Game Boy Advance collection to see what kind of secrets are hidden behind the GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable. The GameCube link cable, which I'm going to be calling it just to simplify things a bit, is a 6-foot cable that has a GameCube controller plug on one end and a wide gray piece of plastic that plugs in next to the GBA's charging port on the other. It's got these snazzy purple wings that help you grip the system better when you're playing it and also remove the cable when you're finished. It's compatible with both the original and SP Game Boy Advance models and either the GameCube or the Wii. Many third-party cables exist, but we just happen to have 2 official Nintendo cables, so that's what we're going to be using for this video, not that it probably makes any kind of difference. The N64 Rumble Pack and the Game Boy Transfer Pack were bundled with Star Fox 64 and Pokemon Stadium respectively. The GameCube link cable was no different, so since it was bundled with The Legend of Zelda: The Four Swords Adventures, let's start with that game. Zelda 4 Swords Adventures is a co-op party game where up to 4 players control their own Link. Players have to work together to get through familiar puzzle situations, like pushing or lifting heavy objects or standing on switches. Anyone who's played A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo will immediately understand what's going on here. There's no giant overworld, it's more like Mario with different worlds and levels. The game first made its appearance as an extra game on the GBA port of Link to the Past, however, that version could only be played with other players, never solo. The GameCube version, however, can be played solo, though the best experience is with other people. The GameCube link cable functionality is basically this. In each level, players are free to go off on their own. I mean, you're in theory supposed to stick together and work together, but what's the fun in that? If someone leaves the screen by going in a cave, falling down a hole, swimming under a bridge, instead of changing everyone's view on the TV, that happens on their GBA screen. They essentially leave the TV and continue playing on their GBA. The GBA screen also shows up even when you're playing single player, which is a neat touch. Honestly, Four Swords is a pitch-perfect way to show off the link cable's capabilities. Plus, it's a really neat little Zelda spin-off and has the distinction of being the first co-op Zelda game. I only wish I had 4 GBAs and 4 link cables so I could really play this game to its fullest, but ask anyone who's been lucky enough to experience this game to its true 4-player mode. It's a sight to behold. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles was a big deal. It was the first original Final Fantasy game on a Nintendo console since the Super Nintendo. Man, everyone I knew was hyped for it. But then I remember seeing that it was a party game similar to Gauntlet Legends, and you had to carry around some kind of bucket. What? That ain't Final Fantasy, said young Derek along with all his hard-to-please friends. Yep, it's a super shitty attitude, but it's the unfortunate truth. So here I am. Many years later, the time has come to finally give this game an honest try. So yes, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles is a dungeon crawler action RPG. There are multiple classes, multiple jobs, and this mechanic where you write letters and send packages back to your family and you need to keep them happy. But the story is that a miasma, basically an evil fog, renders the world uninhabitable without the strength of crystals to push it back. So, in order to explore dungeons, someone needs to be on bucket duty. It's a concept that doesn't really sound that great on paper, and playing solo, I found it kind of boring. Unfortunately, you need GBAs and link cables to even play 2-player, and it's not the best party game really. It's a lot to take in when you just jump right into it. The menus are a little confusing, but the base game is pretty simple and a lot of fun with other people. The intended way is for everyone to already have characters and import them into the game from separate memory cards, and I bet that's a lot of fun. It's a pretty good looking game for the system with a striking art style, but requiring the GBA and the link cables to play multiplayer probably limited its appeal. But it's another reminder that just because something is different doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Pac-Man Vs. is a separate game bundled with the Player's Choice version of Pac-Man World 2. I was bamboozled into thinking that there was a standard box for it on eBay, and if there is, this ain't it. It's just a cover printed on normal printing paper in a standard DVD case. So I've not ever actually played Pac-Man World 2, but that's not why we're here. Pac-Man Versus is a game where one player plays as Pac-Man and 3 people play as ghosts. The gimmick is that the 3 ghosts can only see a portion of the board, whereas Pac-Man, playing off of the GBA, can see the entire board. It's harder than you'd think to track Pac-Man down, but he paku-pakus a trail of light behind him, and the ghosts can collect the fruit, which widens their field of view so they can spot him easier. If Pac-Man gets caught, the ghost who caught him gets some points, and they swap controllers and get to be Pac-Man next. First to either 7, 10, or 15,000 points wins. Mario gives narrated play-by-play, which is kinda weird until you remember that, yeah, this is a Nintendo exclusive. There's a wide variety of boards. Overall, it's an amazing party game with a lot of replayability. While I was playing this, I was thinking, wow, why didn't this come to the Wii U? And then I remembered Luigi's Ghost Mansion, a minigame in Nintendo Land, is extremely similar. But let's be real here. Luigi's Mansion is great and all, but it don't beat no Pac-Man. Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion. I think this one's pretty well known. By linking the 2 games together, you can unlock the ability to play the original classic NES Metroid, and once you have a completed game, that snazzy teal-colored Fusion suit. I thought this was interesting. The look of the Fusion suit changes color in the game. Here's Fusion suit Samus at the end of Prime, and here's Fusion suit Samus at the beginning of Prime. Fun fact, the Fusion suit unlocks automatically on completion in the Metroid Prime Trilogy version for the Wii, but the original NES Metroid was removed. I mean, why give it away for free when they could charge you 500 Wii points on the Virtual Console? Now, here's the weird part. Neither follow-up Metroid Zero Mission or Metroid Prime 2 Echoes have extras linking to the GameCube. Linking Zero Mission and Fusion via GBA cables unlocks a picture gallery in Zero Mission, but I guess by the time those Metroid games came out, Nintendo was moving on to other things.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Like we said at the top, there are dozens of games that use the GameCube link cable, like Animal Crossing, Phantasy Star Online, Mario Golf, Fire Emblem, lots of Pokemon games. Maybe one of these days I'll figure out what the hell that Tingle Tracker thing in Wind Waker is, and finally see what them Sonic Adventure chows are all about. So many games, never enough time. And this is just one of many fascinating Nintendo peripherals. We could talk for hours about this stuff. Well, hey, let's wrap this up. If you have any weird, ambitious, or unnecessary games or peripherals you'd like to see on Punching Weight, let us know in the comments below. Or hey, if you'd like to donate anything, we've got a P.O. box. We will gladly take your weird video game stuff off your hands. Stop Skeletons from Fighting is a Patreon-supported show and it's made possible with every one of the radical people here. If you'd like to join their ranks, click the Patreon logo and pledge what you can. Be sure to check out our other videos and the Punching Weight playlist. Thank you so much for watching. Stay powerful. Video game peripherals. It's just useless junk to get you to spend more money, am I right? And Nintendo? They're one of the worst. Donkey Kongas, the N64 expansion pack, the DS expansion pack, the Wii steering wheel. I definitely got a balance board in storage somewhere, but who am I kidding? I'm not above throwing money at this kind of thing. I love this kind of stuff. And besides, sometimes you find a peripheral that really cuts through the hype and is truly something special. The GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable is maybe Nintendo's most successful peripheral after the Rumble Pack? This little guy connects your Game Boy Advance to your GameCube controller slot, works with either the GameCube or the Wii, and is the key to unlocking an incredible amount of bonus content. It's compatible with just shy of 60 games, which is pretty amazing considering the GameCube was a bit of a flop for Nintendo, selling less than both the original Xbox and the previous gen N64. I guess more developers were banking on their customers owning a GBA than a GameCube, which was a safe bet. I've previously talked about the games that require the link cable to play, but in this episode we'll be talking about the GameCube games featuring extra content unlocked with just a cable and a GBA system. No extra game required. Not everyone's got time for double games, Nintendo. Welcome back to Punching Weight, the show that celebrates the weird, ambitious, and unnecessary. And I've dug through my GameCube collection, and I'm ready to show you what kind of secrets are hidden behind the GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable. And now, onto the show. Get linked up. Link time. Get linked in. Wait, can't use that one. First off, we gotta start with one of Nintendo's best and most innovative games of the era, Animal Crossing. Seriously, what a unique gem of a game. There was just so much you can do. Plus, it worked with just about every major peripheral Nintendo had at the time. It came with its own memory card, supported the e-reader, and of course, the GameCube link cable. About the only thing it didn't use was the broadband adapter and microphone, which of course would be implemented in future releases. You can actually do quite a lot with Animal Crossing by hooking up a GBA. The most major thing you can do is access the island. At the bottom of your town will always be a dock, usually a good place for fishing, but with a GBA plugged in, Cap'n shows up and offers to take you to a special island where it's always sunny and summer. Oh hey, it's been 68 weeks since I last went to the island. Wait, 68 weeks? That's not right. We just played this like a few months ago for the e-reader video. Whoops! Anyway, the island has exclusive fruit, fish, and its very own villager. You can't do much there, but when you leave, you can keep playing on the island with your GBA. If you remember to leave treats and tools there, you can boss your villager around and have them do stuff for you. Yeah, chop that tree, and that tree too. Now relax and do some fishing. I got a little bit too into it and poked them too much, and they got sad and the music slowed down. But I gave him some fruit, and that cheered him right back up. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, more fishing! There's a lot you can do on Animal Island. It's apparently how you farm certain rare things like the NES games. I mean, I have no idea. I just use the cheat codes. Come on, man. If you hate your island or want a new islander or are really impressed with your island, you can trade islands with a friend through the GBA link cables. Man, can you believe this game existed without the internet on the GameCube? It's always going to be so impressive to me how many really creative ways Nintendo got around that. There are a few more features in Animal Crossing, though, like designing stuff on the GBA instead of in-game, which actually saves you a couple hundred bells. Nice. But the thing that I had no idea you could do is you could download and play NES games on your GBA, which means that not only is there an NES emulator inside of Animal Crossing, it's also like, well, it's like a Russian nesting doll emulator situation, right? Like, there's a game within a game and then shoved into another game system. Like, it's awesome. The only problem is that all the two-player modes have been removed, and Excitebike does not have the option to save your tracks, which actually makes sense. The NES games can't stay on your GBA once you turn the system off anyway. Some games like Wario's Woods don't work at all because it was a late-era NES game and is physically too big for the GBA's memory. Also, did you even know Wario's Woods was in here? Man, Animal Crossing is so cool.
Animal Crossing for Nintendo GameCube.
I just been fishing, you know?
It's time to talk Zelda. Now, we've already covered Zelda The Four Swords Adventures, which was basically the flagship GameCube link cable game. It came bundled with one, and each player requires one of their own for multiplayer. But it wasn't the only Zelda game with this compatibility. The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker has the Tingle Tuner. This is a 100% optional item that basically turns Wind Waker into a co-op game. Maybe it's just me, but I was kind of shocked at how well advertised this little inclusion was because no one I knew ever talked about it, and it feels like no one talks about it now, but it's really amazing. Getting the Tingle Tuner is itself a bit of a side quest. You actually need to release Tingle from his jail on Windfall Island, and then he gives you his GBA, Magic Transmitter. Wait a second. If Link got a not Game Boy Advance, then why the heck did Luigi get a not Game Boy Color? Hang in there, Luigi. I got stuck with my brother's hand-me-downs too. Your year will come, don't worry.
Luigi, aw.
So, the Tingle Tuner lets Tingle act as your super guide. He has flavor text and info for just about everywhere you can go, and gives you fun little mini-games around the world, like, for example, I had to find all the benches in Windfall Island. It's not exactly riveting stuff, but you know, it works. He also finds you hidden rupees, which comes in handy with the items he can buy to help Link, like balloons to walk on the air, bombs, and whatnot. These items ain't cheap though, and the trailer itself admits that there's nothing really to stop your GBA partner from dingling up the Tingle Tuner.
Choose your friends wisely.
It also has its own side quest. Using the tuner, you can uncover 5 Tingle statues, and if you get them all, you'll rescue his brother Knuckle, who will upgrade the tuner. The Tingle Tuner was a super fun little extra that was unfortunately cut in the Wii U HD remake, which I guess they did because they wanted you to have access to the map on the Wii U gamepad at all times, even though it would have been perfect for the Tingle Tuner. So instead it had the Tingle Bottle, which was actually a really cool idea, but no longer exists due to Miiverse dying. That means the Tingle Bottle Messenger was only available for 4 years. Man, the Wii U was a weird system.
Find secrets with the Wii U gamepad.
And did we mention togetherness?
Just check out the simulation.
Yeah, look like I've been upgraded.
Alright, so that's a couple of Nintendo games. How about we switch gears and talk about Sega games? During the GameCube days, Sega had just left the hardware business and had really hit the ground running. And it shouldn't really be a surprise that a company that loved making peripherals and add-ons as much as Sega would go a little bonkers with the GameCube link cable. Is it still... Oh, it's loading. Hold on. The GameCube link cable, Sega. Sonic Adventure now.
These load times.
Several of Sega's GameCube and Game Boy Advance games had GameCube link cable support, and they all mostly center around one thing. Chaos. Oh, sorry, not chaos. Chows. These little Tamagotchi-like creatures were first introduced in Sonic Adventure, and one of the coolest things about them was you could carry them with you on your Dreamcast VMU. Well, maybe you can. I can't, because my VMU batteries have been dead since the Clinton administration. A bunch of Sonic games for the GameCube and GBA featured a minigame that utilized the GBA, called the Tiny Chow Garden. Here's how it worked with Sonic Adventure DX. You can go to the Chow Garden, plug in your GBA, grab a Chow, and then go to the GBA kiosk. From there, you can transfer your buddy into the Tiny Chow Garden, where you can feed them, play mini-games, and level up your little guy's stats. Being able to take them on the go with the GBA emulates the Dreamcast VMU. See, I don't even need new batteries for that thing. But if you turned off the system, or the batteries died before transferring them back to your GameCube, you'd lose all the work you did. Forever. However, Sonic Advance 1, 2, and Pinball Party for the GBA all have the Tiny Garden minigame too, and you can transport and save your little chows there as well. You don't actually have any of these GBA games, but it didn't matter because, and this is maybe the coolest thing, you can use the Tiny Chow Garden to transport your chow into other games, which is how we got this adorable Tails Chow. You see, Sonic games didn't have the market cornered on Sega Link Cable extras. There are minigame extras in other games too, like my favorite Sonic Team series, Phantasy Star Online, or PSO. The GameCube version featured a 4-player split-screen couch co-op, which I played for dozens of hours in college. It's still one hell of a great game, and oh god, if I don't get back on track, I might get addicted to this game all over again. Anyway, there are 4 downloadable GBA games in PSO, and the easiest one to access is the Tiny Chow Garden, similar to the one in Sonic DX, though it's hidden away and extremely easy to miss. On the mission, the Fake in Yellow, after you finish the quest but before collecting your reward, warp back down to Forest 1 and walk up to the waterfall, and surprise! It's a chow! Now head back up to Pioneer 2 in the same GBA kiosk from